Good afternoon. I'd like to welcome everyone to the September 21, 2003 Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency Budget Workshop and our regular meeting. So I will now call this meeting to order at 3:00 p.m. As I've indicated in our last meeting, I expect all participants at this meeting to conduct themselves professionally. I want each of us to treat others with respect and to exhibit to the public that although we may disagree, commissioners, directors, on some issues, our common goal is what is in the best interest of our community. So consistent with the requirements of the Robert's Rules of Order, I will also ask all of my directors, commissioners on the dais to please direct your remarks through the chair and let me recognize you before you speak. And after our last meeting last month, some of the members of the audience indicated to me that from time to time they could not understand or hear comments from the directors. And apparently we tend to begin talking into the mic, but we move away or we don't project our voice. So directors, commissioners, if you will please make sure you're speaking directly into the mic so that the public can hear you and so that our clerks can take good minutes, good records for us. Before we begin, we have a request from Commissioner Proctor and Richardson to participate via WebEx. So I would like to entertain a motion for them to participate. Is there a motion? Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Madam Chair, I make the motion that our directors who are participating telephonically be allowed to do so.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Minor. Are you ready for the question?
Call the question.
All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none. Commissioner Proctor and Richardson, are you all online? Okay, you have to connect in. I didn't understand you.
Waiting on Commissioner Richardson.
We have Proctor. We do not have Richardson at this time.
So we'll wait a second for Commissioner Richardson.
Commissioner Richardson is jumping on in about 5 minutes. So
Okay.
Move forward.
So if you'll let us know when he's on, but we're going to move forward. The first portion of our agenda is the budget workshop item for the proposed 5-year capital improvement plan and for the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency, and then along with recommendations for our consideration. At our last meeting, we previously approved budgets for both infrastructure and OEV. But today, as we get started, Mr. Chair, are there any agenda modifications?
No, Madam Chair, there are no agenda modifications.
Okay, and Mr. Artie White, this is his first time at our meeting as the new Director of Police. We want to welcome him and congratulate him.
Madam Chair.
So there are no gender modifications from Blueprint. Are there any gender modifications from the board?
Madam
Commissioner Caban.
Chair, I would like to pull, if possible, consent item number 4 to general business, please.
Consent item number 4, you'd like to pull it?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you said?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there any other modification? And that is
Madam
a good
Chair?
idea. If you have a comment, please, just raise your nameplate. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. I would like to pull item 6 from consent.
Okay. Number 4 and
Thank you.
6. So I believe we need a motion to pull those items. Am I correct? Just say that. Okay. So we don't necessarily need a motion. So items 4 and 6 are pulled from the consent agenda. Are there any citizens to be heard, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
How many
First-
do we have?
We have 2 speakers in the room, 1 online. First speaker is Max Epstein, followed by Bill Peoples.
Thank you.
Name and address for the record, please.
Want to make sure first. Okay, Max Epstein, 1001 San Luis Road. My first comments are about the budget here, but it has to do with Capital Cascades 4. Number one, I think when you look at this budget workshop, the expectation from Blueprint is we're going to have a 16.5% increase in money coming in next year. That means we're either going to enter the greatest bull market in history or we're going to experience hyperinflation. This is money that we may not get. So when you're making decisions, think about that. Number two is the budget for Capital Cascades 4, which you also are going to be approving. Somehow, June 27th of 2019, this project was completely changed. As you can see, you had a consent agenda item to reconcept and design something that alleviates flooding and improves water quality south of Orange Avenue because they wanted to avoid taking large amounts of property. I don't really understand where that came from other than the Capital Cascades 3DB fiasco. So what were they supposed to do? They're supposed to bring it back to you, the results of this model, and an updated project to the board, and then you were supposed to vote on it to move forward into the design. None of that has happened. Next slide, please. This is actually within your interlocal agreement, acquisition of land for phase 2 throughout there. And it has a diagram. Next slide, please. Now let's look at the budget that was actually approved back then or estimated. Stormwater improvements, 29 million, 100 acres of acquisition for this project, 100. That was completely changed under a consent agenda item. And now it's a concrete ditch. What do we have in 2019? 587,000 for stormwater treatment. And somehow the estimated 1 million for planning and design is now 3.5 million. What happened? Next slide, please. This is what you got. What you have on the right is your approved master plan. And I'd like you to really look at this. Does this look change to you? The right and the left. What's missing? 100 acres on the right.
30 seconds.
Now on the left, what do you see? Is there any blue at all on that? None. Next slide, please. This is part of the project summary here, and I can't really get into all the details here, but just think about it. Was this project substantially changed? When we try to move those houses, we can't do it. It's a new project, substantial amendment, blah, blah, blah. Was that project changed?
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Epstein.
Next speaker is Bill Peoples, followed by Stanley Sims. Name and address for the record, please.
Madam Chair, board members, I'm Bill Peebles. I live at 3056 Westacoa Road. I want to talk to you today about the airport gateway. Hey, Mayor, how you doing? I want to talk to you today about the airport gateway, a project I know and unfortunately too much about. There are really 2 airport gateway projects. There's Spring Hill, which has been an approved blueprint project for 20 or more years, which has always made sense to everybody as an airport gateway. Then there's the FSU component of the airport gateway. FSU came to the IA in 2017 and said, we have the smallest campus in the state university system. We're landlocked. We got nowhere to grow. The Southwest campus, where we have 700 acres, is the vital future of Florida State University, and we need you to construct this gateway so that we have access to it. It was entirely an FSU project. My neighborhood was directed to negotiate with FSU. FSU entered into the letter of intent. President Thrasher appeared on that screen right there and told you how important this was to the future of the university. And the IA approved that amendment in 2018. But there is no more Southwest Campus plan. And what happened, as far as I can tell, in 2021, FSU released their campus master plan. That's a legally binding document that the city and the county are both involved in helping them formulate that talks about what development they can do out there for the next 10 years. It shows one building that's a holdover from some previous plans. There's no development that can be done legally for the next 10 years to facilitate the FSU Southwest campus. And I think what happened is explained in a quote from David Coburn, who was the chief of staff to President Thrasher when the Gateway was approved. He was the athletic director. And in his kind of exit interview with the Democrat, he said, Coburn thinks one day additional FSU sports will be stationed near Innovation Park due to pressure to have property in the middle of the main campus for academic and research purposes. FSU's facilities for golf, swimming, and indoor tennis are already located on land in Southwest Tallahassee. So as it stands right now, you're poised to spend $36 million of blueprint money to build a road to service some intramural fields. And I would suggest to you that there are more important
30
projects.
seconds.
And just mention a few of them. For example, North Monroe Gateway, the fairgrounds, Orange Avenue widening, FAMU entryways, Southside Gateway. These are all more important, more urgent projects. And I assume that the reason FSU is not here today is because they're no longer, I have to assume, they're no longer as vitally interested in this as they once were. And I think at the very least, what you ought to do is reprioritize the FSU portion of the Gateway project so that these other projects can move up and be addressed more quickly. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Peoples.
Our next speaker is Stanley Sims. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stanley Sims. I am the founder and the executive director of a nonprofit organization called HELP, helping entrepreneurs leverage prosperity. I'm speaking in this particular area on the agenda to address this area. This budget, where you decide how to bid out non-competitive bids for small business and entrepreneurs in our Leon County area, does not offer equal equity. And that's going to be proved further on in this meeting. It's not every day. When I came back to Tallahassee exiting from a correctional institution, I didn't have the money to start a political campaign, a political PAC, but I started a community engagement. I did not have the money to go around and leverage and buy political elected officials and some community officials, but guess what I had? I had a justified need that not only I was experiencing, but those that live around me was experiencing as well. So I stand here not as one who complain and not try to address the system, because right now, directors, you are currently looking at the only entrepreneur, small black businessman that has ever applied for this OEV fund. Despite the years that it has been given out, I'm the only one. What happened? Was it all bad? No, it's not all bad, because out of me applying and being turned down, you decided to put policies in place. Well, those policies still did not give me equity, but hopefully today, your policies will shine a light on the privilege of the Shomo wall that is getting ready to get more money than we gave Amazon, and Amazon is giving us $1,000, and he's giving us 1,000 in jobs, and he's giving us another liquor store on the south side.
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Next speaker is Deborah Holton. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Deborah Holton, 717 Old Bainbridge Road in the historical Frenchtown area. I come this afternoon to speak on behalf of the foodies pickup and delivery. For me, what has happened in our area, in our community, is that the small businesses are being ripped off by the major delivery companies. With foodies, what I've seen in my revenue is a great increase. They built an app for me. They put me online. They don't charge me much of anything. All of my money goes to Miss D's Kitchen. They takes away nothing. So I would like to see this team increase or grow bigger so that they can help the mom and pops restaurants or other smaller businesses to create a revenue where we can stay open, we can remain open at without cost. And this is what is happening. Also in our area, we are what they would call low income, but if we could put together some type of different programs and stuff to help our communities come up and to be educated in some type of way, rather than pouring money into places that is not necessary, I feel that we will stand a chance on standing. Thank you all so much. I'm cutting it short because I have something else I have to do, and I'm not going to explain it. Commissioner Cox knows what's going on, but I wanted to take the opportunity to come in and just speak on this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that was our final speaker on the budget.
Thank you. Commissioners, Mr. Director, I understand too that there are individuals here that want to speak on an agenda item that's under our business section, and they would like to speak now, and then leave because they have other obligations. Do we need a vote on that, Madam Attorney, or is it? It's your discretion. Okay. Well, I would like to allow them to speak at this time. Do you have their cards, Madam Clerk?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's entertain them at this point.
For item number 6, I have Nate Davis, followed by Wyatt Hendricks, then Max Epstein.
So this is item number 6 under our business portion.
Item number 6.
Thank you.
Nate Davis. Next would be Wyatt Hendricks.
Absolutely. You can wait, or we're giving you discretion to speak now if you'd like. Okay. Any others? Oh, okay. Okay, well, thank you all very much. Well, we will proceed then. Mr. Director, you have, are you ready to present any budget workshop items for us?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm going to ask the Blueprint Director, Autumn Calder, to provide a very brief presentation that will also include the informational items that were requested at the previous workshops, and then have opportunity for discussion and board direction on the budget.
Thank you, Artie. Go ahead and get this short presentation started on the budget. Today, I'll do this, and then we'll provide some information on the Airport Gateway, the North Monroe Gateway, as well as an update on the analysis for affordable housing. Of course, you guys, in your discussion and direction, will all be forwarded to the ratification item in regular meeting today, and then ultimately incorporated into our final budget public hearing on September 26th, which is next Tuesday. This is our third workshop on the fiscal year 24 budget, and as I mentioned, we have some additional information for you that we'll present. At the last meeting on August 24th, you took a substantial amount of action to incorporate recommendations B and then E through J into the budget, and you'll see those on Tuesday. So jumping right into the capital improvement program, the Blueprint Infrastructure Capital Improvement Program for fiscal year 24 recommends the allocation of $180 million to maintain our project progress consistent with over 8 years of IA board prioritization and direction to date. This budget allocates $308 million to continue those projects, but when coupled with prior year investments, that's over $750 million investments back into our community, with almost $400 million on projects on our south side. Looking out to 2040, all of the projects are fully funded, and that does rely on bringing in a substantial amount of funding, particularly from the Florida Department of Transportation. And we've already had a very successful track record to date in bringing in those dollars. Over $425 million has been secured and applied to the Blueprint projects. The proposed 24 budget does account for inflationary effects, where we see increased sales tax revenues, but those are also balanced by increases in our cost estimates. The IA board has implemented a construction-ready strategy, so that means getting as many of these projects ready for construction in the early years of the program and then bringing them to fruition very quickly. Advancing these projects brings the benefits to the community from a quality of life standpoint, of course, more quickly, but it also creates jobs through the construction and the long-term investment in these infrastructure improvements and their impact on economic development in our community. We've seen tried and true where these infrastructure investments result in private sector investment and activity occurring right next door. The financing plan to effectuate this includes a $227 million bond strategy plus state infrastructure bank loan. In summary, the infrastructure budget achieves a work program that aligns with all of your prior direction. It's a balanced plan, so that means the revenues coming in are on the other side of the scale with the expenditures coming out. It fully funds all of our infrastructure projects by 2040 and initiates the construction of 18 high-caliber projects. And I know in front of you and on your consent agenda, you have a copy of our annual report. I'm happy to provide additional copies of this report to anybody. It shares our accomplishments in fiscal year 23. And one of those is the recognition of the projects that you direct and have the vision for. And congratulations, you won 8 awards last year. Also, this year, we looked at our utilization of minority and women businesses for fiscal year 21 and 22. And I'm happy to report that we exceeded the goal for both of those years, incorporating our minority and women firms into the design and construction of these projects. And that's another benefit of advancing these projects more quickly into the community, is it allows us to bring in more dollars to minority and women firms. So next we'll talk about the Airport Gateway, North Monroe Gateway, and affordable housing. So jumping right into Airport Gateway. So the board asked us to bring an analysis of removing segments of the Airport Gateway project, and we'll talk about that on the next slide. But just as a background, the Airport Gateway creates 2 attractive, safe, multimodal gateways between downtown and the airport. This project was substantially amended in 2018. That process took 6 months, and we had over 25 community meetings to gain feedback on that substantial amendment. It supports the growth of Innovation Park in the Southwest Campus area and protects our neighborhoods by redirecting traffic, and I'll touch on that in a second. 7 miles of new and enhanced roadways and 12 miles of multimodal. In 2022, we did an economic impact analysis of the construction of this project, and that identified 723 jobs created just through the construction of the Airport Gateway. The 2024 estimated cost for this project is $118 million, of which 6.2 has already been encumbered or expended. So your analysis in front of you provides, your agenda materials provides an analysis of removing segments A, B, C, D, and Levy Avenue. And just as note, those were the segments that were added through the substantial amendment process back in 2018. One of the benefits of this addition is that as that area in the Innovation Park, Southwest Campus area grows, it will continue to create and generate more traffic with destinations and origins. So right now, the north and the east entrance and the most used entrance into the Innovation Park area is Levy Avenue through the heart of the hill in the Providence neighborhood. This would shift 80% of that traffic up to the northern boundary of Providence onto Stuckey Avenue. and it would remove completely the cut-through traffic that we see now in Callan on Potsdamer. After the substantial amendment was approved in 2018, Blueprint entered into a letter of agreement with FSU whereby they committed to several key things. One, they committed to contributing $3 million towards the cost of the construction of Segment C. Two, they committed to donating the right-of-way for Segment C and other various parcels in the project. And the third thing that they committed to was providing up to 2 acres for a new community park in the Providence neighborhood. Altogether, those segments cost $40 million, of which $3.4 million has been encumbered and expended, which leaves $36.7. But should the IA board direct changes to remove these segments, then we would need to evaluate the traffic impacts on the remaining segments, which would be G, E, and F, or Spring Hill Road and North Lake Bradford. And a portion of that 36.7 may need to remain and be implemented on those other segments to mitigate for some of the traffic impacts. So Providence neighborhood was a big voice in this substantial amendment process in 2018, and Blueprint staff has continued to coordinate with them over the years. We mentioned Stuckey Avenue. We talked about with the Providence neighbor how improvements like seen on FAMU Way could now be brought across Lake Bradford Road onto Stuckey Avenue, helping them to realize that sort of multi-family and multi-use vision for the Stuckey Avenue corridor. Of course, we talked about Levy Avenue. One of the commitments in the Airport Gateway project is to return Levy Avenue to a neighborhood street. So we're getting really close to finishing the design for that improvement. I mentioned the community park, and of course, neighborhood signage was committed. This graphic, I'm not going to talk to it, but it just shows the different segments and the estimated cost for each segment. Next steps, based on all the IA board direction to date, is to bring Segment C, Segment G, and the Levy Avenue improvements to construction next year. All of those segments are reaching 60% design, which is a major milestone in the design process. Essentially, once you reach 60% design, you start moving into permitting. So should the IA board direct the removal of those segments from the Airport Gateway process, that would trigger the substantial amendment, just as it was triggered when the segments were added to the project in 2018. But the board really has 2 options here. One is to continue the project as previously directed, and the other is to direct staff to initiate the substantial amendment process. So quickly moving into North Monroe Gateway. Again, the board asked us to bring back an item for expanding North Monroe Gateway to I-10. Currently, the project involves gateway enhancements like signage and pedestrian safety and landscaping from 7th Avenue up to I-10. So that's the area where we've already seen a lot of investments consistent with the North Monroe Gateway project, Blueprints project, having already been made by DOT. In fact, they've already invested and contributed $16.5 million towards sidewalks and gateway enhancement and landscaping. And your draft budget materials include a little over $4 million towards additional gateway enhancements on Blueprint. So Blueprint has been extremely successful in securing those DOT funds on those state roads. This is just a great example of that. So $4.5 million would help to complete this project for the North Monroe Gateway. Where do we find those improvements? Well, we went back to an adopted Leon County Citizens North Monroe Task Force report. So that task force report laid out infrastructure improvements for the North Monroe Gateway. So we've identified a cost estimate for those, and that's what's programmed into your draft budget to get those estimates completed, or to get those infrastructure improvements completed. So expanding it north of I-10, if the board chooses to expand this project, that would also trigger the substantial amendment process. But wanting to see what type of improvements could be made north of I-10, so capturing it as a gateway for people coming south on Highway 27. We look back at that same Citizens Task Force report, which takes it all the way up to Fred George Road, and identified $15 million worth of infrastructure improvements that could be made within the public right-of-way. As you know, this is a state road, so the idea of getting DOT funds to make these infrastructure improvements has a strong possibility. And earlier this week at the CRTPA meeting, they talked a little bit about getting that process started. Affordable housing. So again, at the August 24th meeting, the board directed us to begin a review of affordable housing opportunities within the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency. And this review has spanned the infrastructure team, but also great coordination with OEV and the legal group, as well as with your city and county housing divisions. So this analysis is underway, and we're going to be bringing it back to you at your November 7th meeting. But just to note, kind of keeping in theme with the substantial amendment, if you want to pursue affordable housing opportunities under the infrastructure side, that also would require a substantial amendment to add an affordable housing project to the Blueprint program. So bringing it in for a landing, budget recommendation A. So you have 3 recommendations that are left for your consideration from your original May workshop materials. That's A, C, and D. So A involves a current fiscal year budget reallocation from 2 projects, one Capital Circle Southwest right-of-way. The right-of-way has already been purchased on that, and those funds are no longer needed. In fact, they were actually reimbursed from DOT. This is one of our leveraging pieces here. So we recommend putting that onto the Northeast Gateway Phase 1 construction, which is ready to be constructed now. The second one is from the Lake Lafayette and St. Mark's Regional Linear Park. As we'll talk about with agenda item number 7, there are many milestones that they're in progress on that project, but we've identified that the remaining trail components are infeasible. So we recommend moving that $3.4 million into the Market District Park so that we can start to get that park under construction. Budget recommendation C is the big one. That's the 5-year capital improvement plan. We've laid out and provided for you the 5-year capital improvement plan in May, and then in August, and then in these materials as well. This directs the expenditure of over $3 million to continue the implementation of our key community projects. And then finally, recommendation D is just looking out over the long term. So whatever direction you provide to us today on your 5-year plan, we'll then play that out over the 20-year period. Of course, reflective of all of the priorities to date, as well as any that you give us direction on today. So as I mentioned, these will all your direction will be ratified at the meeting later and then incorporated into the final public hearing budget materials for next Tuesday, September 26th, 3 p.m. right here. So today we ask for your approval and discussion on the capital budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Director, for that overview. And directors, you know, at our last budget meeting, we didn't complete it, but we did have items A, C, and D, which Autumn just reviewed with us that we need to resolve. Are there? Okay, Commissioner Minor, you recognize? Okay, is there a second? Thank you. Commissioner Welch seconds the recommendation. Discussion. All those in favor, let it be known.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Keefe.
No worries. I'm gonna bring a big sign next time. I would just like to talk about some of these. We in budget recommendation A, we talk about Lake Lafayette Park, moving that money to Market District placemaking, and we'll get to talk more about that specific project in an agenda item. But I wouldn't feel comfortable not just speaking up and why I'm going to oppose this, since what we'll find later is 0 pennies from Blueprint 2020 have been spent on this Lake Lafayette Park so far. And we are going to find in our later agenda item that there's actually an opportunity to extend trails in lieu of sidewalk down Appalachie Parkway and connecting gaps that are desperately needed. And so that is why I'll be opposing recommendation A in reallocating $3.4 million from what I think is a critical project that we haven't spent any Blueprint 2020 money on yet. And then maybe I can get more information on this, but at our last workshop for budget recommendation C, where we're approving increases to all of the infrastructure projects, we started going through each project with an increase, and we made it through 4 of them. And are we not going to continue? Because this is where that would happen. And if not, then I'd like to get some information about the Northeast Gateway, which was 1 or 2 down, one I mentioned in the last meeting.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Caban.
Madam Chair, so I had a similar thought. So are we not going to discuss the projects that we brought up last meeting? Last meeting, we had a unanimous motion to discuss these projects, and the agenda in front of us just tries to bunch all the projects back together. So are we, I mean, for clarification, are we going to have the conversation about that, directors?
Commissioner Caban, I think if any directors specifically want to look at any specific project, I think staff is ready to, able to discuss that particular budget.
Why was the agenda laid out like this? We had a unanimous decision. The mayor in the May meeting said he wanted to discuss every project individually. And last meeting, we had unanimous vote to waive procedure. Like, what is this?
Commissioner.
No, to me, like, it's not even about that. We had unanimous decision from the board. And this is just trying to slide this by for a quick vote, and it's unethical. So I'm going to make a substitute motion. I want to make a substitute motion to pick up where we were last meeting and discuss the remaining agenda items.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Porter. Second. Sir. The motion was a substitute motion.
It was a substitute motion to pick up where we left off. We had unanimous board decision to go back and discuss these projects individually. And this, I can't even believe that we're just trying to ignore where we were last meeting to approve the rest of these items.
Madam Chair, if I can.
Yes,
clarify.
Madam Attorney.
Yes, the motion that was made and passed at the last meeting doesn't carry over to future meetings. It's not a continuation, recurring, continual motion. So if a director has a motion that they want to make concerning the recommendations that are before you, then they are free to make that motion. But it would, something that occurred at a previous meeting would not necessarily be applicable here.
I made the motion on the floor.
Let me recognize you, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering, so to clarify, because I remember this too, I mean, it was my impression that we, 2 meetings ago, had asked for a workshop going through each project. So is it, Ms. Dawson, are you saying that we can't give direction about what comes back to us during our workshops?
No, let me just respond.
Madam Chair.
I think what she's saying is up to the discretion of the directors here. And I think in response to Commissioner Caban's comment, motion, and second, I think if there's any project that we as a board want to discuss specifically, I think we're free to do that. I think we can do that. Am I correct?
Yes,
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Caban.
So I have a motion on the floor, so do I need to specifically?
Pull your mic closer to you.
So I had a motion on the floor to pick up where we left off last meeting. So is that the correct motion to discuss these projects individually? I mean, I want to talk about the airport gateway. We had unanimous board decision to bring back an analysis, and I would like to discuss that.
Okay, just, did we get a second for that? Okay, she did. Okay, and I think the clarification would probably be not so much as pick up where we left off, but I think directors are free to raise any particular project that we want to discuss specifically. So if we want to discuss airport gateway, I think it's appropriate to do that. Or if we want to discuss some other property, it's appropriate to do that. Yes.
My making of the motion was with the assumption that though staff did not go by and discuss each particular project, that a motion starts off where we start from, and as if we want to have discussion, that we would discuss those projects during the discussion portion of it. Commissioner Caban, I think I was trying to really understand where you were trying to get to your motion. I think I understand where you're getting to is that you want us to have a discussion on each individual project. We can have that discussion on each individual project with the main motion that was on the floor. It's just a matter of what commissioners want to bring up which projects. Now, if we want to, let's say if we want to go back and say, okay, well then we don't want to discuss this at all today. What we like to do is that we'd like to have a workshop where then staff brings back each individual project with analysis, then you can make that substitute motion that we do that, and then we just not take up the budget at all today and just have staff come back but in a way they kind of did. I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys, staff broke down each project in here, but there's different way to get done what you want to get done. But the motion you have on the floor, basically, it says that you want to discuss each project, which is totally fine. You can do it with either one.
Okay, and let me interject this too. At our first workshop, we did go through, it might have been the second one. We went through about 4 or 5, and we were maybe at number 6. And most of the ones that we had gone through, maybe one we had some concerns about, but for the most part, it was consensus when we looked at what had been expended, what's expected to be expended, what's the projected overall cost. So I don't see any reason why we can't continue that discussion, Commissioner Caban. And if you want to specifically raise Airport Gateway, I don't see any prohibition in doing that. Am I correct, Madam Attorney?
Certainly, the commissioner is free to make any comments. There is a motion. The original motion on the floor is for staff direction. There is now a substitute motion. Is Commissioner Caban withdrawing that substitute motion and making comments as to whether or not he'll support the main motion? Is that where we are?
I don't think he's withdrawn the motion, but I think you would, with the understanding that within the motion on the floor, we can still discuss any one of those projects that are incorporated in I'm sorry, in the 2 recommendations, 3 recommendations that are on the floor from staff.
In fact, if you wanted to, let's say
Commissioner
Northeast Gateway, I'm sorry, Madam Chair. The Northeast Gateway was a specific project that you wanted to discuss. If, in fact, you didn't want that included in this budget, then the substitute motion you make would be to approve all other things except for the Northeast Gateway, and if you want to extend the, I don't know if that's part of recommendation, but if you want to extend North Monroe, you could do that as well. So that kind of gets you where I think you're trying to go. Thank you.
Let me recognize Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think where the frustration's coming for is multiple board members want to discuss certain projects and the budget implications, and it all being collectively in one vote makes that a little difficult to talk about them individually. So, I mean, my recommendation would be if there are certain items in the budget specifically before we move on with the motion, if you would be willing to even withdraw it or bring those up individually, let's go ahead and take care of those first, because I'm happy to support most of what's in this motion, but it does have real implications to projects that have been mentioned. I think we need to decide on those first. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't think anyone here is trying to I think the intent of a lot of people coming to this meeting here today, as well as I think Commissioner Caban, was that we would talk about some of these projects. And if I remember from the last workshop, specifically, we had brought up, the Airport Gateway project analysis, North Monroe, affordable housing. And so we've got some good analysis that was done, and staff did a great job writing those attachments. But I do think the assumption, at least at the end of that last workshop, was to discuss these projects. So there's a lot of money in this budget. It's a big deal. There are big projects here. And I think a lot of people attended today thinking that they would be hearing us discuss and deliberate and actually have some citizen input on some of these projects. So I support Commissioner Caban's motion. If his motion intends to have us speak about these 3 projects that have been provided with analyses.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Commissioner O'Keefe, I'm going to try to let everybody speak before I have one person speak on the same thing 2 or 3 times. Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know I'll be quick. When we're talking about 3 projects, let's just add Northeast Gateway to the list of one to talk about.
Thank you. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, before we go into a vote on the substitute motion, is who made this agenda? Because it was clear we left off in the last meeting with multiple projects that we were intending on talking about. We ended the meeting with the intention and plan to talk about them. And the staff recommendations in these budgets, had we voted on the initial motion, would have approved every single previous project. So someone, I would like to know, who made this agenda?
Okay, Commissioner Caban, thank you so much. Let me just say this. I think staff does the budgets in the best interest of our meetings, but I think within the parameters of what we have here at the meeting, we can discuss each one of those specific projects, okay? So it's either a matter of the motion that's on the floor to accept staff recommendation hasn't been voted on, but within the motion and the second, we can still discuss each one of those projects. We can vote to change, amend, what have you. Am I correct, Madam Attorney? Within the ambit of the first motion that's on the floor to accept staff recommendation, we can discuss each one of the projects that are concerning to any particular director. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, absolutely. And we can make any changes, recommendations to any of those projects. Am I correct?
By motion.
By motion. Oh, okay, okay. So Commissioner Caban, I think we've got the parameters to address each one within that first motion. If you want to consider withdrawing your motion,
Maddox.
maybe, and let us do that so that.
I don't think that we're saying the same thing. So
Okay.
Commissioner Maddox, I'll withdraw my motion, but in your original motion, could you specify that we will leave out the airport gateway with any other project that commissioners wanted to discuss? Can you make sure that those projects are
Commissioner
cut out?
Caban, yeah, direct your responses to me. Let's try not to talk between commissioners. Yeah, direct your responses to me and to the floor. Yeah.
Okay, well, if Commissioner, how I'm interpreting these agenda items, if we approve staff recommendation, it is approving the budget on the remaining projects that we have not discussed. So I disagree with what Madam Attorney is saying. She's saying that we need another different motion to pull them out. So what I said, what I proposed, and my substitute motion is to pick up where we left off, which was discussing every single project individually. The motion that Commissioner Maddox has on the floor, it approves the rest of the remaining of the budget and doesn't discuss those projects.
Within the confines of Commissioner Maddox's motion, we can discuss each one of those projects, but so that we can move it along. Do you want to withdraw your motion?
Here's what I'll do. Just so everybody's on the same page. I've moved staff recommendation. I'll amend so to
Okay,
exclude
Commissioner.
discussion.
Okay, we got a substitute motion on the floor. So let me have him withdraw his substitute. Are you willing to withdraw your substitute motion and allow Commissioner Maddox to amend his to address your concern so that we can move on?
And out of good faith, if that's what we're going to do, absolutely, I'll withdraw
Okay.
my substitute.
So the substitute is withdrawn. Now,
I'll move items A, C, and D, removing from the agenda to be discussed today, the Northeast Gateway, the Airport Gateway, and the North Monroe Extension.
so you're moving approval A, C, and D staff recommendation with the exclusion of those three.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a second?
I'll second. I would like to say something additionally. So that's not approving those budgets. We're going to discuss them. We're not approving the Airport Gateway budget. I want to make sure that is clear in specificity.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's not approving
Then I second.
those three. It's approving staff recommendation excluding those three, and those are the three for discussion, is my understanding.
Correct. Second.
Okay, awesome. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Commissioner Caban.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Who was the second for?
I was. Do I need to withdraw my second?
Commissioner, well, yes, procedurally.
I will withdraw my
He withdraws his second.
So who's the second?
Caban second. The motion is on the floor now, Commissioner Caban. All right, you're in the queue, Commissioner Caban.
Are we talking about the airport gateway?
Airport Gateway.
Yeah, thank you.
Wait, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, can we take care of the motion on the floor?
Oh, we have that.
And then discuss them one by one?
Motion was for everything. except
Everything
three.
excluding those three. So that, oh, the motion, okay. All right. Any discussion? Hearing none. The motion is staff recommendation approval excluding those three gateways, which means we will discuss those three gateways. You ready for the question? All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Yes.
And I
No.
apologize, commissioners are online. Richardson and Proctor, are you there? Have we lost them? They were never connected?
They're still on. They're muted.
They came in?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, can we do a roll call?
Madam Chair.
Okay, and what we'll do, yes, Commissioner Proctor?
Yes, ma'am, I'm present and alive and all those things.
Thank you. So we're going to do a roll call vote on the motion that's on the floor, which is to approve staff recommendation regarding items A, B, A, C, and D, excluding the three gateways, which we will specifically discuss. So Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call vote?
Mayor Daley?
Aye.
Commissioner Matlow?
Nay.
Commissioner Porter?
Nay.
Commissioner Richardson?
Commissioner Richardson, are you there? Let's move on.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Yes.
Madam Chair,
Yes, can you?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
this is Director Richardson. I just figured out how to unmute, but I'm for the motion.
Thank you for your honesty.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Will you do the roll call for Commissioner Richardson?
Commissioner Richardson?
Aye.
Commissioner Caban?
Aye.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox?
Aye.
Commissioner Minor?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
No.
Commissioner Proctor?
Aye.
And Commissioner Welch?
Yes.
So move it.
Thank you. That ends the roll call.
Passes.
I first recognize Commissioner Caban. And the motion passed. The motion passed.
Passes, yes.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, are we, for point of clarification, are we now discussing the airport gateway?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, to describe how I felt after reviewing the agenda material and even after the start of this meeting is truly just disappointing. This project really comes down to three aspects: accountability, transparency, and fiscal responsibility. First and foremost, I think we need to be holding staff and, quite frankly, each other accountable. A perfect example of that is how this beginning of this meeting just transpired with that agenda. Last meeting, we passed a motion unanimously to give staff direction to prepare an agenda item that requests, in quotes, an in-depth analysis from staff showing detailed budget line items for each segment, showing what the project looks like without segment C and D, and also allocating funds to the Providence neighborhood for improvements. Let me remind you all, this all passed unanimously. Rather than receiving an agenda item or analysis, in my opinion, we got a full court defense on this project. We still don't have a line item budget. We still don't know the cost of landscaping. We don't know the cost of sidewalks. We don't know the cost of lighting. We don't know how much asphalt we're going to use. We don't know how much concrete we're going to use. These are things that we need to see for a line item full budget analysis when we're approving a project with this much money. It also clearly showed that this entire project is built around segment C and D. But my honest opinion is why. I believe this project is more about an innovation park gateway than it is an airport gateway. The agenda materials mentions Innovation Park equally as it does the airport gateway. If this is truly what's best for the airport, then this whole project, in my opinion, should be prioritized around Spring Hill Road. Because when you look at that map, it's clearly shown that it is the most efficient route to the airport. Additionally, the agenda material didn't show any allocated funds for us to review for the Providence neighborhood. In fact, how I interpret it, it kind of was a jab at the Providence neighborhood, which showed that if we don't do this project in the way it's laid out now, that they're not going to get any money. I'm disappointed because we had unanimous support on my previous motion, and I'm allowed that this agenda item was even to come out the way it did. Now, further, I'm disappointed that this agenda today came out the way it did. The next to me, this is transparency. There's a lack of transparency in this budget process with Blueprint. I've learned more about the airport gateway from public records requests from staff than any agenda material that I've had. Did anyone know that some of the roads for the airport gateway is built with cobblestone pavers? Yesterday in my briefing, Director Calder, which I appreciate your time, it was a great briefing. We discussed why we do not have a full detailed construction budget. We discussed how the project is not to the 60% design phase. Specifically, that we mutually agreed in the briefing that we won't know the true cost of this project until we have full construction documents. And that, so for me, I have a hard time with this, proving this budget the way it is right now without knowing exactly how much this project is truly going to cost. Yet we're still being asked to vote on a $40 million project budget increase that's not with the design phase. Last, fiscal responsibility. And my last point I want to make this is...
Just a point of clarification, Madam Chair. It seems like we're having discussion without a motion actually being on the floor.
We waive board procedures.
So that is really improper under the Robert's Rules of Procedures, which govern how this board is to proceed. So usually there's a motion, then there's some discussion.
Isn't this a budget workshop, though?
Thank you. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Mayor? Yes, sir.
I respectfully disagree with the attorney. This is a workshop. The whole idea of a workshop is to have discussion and see what comes forward in the form of a motion. This is not a stated meeting where we are voting to officially approve the budget. This is a workshop. Me personally, I'm very comfortable with Christian Caban and any other commissioner that has comments. This is the appropriate time for us to have discussion. If we don't have discussion at a workshop, when do we have discussion?
May I continue?
Hold on just a minute. Can we get a follow-up to that, Madam Attorney, since this is a workshop?
You know, as the parliamentarian, I can advise you and advise the board. It is ultimately your decision to decide how much discussion time you want to have for each particular item or in terms of each particular director. Under Robert's rules, is actually 10 minutes and to speak twice if you want to be strict about it. But generally, you do have a motion and discussion, but it is up to you. It is your discretion. It's up to you.
Thank you so much for that direction, Madam Attorney. And what I'll do is just use my discretion and allow commissioners to express themselves, but I do want you to be mindful and try to keep it to 4 minutes if you can. And I try to get to everybody without having one person speak before others have the opportunity. Commissioner O'Kee, did I see your name?
I wasn't done. I wasn't done.
Oh, you didn't finish? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Commissioner Caban.
My last point I would like to make is just fiscal responsibility. Commissioner Welch, we had...
Commissioner Caban, don't direct your comments to individual commissioners. Just talk, please.
Okay, well, we as a board had a great conversation last meeting about the Northeast Park. We unanimously decided to hold that to its original, that project to its original budget.
Right.
I'm going to stand by my statement that not one person in this room would be okay or would approve a 50% increase on their home budget, their business budget, their personal budget, their school budget, without a detailed line item of where that money came from. And so that wraps up where I have, as far as what I'd like to say. I do have a question for Madam Attorney, if I may. Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
Part V, Part 5, Section 10 of the IA agreement, have it in front of me, discusses changes of a substantial degree. It doesn't have a definition of substantial degree in the language. To me, it's kind of ambiguous. Do you mind clarifying to me what a substantial change means in respect to these projects and who is defining that term?
Sure, yes, Commissioner. I think you were provided with documents by staff and myself in an email to us raising that same question. So I do have some information available here, and I'd be happy to answer your question. So as you are aware, the interlocal agreement, which governs this board and which established Blueprint, does specifically state that if there is a substantial amendment to the projects that are listed, and we're all familiar with the projects, that there is a process that you have to go through. And it was designed so that the projects that were a long time in being developed, had a lot of community input over the years, going back to 2014 and even earlier, would not be changed based on, the political winds that blow back and forth. So the process is designed so that if there is a change, it has to be something that involves a process that involves 2 public hearings, the review of the TCC, the CAC, the Citizens Advisory Committee, as well as the Intergovernmental Management Committee, and will also require a 2/3 or supermajority vote of this board, which means 4 city commissioners must approve it, as well as 5 county commissioners must approve it when it does come up for a vote. So that is the process entirely. Now, within the interlocal agreement, you're correct, there is not a specific definition for substantial amendment. However, that term, that phrase, is defined within the bylaws. The bylaws were ratified and adopted by the interlocal agreement, which we're still under, which was adopted in 2015. And that specific portion of the bylaws does have a list of what is, I have to take my glasses off, sorry, of what is considered significant changes. And that includes changes in a project scope that alter the original intent or location, addition of projects not on the original approved list, the deletion of projects, and also advancing or delaying, can't get it out, advancing or delaying projects. So with that in mind, you have to read both together in order to understand what is meant by substantial amendment.
Okay, so my follow-up
Hopefully
question.
that answers your question.
Not really about substantial degree, but it's okay. I appreciate it.
Sure.
My next point is, so to decrease the scope potentially of this project, we need to go through a substantial amendment process with subcommittee meetings and public hearings. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. How is it that this board can improve the funding by 50% and $40 million, and that only takes a simple majority and not a super majority? To me, that is a substantial amendment, and to me, that is a substantial degree. That's a 50% budget increase. So I want to know is who is making the decision of what makes a substantial degree or change? If it's the directors, okay, if it's the directors. If it's the IMC, that's fine. But someone is making the decision that's saying that this is a substantial degree, and I think the board deserves to know because we're talking a $40 million increase right now.
Well, these are your legal documents, and they have a lot of history behind them. They were, your predecessors put a lot of time and effort and community involvement in developing these documents. They just did not come out of a vacuum. When you look at changing these, the project scope, the location, the intent, the original intent of the project, it is not necessarily tied to funding. I know you mentioned, 40% increase, 50% increase. That does not meet the definition. It was understood. If you go back and look at, for example, the Sales Tax Committee report that was done, I think they completed that in 2014, but it was in process for several years. They understood, when you read the comments in there and the description, they understood that these projects would increase in price, many in cost over the years. We're looking at 10 years ago that some of these projects were first laid out, and the community said, this is why we want this extra penny tied to our sales tax, because we see these projects as benefiting our community as a whole, and we're willing to dedicate the support for them long term. This is a program that is set to go from 2020, when the collection for the current sales tax began, all the way to 2039. So the object was to have devotion and commitment to completing those projects. These are long-range projects for a 20-year period. And the understanding was the cost will change. They're not going to stay static. They're not going to stay in the same prediction that they were, say, in 2011 or 2014.
Okay, so just so we're all clear, just to scale back a project and save taxpayer dollars, you have to go through this lengthy process and a supermajority, but to just spend $40 million more, simple majority. So I'm going to make a motion, and based on my understanding, and based on other budget workshops we've had previously have gone, I'm going to move to keep the airport gateway project scope the same with a limit of $82 million.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Metlow.
Commissioner Matlow?
For discussion. Thank you, Madam Chair. A little bit of follow-up on the scope of this particular project. When we talk about the original intent and the original scope, the extra portions discussed being removed, those weren't included in the original scope. So our bylaws speak to the original scope, the original intent. While it was modified, the original scope did not include those items. Secondly, is that an interlocal agreement requirement or a bylaws requirement? Madam Attorney, yes.
Well, I don't think that, years ago, the drafters of these documents envisioned back and forth. The board went from where it was in 2018, making a substantial amendment. I don't think anybody could foresee going back to the original back again. That is, unfortunate, and the documents don't specifically address that. But I think you can see that as a change. You can interpret that as a change from where we are. Is it a significant change from where we are today in terms of the project scope? So, if you were to ask me that, I would say yes, because it would be different, even though it's going back to the original. It is still significant change.
And as far as our board meetings, ultimately determining whether we think it's a substantial amendment or it actually follows the bylaws, that would be a simple majority vote of this body as the governing board.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
As the governing board of the agency, if a simple majority of board directors say that the original scope of the project as voted on by the taxpayers is still the original scope, that would be the deciding factor, a simple majority of the board.
Well, it would be inaccurate. It would be an improper motion, because that is not necessarily where the project is now. So the scope that was adopted for the airport gateway in 2018 by substantial amendment is where you are now. And so the discussion centers around changing where you are and moving back to something else entirely. It may not be exactly what was originally contemplated, but it is something different from where you are now. That is still a substantial change to the project scope.
Okay, I disagree. I mean, we're interpreting language that's not interpreted, and as the governing board, we would be the final say in the interpretation
That would
of
be an
our
improper
adopted
motion.
bylaws.
That would be
Secondly,
improper.
my question, Madam Attorney, would be, does it take a super majority to edit the bylaws?
No, the bylaws can be amended by majority.
Okay, so a simple, we could edit the bylaws. I mean, I think what's happening is we're looking at an antiquated system of rules. Yes, there are political headwinds. Yes, elected officials change. That's what we call democracy. That's what we see in Congress. That's what we see at all levels. I mean, we're the foundation of democracy in America is the majority. And that we start putting things into place that are forcing taxpayers to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. And we haven't voted on it. Maybe there is already a supermajority on this issue or others, but I just think what I see cause the most frustration amongst this table and the most hostility and the most votes is simple rules that don't make sense. When we say, how did this get on this agenda? Why do we have a level of government, the IMC, between the elected officials and our staff that's doing the work? There's a level of decision makers that aren't sitting at this table today. And as the elected body, we're not addressing them, we're not bringing into their conversation, but we know that they have input into the items we discuss. And the people we count on to develop our agendas, to bring back what we asked for, don't work for us. They don't work directly for us. Madam Attorney, you don't work directly for us. You're not hired by the board, respectfully. So I think we get into these conversations of who's in charge. Ultimately, the elected members of this body are in charge, and it's up to them to set the course. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate this discussion and echo the comments from both prior commissioners. So specific to FSU Gateway, it was brought up that the voters voted for these projects and what they would include, and so that's why it's so difficult to change them. And I think it's worth emphasizing that this Gateway project was not approved with FSU's work. It was approved without FSU's input. So we're not doing anything out of line. We may actually be returning to be more faithful to what the voters voted for. Secondly, this was changed with significant input from FSU. And it's disappointing to me that their current position is no position. I don't know how you can sign on to a project, say you want the project, make an agreement, and then when we say we might change it, you're nowhere to be found. So I'm going to take that as if they're not interested in this project. Otherwise, they would have spoken up, in my opinion. My concerns with the Gateway and specifically the FSU portions are, first, let me say that the Providence neighborhood improvements need to stay. Period, done, end of story, and I'm glad I think we all agree with that. And then, we talk about connecting Innovation Park, and I'm very familiar with Innovation Park. I worked in Innovation Park for FSU for 4 years, managing their buildings. And let me tell you, it would shock anyone who works there that we need this many new lanes. In fact, there is already a road that's 4 lanes into Innovation Park, Paul Dirac Drive, from Orange Avenue. It is so unused. It is where people like me learn to ride motorcycles because it's a 4-lane road that no cars drive on. But yet 1 or 2 blocks east, we're supposed to build a 4-lane road, okay? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. The other thing is, we talk about part of the argument in the documents, and it felt like an argument. It felt like, instead of information, it felt like an argument about why you can't do this. Is that we're improving multimodal and public transit to the airport. And so I would hope part of this, when we finish, would be that we can take a bus to the airport. But that's not Blueprint. It's just, that's not our purview. But hearing that we're doing multimodal to the airport, it's always been a pet peeve of mine that I don't know many cities where you can't ride a bus to the airport. And then traffic concerns. So you drive in Innovation Park, you drive in there, you go into Stuckey, and even if we keep the project as it is and you have these higher density roads, we're creating a new bottleneck at Roberts Avenue. That's what already is a 2-lane road that has got a dangerous corner. And if anyone who's tried to get in or out of the north part of Innovation Park on Roberts Avenue between Mabry and the train tracks at lunchtime, morning time, or the evening time, it's dangerous that is, and there's no sidewalk. And there are 2 or 3 communities with people who have disabilities who have to move up and down that non-sidewalk street. So not only does this not make sense because we don't need it, and it wasn't, the FSU parts weren't what the voters voted for, and the cost is incredibly increased, we're moving more dangerous roadway that we don't need to just move it a little bit west to where there's already no sidewalks between where the train crossing is on and near Roberts and Stuckey. And so I want to echo something else here, because I think there are 2 things procedurally, and it is confusing procedurally. And we talk about budget approval and we talk about significant changes in scope. And I very much appreciate this. This is the right motion because we are talking about budget. If you want our approval to add this much money, we can approve or deny based on a majority, and that's what this vote is. And I think it makes sense that if that's what this board wishes and we vote on it in this workshop, that's the budget. My personal thought would make sense is that we can talk about scope in the meeting once we've not already, we've decided we're not adding money right now. And then that's just the only thing. And I'm not going to, well, I hope we get to talk. In case we don't, I'll just say that based on conversations with and reading the public records requests that have been made that have been more helpful, and actually, no, an aside, the idea that we come up with this specific number of a lot of documents they sent out. We got to switch back and forth. 81,878,632 or 117,76736. And you're telling me there's not a spreadsheet on one of our work computers that adds up to that dollar? I can't believe it. And so with that, I will pass my comments.
Well, thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. Commissioner Proctor, can you hear me? Can you make sure staff that he's... Commissioner Proctor.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Members, good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I speak? Madam Chair?
Yes, sir, please.
Okay, very good. I believe that this project should be put to sleep and just totally abandoned. Florida State does not want this project, and this is not based on the memo that my administrator distributed to the county commission. This is based on the conversation which I had with President McCullough. And when a president has no clear voice with $82 million, and he indicates out of his mouth that Florida State is not an elected official, but that the Blueprint Board is, and whatever they decide, he's fine. He can live with it. He'll walk with it. So that's not energy on this project from the Florida State idea component, and they see it as no need. The interest, the energy, and the vigor with which this project was solicited from us no longer exist. Can we face that and accept that this is a Florida State project? It didn't come from Providence neighborhood. It was not initiated by the people around that lake. In fact, they were very concerned that it would do damage to the fragile environment. I would like to see this project put to sleep, and that, Madam Chair, what we do is take a look at another time with the savings of this $82 million, and that we would distribute this money to Southside project, since we have 400 million, I heard staff say today, and let's keep it 400 million. And I'm willing for the North Monroe Gateway to be clustered among other projects for which Florida State seeks no money for. Now, it's interesting that Florida State was very clear about the interest, not the university per se, but its boosters with the stadium, the $20+ million. They never wilted. They never walked away or did a U-turn, no abortion there. They were solidly interested in our help. That solid interest does not exist. And I don't want to see another black neighborhood destroyed and put to sleep in the name of progress. And I believe that what we're calling progress with these blueprint projects are destroying black neighborhoods. Providence was appeased, and I believe the little perks and trinkets that they were offered this park business, 2 acres, that was coming from FSU. Is FSU still going to do their part on that? And the city of Tallahassee could modify to whatever the other needs were. But we have killed neighborhoods all along FAMU Way. We put lakes where people slept. We have done modifications on the other side of Tennessee Street, all the way to Brevard, and we're marching north. And our projects that seek to do, what's that word, enhancements, improvements, progress is killing black neighborhoods. Now, people are not going to afford another generation to live in that neighborhood. So while we really facilitating, and we are providing a Trojan horse that ain't going to do nothing, y'all, but facilitate gentrification of that area. I'm against it. Florida State itself is against it. And if you ain't for it, then you's against it. And I'd like to see us take this $82 million and redistribute it and put this project on hold for now. Just have another look at another day on what to do with this money. I offer substitute motion, therefore, that we would move forward with the ideas that have been presented, hold out those that, the 3 gateways, that we might have a discussion, but certainly the energy focused on what to do with the $82 million. And we're not limiting the $82 million to the other gateways, but that money will be used as we deem. That would be my motion, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. I think I need some clarification on your substitute motion. It sounds like the motion that's on the floor already to...
No, Madam Chair, the motion on the floor is simply to spend the $82 million and don't go up. That was the motion on the floor, is that we not allow there to be a 50% increase, but hold the line at what originally is the value. My motion, substitute motion, is to take the entire project down and let's do something substantial. If we're going to do something substantial, let's go ahead and do something substantial. Let's put this to sleep, ashes to ashes, and dust to dust. Take the money, not tear up the neighborhood, the black neighborhood, not attack the environment, and let's take the money and do some good with Spring Hill Road, which was said to put bicycle path and beautification and walk. Nobody walks to the airport down Spring Hill Road. That's my motion.
Okay, so Commissioner Proctor, your motion is to do away with the airport gateway project altogether. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair.
Is that, you said yes?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If I may, that would be an improper motion. because
Okay.
We just talked about the substantial amendment process in order to make those changes. If there's a motion to affect the funding, that's one thing, but you can't do away with the project. That would be an improper motion.
Okay.
You do have a process.
Do you hear it, Commissioner Proctor? That's why I wanted clarification.
Yes, well, my motion modified, Madam Chair, to to withhold the funding for that project to $2 million. Let's take $80 million and let's leave $2 million for the gateway for that. Is that improper? Hello?
She's checking, Commissioner Proctor. Now, the substitute motion on the floor is to limit the funding for the Gateway project to, I think Commissioner Caban's motion was, 82 million.
Yeah, he wants 82 million. I substitute to 2 million.
To 2 million. Would that in effect, Madam Attorney, be eliminating the entire project anyway?
Madam Chair, I just needed to verify with our Blueprint Director. As you know, we do have contracts in place, and we do have, I think it's a little bit over $1 million that's already encumbered for work that's done, that has been underway for the past several years, but apparently that will cover the cost of outstanding invoices that we do for projects included.
So I don't think we received a second on that motion.
We haven't had the opportunity to because we're
waiting for clarification. So it is a proper motion then, Commissioner Proctor made?
Madam Chair?
Okay. Yes, sir.
Madam Chair? I have got to check in for a flight in about an hour, so I'm going to have to leave the meeting at this point, and I will not be able to vote on
Well, let me
this
ask you
item.
this, Commissioner Richardson. If I can get a second on his motion, do you want to make a comment?
Oh.
Will you have time?
No.
You won't have time? Okay. Well, I appreciate you. We appreciate you for tuning in. Have a good flight.
Yeah,
Commissioner,
I apologize for that, Madam Chair.
we
And
understand.
yeah.
Commissioner
Okay.
Porter.
All right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering.
Well, no, we've got a motion on the floor. I've got to get a second, or it dies for lack of second.
I was going to, if I may.
You want to second it?
Sure. I wanted to ask if Commissioner Proctor
get
would
a second.
accept a friendly amendment to his motion.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Proctor, can you?
I will listen. I've not heard it yet.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was wondering if it would be proper to make a motion to initiate the substantial amendment process, if that's the proper procedure to move forward to discuss eliminating or change, substantially amending this project.
Hold on, Commissioner Proctor. Madam Attorney.
Yes, Madam Chair. So the proper process would be to ask staff to bring back an agenda item to do that, and it would be by vote of the board. So the board would vote to have staff bring back an agenda item that would give an analysis of what the change would be to the Airport Gateway project, and what we would do when we bring back that agenda item. Our next full meeting is November 7th. We would have details as to what the change would be to the project in terms of scope. We would have detail as to the upcoming hearing meetings. We would go ahead and put that in the agenda item so that you would know what those are. And we would do, the scheduling so you know ahead of time what you're actually voting for. And that would start the process. So going into early next year, you would have the hearings, and then it would come back for a vote. I don't know what those future dates would be, because you haven't voted on that schedule yet, but we would, that would be the proper way to do it.
Okay, and as a follow-up for clarification, Madam Attorney, would we need to be specific as far as substantial change to say, hypothetically, eliminate segment C, segment D, segment D? Would we need to be specific?
Yes, we would need as much detail as possible in order to bring back an agenda item to you with details, because when we set for hearing and when you vote, you have to know what you're voting
Voting for, absolutely. Thank you, Madam Attorney. Commissioner Proctor, are you still?
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair.
Okay. Commissioner Porter's question was, would you be willing to substitute your motion for a motion for substantial change in this particular project to start the process of changing it?
Well, let me first, point of information to understand that my motion would not be considered a substantial change and would have to go through no process. Mine is just simply to limit the funding to $2 million. We do that, we've done what we want to do. Am I right about that, Council? May I ask, Madam Chair?
Yes, absolutely, Madam Attorney. If we reduce the funding to $2 million, that's a substantial change in itself, am I correct?
There would be impacts on the project, obviously. We would not be able to move forward with it. So I would say yes, that it would be. But, you know, it depends on the vote of the board. But the proper procedure would be to have staff to bring back an agenda item.
Did you hear that, Commissioner Proctor?
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Porter did ask the point. I'm not interested in the process of the process to the process. I'm interested in us taking that money and putting it on. And I think that when we bring it back, I like to see a comparison in what it takes to make Spring Hill Road whole. What makes Spring Hill Road the premier entry point to our airport coming down to Orange Avenue. We need to see, it'd be much cheaper, a straight line, flat line, and I think that we should have a comparative analysis of Spring Hill Road and what it looks like if given a chance to live as our gateway and connecting to Lake Bradford Road. I like that added to what my thought of inside of my motion. And Commissioner Porter, I'm not given that the attorney for our who does Attorney Dawson represent? We have no lawyer, so who is Attorney Dawson represent? We don't have a lawyer, and but to the extent that I'm understanding what she's saying, I want to see analyses of Spring Hill Road side by side to what would have been, but I know full well we don't want to do. That's what I want to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. I think I saw Commissioner Maddox first.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll be brief. So it just came to my attention. Family Promise of the Big Bend operates a affordable housing development that's on Stuckey. So therefore, Madam Chair, I will be recusing myself for a conflict, correct?
Directed to the chair, or is that?
That's directed to you, to the attorney.
Oh, to the attorney, okay.
So really the way to look at it, Commissioner, is if the vote will result in some sort of special gain or loss to you or a business associate or a relative or someone who has retained you, if you believe that to be the case, then it would be proper for you to abstain from voting.
Tell you what, just to make it clean, because I can't really determine at the moment, because I do know that we own a property there that was that we have affordable housing for. I'm going to just go ahead and recuse myself for the appearance, because I would imagine that if the road continued, then it would be, that piece of private property may be eminent domain. And if so, we may incur a gain there. So I recuse myself from the item.
Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. Commissioner Welch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am not going to support this item. I've said since May, when we first kicked over this can of worms, this Pandora's box with the Northeast Park, that this is undermining this entire tax, what we are doing, the chaos that we are experiencing right now. I think that's a fair assessment. I think everybody would agree with that. We have now totally lost the plot on what we're doing with this money. This is the product, this program is the product of years and years and years of well-intentioned, good faith planning. And when we start all of the sudden and, oh, this is over budget, or that's over budget, or this is out of scope, or that's out of scope. We have advanced this stuff for years. Well-intentioned people have advanced this stuff for years. Everything is revenue neutral. Our staff works very hard to put together budgets and plans, short-term, long-term, long-range, short-range, to accommodate for the expected growth in the costs of these projects, for the expected increase in revenues that are going to account for and accommodate that growth in cost. And so we have gone from defunding a park in Northeast Tallahassee to now defunding a gateway project that was ostensibly created to leverage a problem that we all know exists, which is access to the airport. And then again, this is all done before my time and before many of ours time. Secondarily, to leverage one of our greatest assets in this community, which is the Mag Lab, which is Innovation Park, to try and create a pathway, a gateway, whatever we want to call it, that puts people through that area, which we know and we actively try to invest in, try to grow, try to attract businesses to. We've been successful in that venture with Danfoss and our investments in the North Florida Innovation Labs. We're making all these investments in these projects. All of this is a part of a long-range planning process, and I feel like I said in May, we're putting it all on the table now, and we see what the result of that is. It's just, I think it's unfortunate for our voters and the citizens who supported this tax, who approved these projects, and it sort of completely disregards the precedents that have been set by previous boards, by staff, by people that we all trust with 99.9% of every other decision, but now all of a sudden we're going to throw all these on the table, and I just feel like that's chaotic. And so I'm going to be consistent. I didn't think we needed to cut the Northeast Park. I don't think we need to substantially amend the Airport Gateway or Northeast Gateway or Bannerman Road or Fairgrounds. These are all projects that we have advanced for years and previous elected officials have advanced for years. So, you know, that may not be necessarily what some people want to hear, but to me, it's like at some point we've got to stop taking right turn after right turn after right turn because we're just turning in circles, right? 2, 3 right turns and you just made a left. I mean, we're just going in circles. It's chaos. And it's all in the name of going backwards. And so I can understand pivoting and pivoting and pivoting and pivoting, but like now we have pivoted from cutting a park in this program to entirely eliminating an airport gateway where we have already spent millions of dollars. We've spent millions of dollars. We've spent gosh knows how many hours of staff time and professional time, and we don't even know what we want to do with the money. We're reallocating money, we have nowhere to put it. We're borrowing less for the Northeast Park. Now we're trying to free up what started as $32 million, and now we're freeing up $82 million or $140 million. I mean, it's just, that's where I'm at on it. I just want to be consistent. I'm going to maintain that level of consistency.
Thank you, Commissioner Welch. Appreciate that. Mayor Daley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. So I keep reminding myself that this is a budget workshop, that this is not final adoption. It's good and healthy to have these conversations. So I do not respectfully support the substitute motion on the table because, again, it basically guts the project, and I just don't think that's appropriate to take place during a workshop. It needs to be an agenda item to discuss it. It's a project that was passed by the citizens, approved by the citizens, and that's a much deeper conversation. Now, conversation is also about reprioritizing that project. Do we want to do that now or later? But I am going to support Commissioner Caban's original motion on the table. The reason why is I agree. And it's the same argument that I made back during the first budget meeting. I mean, let us remember, folks, that the additional funds that we're discussing are simply projections. They're projections. If we have a recession in 4 years, that could wipe out the projections. And until I see the actuals, which is or the projections based on, inquiry from the private sector. What exactly are we going to spend the money on? Commissioner Caban, you're right there. Now, I will tell you that supporting your motion with a set price for the budget, because we need to pass the budget before the end of the fiscal year, going into October 1. If staff came back with actuals and said, in order to complete this, and the willing of the board to move forward, it is going to cost. Here it is, line by line by line by line. We'll, of course, take that into consideration for a budget amendment. For the purposes for right now, just looking at it, and Commissioner Welch, I agree with you. We've got a fiduciary responsibility to the citizens to be responsible. And I want to keep it at the original budget. And I'm going to keep my mind open during fiscal year 23-24. If staff comes back and says, no, we've got the hard cost, here you go, make a decision one way or the other. But again, in my mind, the substitute guts it. That flies in the face of the public referendum. I'm not prepared to do so, but I am going to support the original motion that's on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Minor?
The Airport Gateway project was approved in 2018. And after about 2.5 years of negotiations and input from citizens, 8 of us, including me, joined this board after that project was adopted, after that project scope was finalized. Only 4 of us are here, were actually participated in those deliberations in 2018. So a supermajority of us didn't take part in defining the original project scope. So I believe local government works best when it seriously considers the work and effort that was done by our predecessors. I have the assumption that the folks that came before us were competent, that put a tremendous amount of work and effort, that our staff did the work back in 2018, that citizens provided input at great time and effort. And so I think we need to think very carefully about the original project scope. I don't support the substitute motion for that reason. I think to gut this project is an affront to so much of the citizen input, so much of the other stakeholders, and the work of Blueprint staff and the original board that passed this in 2018. I do support Commissioner Caban's original motion. I think that, as Mayor Daley said, we'll see how these projections start to bear fruit. I think it's worth us taking a look at what the project scope is as time goes by. Things change over 5 years. And it is worth our effort to scrutinize these things and understand what our predecessors did 5 years ago. But I can't support this substitute motion. I think we need an airport gateway. We need access. We need better access to the airport from downtown, and that access has to be aesthetically. It has to show an aesthetic improvement because. Many people form their impression about our community by flying into Tallahassee for the first time and taking that drive from either Spring Hill or Lake Bradford. And so we need to have that gateway reflect who we are. Right now it doesn't. This project helps us get there in some form or fashion. And so that's my position. I'm going to vote no on the substitute motion with respect to Mr. Proctor and support the original motion on the floor. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Commissioner Matlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for all the comments. I don't necessarily disagree. I seconded Commissioner Proctor's motion because I think he's just exposing the farce of a substantial amendment process. If a simple majority can pause funding, reduce it to $2 million, a project is not going to move forward. So I think we need to just bring that up in the future and readdress it. What I did hear Commissioner Proctor say is he cared about Spring Hill Road. He cared about the black neighborhoods on the south side. Those are all the things that were talked about at the last meeting when we talked about eliminating portions and maintaining investments in Providence. So we're running around in circles, all trying to get to the same result. So I'll support this motion and I'll support the next motion if it fails. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Caban?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm respectfully going to vote no on Commissioner Proctor's motion. I do believe we need an airport gateway, and I think that's important. But I also think we as stewards of taxpayer funds should be fiscally responsible when we're going through these projects. And I think it's important that we hold the line so staff has to do their work. And there's nothing wrong if we have a detailed line item budget, like the mayor said, coming before us is showing, hey, the cost of concrete went up 25%, right? And we can show that. I think that's being fiscally responsible. So respectfully to Commissioner Proctor, I'm going to vote no, and I'm going to support my original motion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Caban. Are there any other comments? Awesome. And I just want to weigh in very briefly. I appreciate all the commissioners' analysis and weighing in. I think this is an important project. I agree with Commissioner Minor that we do need an airport gateway, but I think at some point we need to just do another analysis on this project. I am concerned about some of the segments, the new road that we're proposing to build, and I understand if it was initially initiated by FSU that they've now abandoned the request or the need for it. So I think this entire project, $117.8 million profit. I think it merits us looking at it again. But for purposes of this budget workshop, I would support Commissioner Caban's motion. With all due respect, Commissioner Proctor, and I'll let you speak after me. I respect your motion, but I don't want us to just abandon the entire project because it is an important project. Commissioner Proctor.
Now?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay, good. The point that Commissioner Minor made is compelling, except it's not consistent. And he speaks to commissioners the idea of a supermajority of commissioners not being at the table in 2018. But somehow we're tied to and bound to this FSU project. But the flip side of that, and the inconsistency is, Florida State has had one administrative change. We started under the man that went to the University of Pennsylvania. Then we had Thrasher, and then we got McCullough. FSU itself is not committed in remaining consistent, Commissioner Minor, to their own project. So we're not talking about inconsistencies or inconsistency too. We're talking about one specific project. Why are we have to be so consistent, even though we were not there? But then the man who succeeded, the man who was there before at FSU, they're not consistent to their same project. So when you get this kind of wiggling around and folk who were for it and then abandoned it and have walked away, I don't feel the same, and but for, using the but for test, but for that element on this specific project, I don't think that we have to remain as consistent and committed. And I think I heard counsel use the word devotion at some point today. I don't think we have to have the same devotion. They don't. And we're going to be paying for something. And to me, I would just hope, Madam Chair, this body should not have to be known as the body that destroyed another black neighborhood. And as few neighborhoods we can destroy, I think we ought to be mindful in doing so. And we have that chance, and we can bow out respectfully. And I don't know what in the world is wrong with Spring Hill Road. It's one street over from the house that I grew up in on North Ridge Road. And maybe it's not, for a lot of reasons. I mean, it has the sewer treatment plant, but every time I fly into Tallahassee, I fly dead over that. If we've not changed that gateway into how you land a plane, it certainly is not the most likely thing to welcome to Tallahassee, flying over the sewer treatment plant. So if you don't want to come down Spring Hill Road because it ain't good enough, or because it's surrounded by poor black people, let's just say that. Just say that. But it's a flat line. It's already built. Everybody leaves the football game going that way to go home. We're talking about sociology here. And then we're flip-flopping that around as if we can't move. And Welch is talking about procedure. And Caban is talking about saving money. What we're talking about is that, what we're really talking about sociology at Hill Road is not good enough. And that's what we're saying, and we don't want to improve value. Everybody knows that when you put a road, the value of everything on it can go up, can improve. And you have an opportunity to improve existing sites and add value on a road that we're refusing to do. We don't need no beautification. What's a beautification? We're going to spend $12 million to beautify and all like that, and still ain't nobody going to walk down Spring Hill Road with no suitcase going to no airport. This is amazing. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. No other comments. May we have a roll call vote on the substitute motion? I believe the Commissioner Proctor's motion was to reduce the funding to $2 million, and I believe Commissioner Porter second, correct?
Matlow.
Commissioner Matlow second. Okay, may we have a roll call vote, please?
Mayor Daley?
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Matlow?
Aye.
Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
No.
Commissioner Caban?
No.
Commissioner Cummings?
No.
Commissioner Minor?
No.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
No.
Commissioner Proctor?
Aye.
And Commissioner Welch?
No.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Fails.
It failed. Now I would like to do a roll call motion, a roll call on the initial motion by Commissioner Caban to reduce the funding.
I want to make.
I'm sorry, before we do that.
Now that the previous motion has failed, I wanted to speak on Commissioner Caban's motion. Commissioner Minor broke it down as to who was here, who was not here. How many of us participated in those community meetings? It was a big fight. Neighbors came. We followed them all around town for these meetings. It's been well documented. Neighbors did not want this segment of road coming into their neighborhoods. Where were all of us then? How many of us have even talked to those neighbors to see what they want now? As you should. Are any of those people, are any of those neighbors representing those neighborhoods in here today? Probably not. They're probably at work. Okay, Mr. People, many of them are at work. I think we need to remember that we are here because they sent us to represent them. And we need to take this seriously. And going backwards and forward and around and aside and all, that's not why they sent us here to do this. The airport gateway is more than the road going into FSU, going into the Innovation Park. It's more than that. How many of you gone through that section of the road when it's flooding? Many of us have. There is improvement that is needed there. There is improvement, not beautification, that is needed on Spring Hill Road. We can do it all if we have the will to listen to the people who sent us here to do it and not carry our own agendas to get political favor or whatever. I know why I'm here. I hope each of us know why we're here. And that we do the best we can so that, Commissioner Minor, when the folks who replace us come and look at what we did, they will respect what we did and not see the need to zigzag our way around something because we got new people at the table. I also want to say to our staff, you are a professional. You do everything we ask you to do. And if you don't understand, you ask us for more clarification. So I want to make sure you know that I appreciate it. I think everyone around this table does, but sometimes it's hard to, having been staff, I sit here and I think about what I went through after I did what I thought I was told to do, and then I get there and it wasn't considered to be up to par. You guys worked really hard. You've done this for years before some of us got here. Artie and planning and wherever else you were. Susan, you know, you and I came from a state agency. And Autumn and Keith, you all are bar none professionals and you do the job well. And I don't want to do your jobs. So I want you to keep doing it. And that's why every time I get a chance, I tell you how I believe you're doing a great job. No one comes here to want to not be transparent. No one comes here to want to sit here and be abused. And I'm not saying anyone's doing that. I'm just saying we just need to be very careful that we treat others like we want to be treated. And remember who sent us here. I believe that it all can be done. But we've got to honor agreements. We've got to honor contracts. We've got to honor the fact that we've spent money already that we can't recoup. So keep that in mind. Taxpayers expect us to be accountable to even that money that has already been spent. And even though now we're looking like we're about to change course or we're about to do something different, we still have to give an account for what we have already spent and promises made. Providence sent us a letter and reminded the things that they had been promised. Nobody around this table can deliver that to them because we didn't make those promises to them. Do we recall who made those promises? Do we recall? Because you weren't in those meetings. FSU made those promises. Those were the agreements that were being made. So I expect whatever we do, the Providence neighborhood better get what they've asked for. I'm going to be leading the march down that hill or up that hill because they were promised some things and they better get them. I don't care who gives it to them. They better get it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call motion on, roll call vote on Commissioner Caban's initial motion.
Mayor Daley?
Yes.
Commissioner Matlow?
Aye.
Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Caban?
Yes.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Minor?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor?
Commissioner Proctor, you there?
He's on mute, giving him an opportunity.
He's not there?
He's on mute.
No, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Commissioner Welch?
No.
Thank you. So the motion passed. I'm looking at the clock. It's about 5 o'clock. Do we want to take up the Northeast Gateway real fast?
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
I have a motion I'd like to make.
Okay, I'm sorry. I saw Commissioner Minor's nameplate first, so let me recognize him, and perhaps maybe we can get through that, and then we'll take a break.
Madam Chair, thank you very much for recognizing me. I was going to start speaking on the North Monroe Gateway once we were ready.
North Monroe Gateway?
So I'll wait till then.
Okay. You may.
Great, thank you. I'll try to be as brief as I can. As you all know, you probably heard me say before that North Monroe and I-10 is the #1 gateway into Tallahassee. More people come into our community through that interchange than in any other place in the county, more than the airport, more than Mahan. And you take a look at the annual average daily traffic. From I-10 on North Monroe going south, it's 38,000 vehicles. And what a lot of people don't know is that there's actually quite a bit of traffic going north of I-10. So 38,000 going south from I-10, 34,000 AADT going north. So north is almost as heavily trafficked as south. In 2021, we had the North Monroe Citizens Task Force that convened. This is a group of citizens that spent about a year and a half meeting periodically to talk about their study area, which was from Fred George to Tharp. They came up with a host of recommendations, all of which have been incorporated into the county's 5-year strategic plan. But they also had recommendations for the segment that is not in the current scope of the North Monroe Gateway. And what their scope included was the corridor from Fred George to I-10. What I'd like to do, and we can spend more time discussing this if we need to, but I'd like to make a motion to initiate the substantial amendment process to expand the North Monroe project as it's from its current form now to the expansion noted in attachment 4 in our materials that takes that project expansion from Fred George to I-10. I'd like to have that split, and we can talk about this in detail later, but into 2 phases. Whereas the current phase now, the current scope of the project, which is funded, is not hindered by the expansion of what would be phase 2, which is at this point currently would not be funded, but the project scope itself would be expanded.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. So I know that we've got, with Commissioner Caban's motion passing, from $117 million to $81 million on the airport gateway, that frees up $36 million. If this thing proceeds and goes the way that I believe Commissioner Caban would like it to. We also have, by virtue of our last workshop, $6 million released from the Northeast Park. And so add those 2 together, it's about $42 million. That would be released, unencumbered, that would be available for other priorities. And when I talked about before about how we've had 8 new people since 2018, and we should strongly consider our predecessors' work, I don't mean we're committed to the predecessors' work, but we need to really think hard about all the work that's taken place before us. And so, but I think if things proceed in the way that they may in terms of Commissioner Caban and his motion for the project, there will be money available for some of our other priorities. I think the $15 million described in attachment 4 of our materials is money well spent to expand North Monroe. Because as I said, people form an impression about this community by what they see when they first arrive. And more people arrive through that interchange than any other point. So that's my motion. It's been seconded. I hope you'll, I'll speak later if there's any further discussion. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Commissioner Maddox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, do we have enough money in our budget to cover all the projects that we have? And then what projects have we cut out the budget so far? Madam Chair, I'm at staff.
Absolutely.
The budget that was presented on May 11th, and then again on August 24th, and then again today.
Can you speak in your mic?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Is that a little better? Yeah. All of the projects are fully funded by 2040 in the budget that was presented before you.
As I remember, there were certain projects that we moved on from. I think, where are we with, it could have been an infrastructure project, or was it an economic development project? We're talking about the animal shelter project. I think at some point we might have cut some funding out of that. Is that true?
Which project?
The animal shelter project?
Right. The animal shelter project was originally out past 2035, funded fully. And then in order to advance it into the 5-year plan and put it into the bond that we issued in 2022, it was reduced in funding down to, I think, $3.8 million.
So I think while we're freeing up money, I think we also should be very, very concerned about the projects that we may have altered because we didn't think we were going to have money. And maybe put those in the hopper to be considered first. I don't know how many there are, but I do know that there's been some projects that's come before this board that we've changed and altered, even Tharp Street, that we've changed and altered because of the finances that we were looking at, and we thought maybe those dollars would be spent other places. So as far as the extension, Commissioner Minor, I get where you're going with that, and that there's no dollars right now that would be allocated towards the extension. You just want the extension there. But I think that eventually you like some dollars to be there, even if we approve the extension. I'm okay with approving the extension piece of it, but I think what we have to be careful of, and somebody said it earlier, when we put the infrastructure sales tax before our voters, they voted on projects that they assumed that were going to be built at a certain scope. And as we begin to, I think Commissioner Welch said it, as we begin to change and take out and move and all that good stuff, I just want to make sure that those folks get what they, get the majority, if not all, I would like for them to get all, of what they thought they were getting when they took that vote. I'm not sure, I can't remember, it's been a while, but I don't think we made as many changes, if any, to the previous sales tax. Anybody got historical knowledge?
Yeah, the previous sales tax, the projects all moved forward for Blueprint 2000. It was mainly the Cascades Trail. Cascades Segment 4 needed to be put forward into Blueprint 2020 from a timing perspective, but the funding still comes from 2000. The only change was moving the Mahan Drive project from a Tier 2 and reprioritizing it to a Tier 1 bucket. And that was when the state was making the improvements to Mahan, and we were able to do the above and beyond using the Blueprint funds, like the wide multi-use trail and things like that.
You said that's the only one?
That one went through the substantial amendment process. That's the only one that I can recall.
Did that change, so did it change the scope of the project? Did it change what the project was going to look like?
No, that was part of the what falls into that kind of prioritization category. The interlocal agreement had 2 buckets, Tier 1 and Tier 2, and Mahan was moved up into Tier 1.
So what I'm getting at here is that in effect, we're going to see what happens with the airport gateway. When we look at the Northeast Park, I don't know what, I think there was a scope issue there, but we got where we are at 12, and we're going to look at different things to add there. But ultimately, they're going to get a nice park there. How many other things are we going to look at? Either taking off, putting on, and then extending that wasn't on the original referenda that we put before voters and said, we're going to give you this. Because every time we do that, when we come back in 2040, I believe it is, they're going to wonder, am I voting on what I'm going to get, or am I voting on what I think I'm going to get? And then if it's a commissioner or a district or another person who thinks it's a better idea, they're going to change what I'm going to get, and I may not get it at all. So I just think we got to be very careful as we go down this road to make sure that even if let's say with the Gateway project, the thing that I see in there is if we just go, I think Commissioner Cox said it, Madam Pro Tem said it. There was promises made to the Providence neighborhood about a park that FSU made. If we take that piece away, then they no longer get their park. So then did they get what they thought they were going to get when they voted? It's just, there's so many things that we have to consider here besides the fact of, well, we can make the decision to do such. Every decision we make is affecting what's going to be able to happen in 2040 with half of us, if not all of us, may not be here. We got to be fair to that commission in creating a sense of integrity that will allow this sales tax to be passed again. Just like the commissioners before did for us from 2000 to 2020. People voted for it because it was so easy to vote for that sales tax because they knew what they got in 2020, which was every single thing that they wanted on that agenda was built. And the things that weren't built was first in line for the next sales tax. So I'm okay with the extension. I want to make sure, and we all should want to make sure, that the majority of the projects that we said were going to be built, when folks voted for it, are built, and they look the way that we told them that it would look. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Maddox, Commissioner Caban. I'm sorry, O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support this motion, and I love this proposal. I also serve on the CRTPA, and this stretch that would extend north of I-10 to Fred George is going to come up in a hotspot in our high injury network. Many of our recent pedestrian deaths and injuries have been in this place, and this is exactly the type of extension we need because it doesn't actually add roadway. It's all for sidewalk and median improvements for safety. It is a no-brainer. Y'all can get sick of me talking about no-brainers. It's either a bad choice or a no-brainer, and this is a no-brainer. I'm not amending any motions or anything because that's not the time for it, but I want to mention that funding-wise, keep in mind that based on our materials, we have $10 million in estimated remaining bonding capacity when we started, whether you want to max out or not. And after that, we did cut $6 million from another project. So just keep in mind, there's $16 million on the table if we want to use it. And then I will just say, what a great project it would be. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I personally am going to support the motion. I believe in North Monroe Gateway. I think that a lot of people in my district, a lot of people on the south side, a lot of people on the southwest side of Leon County use North Monroe Gateway to get into town. Also, FAMU, FSU, TCC, it is the primary gateway for tourism into town as well. Additionally, the whole point of these budget workshops, it should be for us to decide where we want to move monies to certain project. I agree with you, Commissioner Maddox, that it is important to keep the projects in motion that taxpayers voted for. But I think that when we see increases in pricing on these projects and budgeting, though the term revenue neutral is being used, I think I'm still going to hold firm that we should be looking at deciding where funds go into what project. So I'm going to support the motion.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Proctor.
Yes.
Okay, you may speak. Commissioner Proctor.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Very good. Kudos and shouts out to Commissioner Minor, who has been a towering voice for that North Gateway. And I have to say that his voice, he comes in and grabs the baton from the previous commissioner, Mayor Daley, who has been very energetic about North Monroe years prior. And to see that Commissioner Minor has not abandoned or been, they're elected and indifferent to the previous effort, I can respect that. And I support the changes, the data, the numbers, all speak to a need for improving. But I think that some years ago, if Mayor Daley, I don't want to date the mayor because he may not be able to remember that time back, but this has always sort of been the city's project. And somehow along the years, it got slid into and fudged over into as a blueprint project when we had typically years ago talked about it as a priority of the city of Tallahassee and improvement on Monroe. And I can't quite recall either, Commissioner Maddox, how it all blended, but this at one point was something that the city would look at and was going to do, and there was certain stuff the county was going to do, and we were thinking a very bifurcated format. But for whatever reason, it's now under the joint vision of our blueprint board. So I support this project wholeheartedly and believe that and want to shout kudos to Commissioner Minor and both Mayor Daley for continuing to lift this up. And to new commissioners, I hope new commissioners, that the effort and the longevity with which it takes to tout the needs for projects, it's long going. It doesn't happen instantaneously. And so, Commissioner Welch, to the success that you've had, you could almost say that in some of your projects, they've been instantaneously compared to other projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Mayor Daley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner Proctor, appreciate your kind words, and I'm sure Commissioner Minor does as well. But I am actually respectfully not going to support the motion on the table, and I'll tell you why. If the motion was made separately at a business meeting in the new fiscal year, that'd be great. I just don't think it's the proper posture. I have to stay consistent with my previous statements as well. Again, we're dealing with future projections that go till 2040. We don't know if we'll actually have the money or not. I actually don't even know what I would be voting on to approve from Fred George all the way down to I-10. Is it beautification? Is it stormwater? Is it widening roads? Is it more traffic signalization? I still have, and I got it, yeah. But I'm still have a lot of questions to ask. So would I be in a position to support it? I'd probably say 99%. Just not right now. During a budget workshop, my focus is on the approved budget for fiscal year 23-24, not the future projections. And so I'm going to respectfully not support the motion. If the original motion was on the table for the original budget as proposed, I would be there. But to include in the motion instigating a massive amendment to the project, I think deserves more conversation in a separate agenda item that's not included in a budget workshop. It looks like you got your votes anyway, Commissioner. I think you understand where I'm coming from. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Williams-Cox. And then
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to just remind us that this is funny money. We don't have this money.
Right.
We are talking about what could possibly happen if this happened or that happens. Hopefully COVID won't happen again.
Right.
Or something along those lines. I'm just, the mayor he copied off my paper. I'm just not ready to, I'm good with doing the extension, but putting money on it right now is concerning to me because it's money I don't have. We get in trouble all the time spending money that we don't have yet. And not seeing where it's going to come from. I don't have a problem with, loaning somebody some money and they're going to give it back to me so then I can project when I get my money back, I'm going to be able to spend it. But right now, I just don't know that we know where it's coming from yet. And I don't want us to get in here like a food fight. There's money on the table, grab. I don't want us to be acting like that. I want us to very methodically get an analysis, this is how much we have, this is how much is projected that we could have. These are some of the things that are on our wish list of things that we'd like to do, and to see if we can do it. We need to reallocate some money to help some of the other projects that we had to pinch from. I'm good with that, absolutely, because, on the south side, we're going to challenge y'all on the north side about where people coming from, because we got people coming in through the south as well. Because you can go around 319 and come in. And you can come from Quincy from the west, and you can come from Monticello from the, 90. 90 was here before 10 was, so let's keep that in mind. So right now you're number one, maybe. But we've got to make sure that as we build this community and we look at this community, we've got to be real about what we're working with. How much money do we really have and how do we go about allocating it? And it is a projection, and it is, Director Maddox said, in 2040, I know I won't be sitting at this table. I plan to be at a table, but not this table. And I want to make sure that when it's time to vote for this again, I can say, yeah, I played a role in making sure we got these projects done. And you can count on this group that's there now to get these projects done going forward. So vote for it again. So I just want to remind us, we don't have this money. We don't know when we're going to get this money. So let's spend it like we don't have it. And be very cautious and careful as we proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner Minor, and then if you want to just sort of look at your motion in light of the comments so we can
Sure.
move it forward.
I agree with what a lot has been, of what has been said. And Commissioner Maddox, I put my name tag up after you spoke, because I agree with just about everything that you said too. Here's how I think the process will go. If it turns out that the airport gateway, what Commissioner Caban is advocating for comes to pass, there will be money that will be unencumbered. We need to really take heart to what Commissioner Maddox said. We need to take a look at what obligations we had that we had to maybe reduce somewhat because of budgetary constraints. We need to take a look at that. We need to take a look at all projects that are on. We need to really have a good understanding of what projects are going to be on the table that we may have had to make some streamlining for. North Monroe, should this motion pass, that would be in the mix. I wouldn't want to go ahead and prioritize everything. I'd like to kind of have everything all in one pool that we can take a look at and prioritize those, just like our predecessors did when they put together the list of blueprint projects. You know, and as we've talked about before, we all know, I mean, not all blueprint projects were funded when, you know, as late as 2 or 3 years ago. So, I mean, if we come up with the idea of what former obligations did we have that we had to customize and adjust, combine that with what other project needs that we see now, because the needs that we have right now today are of a magnitude that didn't exist a few years ago, right? And so let's go ahead and figure out what that set of considerations is going to be, prioritize what that is, and then we figure out, you know, what type of funding do we have available, and then apply that funding as far as it'll go, knowing that we very well could have projects that are on our blueprint list that are not funded at that time we do the decision making, right? So it's similar to the process that was done early on when Blueprint 2040 was established, is coming up with that project list. And that's what I'm asking for. I'm not asking for you all to commit to funding right now for the expansion of North Monroe. I'm asking you to start that process now, because it takes a while. Start that process now so that should it come to pass that we are in a position to take a look at priorities, we have that there as one of the things we can consider. So I hope you'll consider this. You're not committing any funding right now, but it helps us get that process in place so that we can when the moment comes.
Thank you,
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Will you repeat your motion, please?
Yes, ma'am. So I'd like to make a motion to initiate the substantial amendment process to expand the North Monroe Gateway project as defined in attachment 4 of our materials, and then bifurcate the expansion into 2 phases. One phase would be the existing current project scope, which should not be hindered in any way by the addition of phase 2, which as of yet would be unfunded. No blueprint dollars are allocated, but it starts that process through to change the scope of the project.
Thank you.
That's a summary version, by the way.
Absolutely. And it was seconded by, okay, Commissioner O'Keefe. Okay. All right. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call? I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't see it. I apologize. Yes.
Thank you. So I wanted to speak again because after I spoke and then listening to the mayor, I said I would support the motion, but I can't. But what I can support is, when I'm looking at it, I'm thinking to myself, we do have 42 million. But what I would like to see is kind of what you talked about. I think the motion kind of pushed the cart before the horse. So if we could have something looking at, okay, we got 42 million. These are the places that we could put that. I don't want to approve a substantial amendment that opens up a door for something that's unfunded. And so if we could maybe have an agenda item to come back to look at funds that were opened up, where they could go, and then after that point, I know, hey, there is 10 million there, whatever, to look at putting it towards it. Because I love the idea, and I will support it. I just want to, if I'm going to support it, I want to support it for you, Commissioner Minor, and actually put some funding to it. Because I don't think you're again, I said before, I don't think you're asking for this with the idea that there's never going to be any funding put towards it. So I want to see a pot of money go with it. When we see that pot of money that can go, even if there's an increase in revenues or something like that, when we see that happen, then I'll be right where you need me to be. Or even if let's say we allocate 16 million, there's 20 million left. I can be right there with the substantial amendment there too. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Minor. And let me
Madam Chair, just real quick on point.
Hold on one second. If adding just subject to funding or available funding, would that cure the issue raised by Commissioner Maddox to move on with the motion?
When we bring back the substantial amendment agenda item for you, we would include any funding considerations. We wouldn't want to present just a kind of an open-ended substantial amendment for you to consider. We'd want you to know how much it cost and where it would come from.
Okay. So would you be satisfied, Commissioner Maddox, if his motion just is subject to available funding to be brought back by staff?
I'll tell you what, I could be satisfied if you include in there that we bring back any monies that are available to be reviewed, to look at how we may be able to implement those dollars in previous unfunded projects, and then also consider what you're saying.
Simultaneously?
Yes,
I would do that. Yeah, sure.
I can support that.
Okay, and it was second by, you're okay with that?
Can you repeat what it will be now?
Sure. So
Okay,
that
hold on.
long summary motion.
Commissioner, hold on one second. Hold on one second. I've got Commissioner Proctor. He's been in queue. So Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner Proctor, unmute.
Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Very good. I'm listening very intently, and I think that to Commissioner Maddox's comment, I'm just a little thrown off, Commissioner Maddox, because frankly, everything that we do in budgeting, we ain't got no money for it in government. We spend money before we get it. And truthfully, with these projects, Commissioner Richardson has recognized, not talking because he's off the line, but he has been a part of the initial penny, and we put, I think this is the third penny. No, 89 was a penny, 2001 was a penny. We had another penny, and this is about the fourth penny. The point is, if you don't make tier 1 project list, all of it is a promise that ain't going to be kept. Look at the tiered response. And what I think Commissioner Minor is trying to do is somehow to project this thing to be up in the tier 1 project list, because we got stuff on that list that we promised. I mean, it's sort of like I don't want to say it's bait and switch, but if you put everybody's name and all the voters voted for it because they saw something in their geographic region that they were getting some, everybody voted for it. But then we have a secondary process. After everybody then voted for it, we come back and set up a tier system. All right, folks, there ain't but so much money. Some of y'all going to have to sleep down in the graveyard. The rest of us going to sleep up in the hotel. These are the projects that are going to make the first tier list. So this whole effort to bait and switch the public, if you ain't on the tier 1, you have just done exactly what Commissioner Maddox said we don't want to do, and that is to put people out there and we ain't got no money no way to pay for it. But the whole list is exactly that promise to me. That's what we do every year in our budget at the county. We just hope that the taxpayers are going to pay their money, and we just hope that there's going to be blah, blah, blah. So it's kind of like faith, Hebrews 11, the substance of things hoped for, the evidence not seen. So I will vote to support this, not being on tier 2 and 3, but putting this effort up as a tier 1 and getting some money behind it. And whatever that takes for this project to be viable, it needs some money. Otherwise, Commissioner Minor, what you're talking about is only that talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you. To clear things up, I am seconding the substitute motion just so we can move on that. And that being said, I'm not going to make any more motions for the sake of moving. But I just want to point out that I think we are confusing two processes. And if we do not, as a board, be very specific about what we want staff to do, we're going to keep coming back and keep coming back. And so not making any motions, I just want to point out the substantial amendment process starts a process where there's hearings and meetings about what will change. It does not bring funding. It does not budget. It does not say we're funding it. And that is a process that staff has been very clear we have to do to change scopes of projects. Separately, when we have projects that are as amended and through any processes, then we fund or don't fund later on. And so for the sake of breathing tonight and hitting my bed at some point, I won't make changes, but I do think it's helpful to clarify process.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very quick. Just to clarify, I think everyone understands, but just to be doubly sure. So my motion is not to approve a substantial amendment. It's a motion to initiate that process. We will have multiple times to take a look at the agenda item, talk about it, discuss it, deliberate it, decide if it's something we want to do. So all this motion is doing is initiating that process. It doesn't bind this body to anything other than having an agenda item come back that shows us what that substantial amendment would do. And then just to clarify, Madam Chair, to clarify Commissioner O'Keefe's question before, I believe what Commissioner Maddox was concerned about was having that North Monroe Gateway project funding opportunity come before some of the other obligations we might have had in the past. And so he and I just made a mutual agreement a minute ago where that's very fair. I understand that. And it's only, I think it's only right to make sure that should this substantial amendment come through and it goes forward, we make sure that when we look at funding opportunities, we don't look at North Monroe just by itself. It's all with all the other obligations of the past that were on the blueprint project list that might have had to change over the years. So Commissioner Maddox, is that a correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So does that answer your question? Sorry. Madam Chair, I think that answers Commissioner O'Keefe's question.
Okay, thank you. But in the final analysis, we're still approving staff recommendation as far as the budget is concerned, because we're in the budget workshop, correct? Okay. All right, no more comments. Madam Chair, may we have a roll call vote?
Mayor Daley,
Respectfully, no.
Commissioner Matlow,
Yes.
Commissioner Porter,
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox,
No.
Commissioner Caban,
Yes.
Commissioner Cummings,
Yes?
Commissioner Maddox,
Aye.
Commissioner Minor,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Keefe,
Yes.
Commissioner Welch,
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor.
Commissioner Proctor?
He's on mute.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay, so the motion passes. So I believe we've addressed the items that were pulled out. Oh, I'm sorry. Northeast Gateway. Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you. Northeast Gateway. And I'm going to make a different motion. And Madam Chair, if Madam Attorney needs to weigh in on if it's proper or not, that's fine, before we get to Northeast Gateway. We dealt with budget. We know we want to perhaps consider substantial amendment. I move that we ask staff to start the process for substantial amendment of Airport Gateway to remove A, B, and C.
Okay, so you're back on the Airport Gateway?
That's the motion because we said we weren't increasing the budget, but we never decided if we wanted to start the substantial amendment process. That's all my motion is. Do we want to start it? And we can vote it up or down or not, or die from not having a second.
You said Airport Gateway?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, is there a second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Proctor?
I second the motion of Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you. Discussion.
I'll just say that the idea here is it maintains improving Spring Hill, Lake Bradford, and it keeps what we planned on Stuckey where Providence is, and that's all it keeps. That's all I had.
So your motion was to eliminate segments
A, B, and C, starting the process.
A, B, and C. Discussion, Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I noticed that there was no mention about honoring the promises made to Providence. And if we look at removing those segments that you mentioned, the reason that promise was made goes away. So how do we deal with that? That then becomes this board's responsibility because somebody has to give it to them because they were promised it. So is that going to be included so I guess I would need to hear it in the motion and so that I could support it.
Absolutely. The motion removes
Okay, Commissioner O'Keefe, let me recognize you, okay, before you start talking. You got some more?
No, that's it.
Okay. Let me ask this question for clarification, Madam Attorney. We're still in the budget workshop, and this is I guess, a substantial, what is it? A
What I
motion to
understand-
amend.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, but what I understand from Commissioner O'Keefe is that similar to the motion made by Commissioner Minor that just passed was that he wants staff to bring back an agenda item. That's the motion, to bring back an agenda item to look at starting the substantial amendment process as to the airport gateway, removing segments A, B, and C.
Okay, awesome. And I think that clarifies it for me. Okay, Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you. To clarify, my motion is to start the amendment process to remove A, B, and C. And to the question of Providence, based on my conversations with the Providence Neighborhood Association president, I am leaving in Section D as is so that there's no question. What we plan for D, where Providence is, stays the same. That is what we are keeping. That's not being removed.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Caban.
For the sake of brevity, I'd like to make a call to question.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
For the sake of brevity, I'd like to make a call to question.
Second.
I didn't recognize you to second it, Ms. Commissioner. Commissioner Maddox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just as before, I'll accuse myself from the vote for the same reason as I stated before. Family Promise of Big Bend, my employer owns the property. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Minor, then we'll go to a vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll support the motion based on the same argument I made for the North Monroe Gateway substantial amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. May we have a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Please state the motion.
Commissioner O'Keefe has moved for an agenda.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
He asked for
Procedurally.
clarification to repeat the motion.
Okay, but there was a call of the question, right?
There was no second.
Oh, there was no second? Okay. It died for lack of a second?
Commissioner O'Keefe seconded.
I didn't recognize you to second it. Okay. I asked you to recognize me. I recognize you to speak or to second or make a motion. So right now, we're on the original motion. They asked for clarification. Commissioner O'Keefe has moved for an agenda item to come back from staff, removing segments A, B, and C from the airport gateway. And he said he specifically did not exclude D because that would address Calla neighborhood and Providence neighborhood and promises that were made to them. So does that clarify the motion?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, and it was second. And so now we're calling for the roll call.
Well, I'd like to make a comment.
I'm sorry,
I'd like to make I originally made a call to question, but since there was no second, I would like to comment on the original motion.
Oh, you can comment.
Okay.
This is the original motion, yes.
Okay. Commissioner O'Keefe, I appreciate the gesture, but I don't believe that we have the votes to get a supermajority on the amendment process and to save staff time, taxpayers' time and money. I'm going to vote no, and I'm going to stick with my original plan on the airport gateway to keep at $82 million, and so that also we can keep this budget process moving forward. But I do appreciate the gesture.
Thank you, Commissioner Caban. I don't believe his motion adversely affects your motion because we've already passed it. One last comment, Commissioner O'Keefe.
Based on that, I rescind the motion.
Okay. Oh, you will rescind your
I'll
motion?
rescind the motion.
Okay, the motion has been rescinded. Thank you. So I believe we have addressed all the exceptions to adopting the proposed budget.
Except the Northeast Gateway. You better use your opportunity this time.
Because you said Northeast Gateway, then you went to airport. I apologize. Okay. Okay, Commissioner O'Keefe, we're on Northeast Gateway. After we finish that, we will take a break.
Thank you. Northeast Gateway, I'm going to keep it real simple. I think that we shouldn't approve a massive increase in the budget. It moves it from a little to a lot. It moves it from 94 million to over 134 million. For all the reasons we talked about before, I don't know that we even still need it to that extent. And so I'll just keep it simple and make a motion to only approve the existing $94,678,000 for the Northeast Gateway.
The existing budget is what you're saying. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you call for a vote, please?
Mayor Daley.
I'm sorry. You didn't have your name up, Commissioner Welch. Do you want to comment on that?
Yes, ma'am, please.
Yes, sir, Commissioner Welch.
Obviously, that happened kind of quick. I apologize. Obviously, I'm not going to support that motion. I would urge you not to as well. We have substantial traffic issues on North Centerville Road around Roberts Elementary School and Montford Middle School that this road is going to address. I think there are all kinds of unanswered questions and implications that go along with this motion, specifically for staff to determine how it impacts the first phase, which we have already tonight voted to fund, if I'm not mistaken. You have now the second phase, which is where the traffic mitigation that this road will provide is at. And so if we now cut whatever, $50 million out of the Northeast Gateway, now we're just going to, once again, be inserting chaos into a project that has been approved by voters that is meant to solve significant traffic problems on a north-south artery in District 4 that is limited with Centerville Road and Mississippi Road. And so I think this is hasty and ill-advised, and will certainly be not supporting this motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Welch. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Madam Chair, if I could ask staff, the budgeted amount is the 94, right?
The budget has a total cost estimate of 134.
Okay.
That includes prior year allocations, that includes design, construction, engineering, inspection, as well as construction.
Okay, I just remember very painstakingly in this room around 11 o'clock one night, maybe several nights, that we carved out what was going to happen on the Northeast Gateway. What I don't want to do is to relitigate that. Right. So that's why I'm trying to find out where did we land on that, and let's stay there, because what we just did with the Airport Gateway, we just said we're going to hold it to 82 million. So where was the hold? Where were we holding for the Northeast Gateway? I guess it's the question that I'm asking, because we needed what we did for the Airport Gateway, we need to do for the Northeast Gateway.
Okay, so the Northeast Gateway is much further along comparatively than the Airport Gateway. Right. So the Northeast Gateway, for example, Phase 1 and Phase 1A, which is everything south of the I-10 and the I-10 bridge, are already at 100% design.
Okay.
So our cost estimate for those segments is very robust, and we have a lot of confidence that that cost estimate is going to come in at the bid price. Phase 2 is at the 60% design mark, and we're beginning to develop those more robust cost estimates for Phase 2. Phase 2 includes the road, everything north of I-10. So the cost estimate that we have for this project is $134 million. And last year, the cost estimate was at $94 million, and that cost estimate increase absolutely reflects the increases in construction prices that we've seen. There is no doubt in my mind that the blueprint projects are reflective of those inflationary pressures. We know this based on Department of Transportation bids that have come in for roadway construction projects. Roadway construction projects that have come in for the city and the county, as well as construction projects that have come in for bid for blueprint. So we have a high degree of confidence in all of our cost estimates for our projects, and the Northeast Gateway is absolutely no exception.
Madam Chair, so where we are is where we agreed we would be. It's just costing more. is what we're saying.
Yes.
Because the main reason I second the motion, Autumn, was I don't want to relitigate, I don't want to redo total Apple Cart Northeast Gateway. I want us to leave that alone. So what do we need to do to leave it alone?
Yeah, then you would need to approve this project at the recommended funding
Okay.
amount.
In that case, Director O'Keefe, I withdraw my second because I want to leave it alone. That's what she said, but that's not what he said. That was not his motion. His motion was really to cut it.
Oh. Your motion was to cut the budget, and that's where, okay. I thought it was to approve the existing budget. Well, yes, please, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay.
My motion was to not approve the requested budget increase. That was the motion.
Okay, well, let me do this then. If I can offer a substitute motion.
Okay.
Because he doesn't have a motion because I took my second back, but if someone's second, I'll offer a substitute.
Commissioner and Madam Chair, if I could just clarify, and certainly Director Calder can weigh in, but you should be aware that we are at a phase in this particular project where we have existing contracts with contractors. We actually have a CEI contract, construction, engineering, and inspection agreement with a firm to do the CEI work for the entire phase. So we are obligated under that. We've also recently put out to bid because this board has approved us going to listing a competitive solicitation for phase 1, and we have completed that. So we're in the process of negotiating and finalizing a contract with the firm who will do phase 1. That will be an obligation that upon us to pay the contractor for the work for that phase. So the budget that was presented to you for Northeast Gateway, it is very risky, and there are severe implications if the board reduces it significantly because of the obligations that we have incurred. Director Calder has already shared with you that we are quite a ways into this project. It's not like Airport Gateway. It's a little different because we're more advanced there. There's right-of-way negotiations that we're beginning to engage in. If you remember the discussion with the attorney who represents Powerhouse, they're willing to, at this point, dedicate right-of-way for stormwater ponds for the Northeast Gateway project because of the resolution we came to regarding the Northeast Park. All of that will be implicated if we can't build the road. So I want you to be aware of the obligations that are out there contractually and legally, not to mention the agreements that Powerhouse has with the city, the development agreements that go back almost 20 years regarding their dedication of right-of-way for the I-10 intersection. We have agreements that we're working on now with FDOT to use their right-of-way to work with them for the bridge that will go over the roadway. So there are huge implications to this, and I just want to make sure that the directors are aware of what it means when you cut into this particular project.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Attorney and Commissioner Williams-Cox, for that clarification and for telling us the ramifications of not accepting the proposed budget from staff. Commissioner Caban.
Well, right now, there's not a motion on the floor, so there's no motion on the floor, so I'll take this back.
Okay, thank you. That's right. You withdrew your second, so we don't have a motion on the floor. Commissioner Welch.
Do we need a motion if this is, so?
I'll entertain a motion.
I would make a motion to approve the full funding and approved budget for the Northeast Gateway.
Thank you, Commissioner Welch. Second, Mayor Daley. Commissioner Matlow, would you like to comment?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair. And we've seen several iterations and phases over this, and phase 2 got expedited, and we went from a $40 million project to a $140 million project. 50 million of those dollars is right now. So I will support what Commissioner O'Keefe was proposing, and I'll make a motion that we hold the line on the funding allocation of 94 million. Substitute motion.
In second.
And then just to elaborate on that, we're talking about the budgetary implications of this project, but we don't need to fully fund this project right now. If in the future we look at $94 million and we say if there's not enough landscaping cuts we can't make, or if there's not different spots where we can change the lane widths or sidewalk widths, if we can't find savings, we can come back and we could line by line look at what's causing the increases. But we don't have that right now. We don't have anything in front of us to give a far enough explanation of what we have. And secondly, I think this is a great opportunity to look for leveraging opportunities. Who else is interested in seeing this roadway built? You know, what other outside agencies can contribute funding? Because, I mean, we do that on other projects. We've asked some of our most important gateway projects to look for outside funding, whether that be CRTPA, DOT, other people interested in roadways. And I think this project dictates we do the same thing. And then as far in I-10 interchange, that's not even down the line yet. That hasn't even been brought up to FDOT. It's at the very bottom of a priority list. I mean, you're looking 30, 40 years from now that might be considered after a long list of projects. And then we'd have to justify it as well. We have to go through a justification study that an I-10 interchange will even exist there. So it's a long way out. It's a future conversation to have, but we shouldn't dictate current policy based on what may or may not be allowed 30, 40 years from now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respectfully, Commissioner Matlow, and Commissioner O'Keefe, I respectfully disagree when comparing this project to the airport gateway. Right. I think the reason my issues with the airport gateway are completely different. This project has a budget with detailed line items, has bids from contractors, and we are about to start construction. Whereas the airport gateway was in its infancy, staff couldn't show any detailed line items. And overall, I don't think it's fair to compare apples to oranges in this particular situation. Also, the Northeast Gateway is going to provide one of our most valuable resources over the next 10 to 30 years, and that's housing. We talk about affordable housing over and over and over again, but we can't just rely on government subsidies to provide affordable housing and more housing in our community. So Commissioner Matlow, I'm going to respectfully vote no on your motion, and will support Commissioner Welch's original motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Caban. Our last comment, Mayor Daley.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with Commissioner Welch and legal and Commissioner Caban on this. I mean, this project is different. And actually, this is how it should be done, right? So we go out, we bid it out, we see what the costs are, come back. In this case, the costs have increased. They have shown where it's increased. But folks, we're at 100% design phase, phase one, 60% phase two. Contracts have been signed. If we vote for the substitute motion, we are opening ourselves up for litigation. And we have hashed this over for years and years and years. I encourage you to not support the substitute motion and vote for the original motion on the table.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate it. One last comment from Commissioner Proctor. He's not on? He's not on? Okay. Madam Clerk, will we conduct the roll call vote on the substitute motion for $92 million dedicated to the Northeast Gateway?
Mayor Daley?
No.
Commissioner Matlow?
Yes.
Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
No.
Commissioner Caban?
No.
Commissioner Cummings?
No.
Commissioner Maddox? Commissioner Minor?
No.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
Yes.
Commissioner Welch?
No.
It failed. The motion failed. Now we'll go to the original motion to approve the recommended budget of $134 million. Madam Clerk, if you'll do a roll call vote.
Mayor Daley?
Yes.
Commissioner Matlow?
Nay.
Commissioner Porter?
Nay.
Commissioner Williams-Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Caban,
Yes.
Commissioner Cummings,
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox, Commissioner Minor,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Keefe,
No.
Commissioner Welch.
Yes.
And I apologize, is Commissioner Proctor's not on? Okay. Okay, so the original motion passed. So that concludes the 3 items that we had pulled. And I believe the original motion to adopt budget has passed.
Item per hour.
Hour per hour. So what we will
Madam
do
Chair,
now.
Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
If I could just clarify our next steps for bringing this to you at your final public
Absolutely.
hearing on September 26th. So recommendation A was for the reallocation in the current fiscal year. So we'll program that based on the recommendation here. Budget recommendation C is our 5-year CIP. And that will move forward with the exception of as shown, with the exception of the Airport Gateway project being reduced to an $80 million total budget, $82 million total budget. And then budget recommendation D is just playing out those recommendations from C over the 40 years. So you'll see that in your final materials.
Thank you, Madam Director. So this concludes our workshop portion of the budget. We will take a 30-minute break. 30? Less than that? 15. We'll take a 15-minute break. I'll ask you to be back at 6:15. 6:15. Thank you.
Great job.
Mr. White, we have items that have been pulled from the consent agenda.
Yes, Madam Chair. Item number 4 was pulled by Director Caban, and item number 6 was pulled by Director O'Keefe.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
may I pull item 5 as well?
Mr. Director. So we've got items 4, 5, and 6. Okay. I will entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda excluding items 4, 5, and 6.
So moved. Second.
Commissioner Williams-Cox moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Minor, second. Are we ready for the question? All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition, same sign. Thank you. Is Commissioner Proctor online with us as well? No, he's not. Okay, thank you. So do we want to start with the items, Mr. Director, that have been pulled?
So item 4, Madam Chair, is the approval of the updates to the Consolidated Minority, Women, Small Business Enterprise Policy and the Blueprint Procurement Policy as approved in the 2022 Disparity Study Update. I'll defer to Blueprint Director Autumn Calder for any questions that may come
Thank you.
up.
Madam Chair.
OEV Director Keith Bowers for that.
Okay, Director Bowers.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if we should wait for Commissioner Caban, if at all possible, since he was the one who pulled this item.
Oh, he pulled
Yes,
item.
I believe so. Okay, all good.
He's in the door. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Porter. Commissioner Caban, you pulled item 4 from the consent agenda, and we are on item 4 right now. Staff, did you have any comments or presentations on that item? If
We do not have a presentation.
we do
on
not,
that, but we'll answer questions.
No, we do not.
they're available to answer questions. Commissioner Caban.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry for the delay. I saw there was plantains and, I'm Puerto Rican, so when they put them plantains in front of me, it's going to take a minute. But I want to go on this for this agenda item with staff option 2. The reason for that, I have, I'm trying to find where I had it. And in the procurement policy, I want to read the proposed change, and this is really what I have the biggest issue with this agenda item. It said the director of place or his or her designee shall have the authority to approve change orders to contracts up to 20% of the original contract amount, provided funding is identified and available in the approved budget. I would like to see this come back to the board in our individual body meetings. So commissioners, what that means, if we have a $100 million contract with a contractor and it's over budget by 20%, which is $20 million, it means staff has the sole authority to approve that contract. That's bad business practices. I would never have that in any of my businesses. I believe that should come back to the board. So I think that this whole procurement policy, this section, we should have a further conversation with. So I move to accept, I think, a staff option 2 that brings it back to our individual bodies to have a discussion.
Second.
Is there a second?
Yep.
Second.
Madam Chair, I'd like to just clarify.
For clarification.
The agenda item options, the option 2 is to bring back the MWSBE policy to the county and city commissions. As you know, the MWSBE policy is a consolidated policy, applies to the city, county, and blueprint. And so option 2 will allow, after it goes through the IA board process today, hopefully will be approved, it will go to the city for their approval and then the county for their approval. The blueprint policy does not travel to the city and county. That remains here. So if there are any amendments, changes, then that should be done here. That's not implicated by option 2.
That's even better. What I'll do is I'll rescind my motion, and I will have 2 motions. One, I will move to only approve the MWSBE policy for this particular agenda item. And then after discussing that, I want to leave out, or we could do, I guess, in one motion, leave out the procurement policy to discuss individually after.
Okay, Commissioner Caban, let's do this. Let's do one motion at a time, okay? So let's do your first motion and get a second. If there's any discussion, then we'll go to the next one.
Yes, ma'am. So I move to approve the MWSBE portion, but leave out the blueprint procurement policy.
Second.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Williams-Scott.
Thank you. I guess I'm a little confused because I thought that this agenda item it deals with the approval of the updates to the Consolidated Minority Women and Small Business Enterprise Policy in the blueprint procurement policy. So what you're doing is you're bifurcating them, you're separating them?
Yes, ma'am.
Pulling them apart?
Because I don't have an issue with the MWSBE component of it.
Okay. And the amendments were made to to both?
Blueprint procurement.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Commissioner Caban, what, you read your concern, what page were you on in the?
So in the procurement, in the agenda material for this,
right, it is
in it's in procurement policy. It's in page 258, attachment 2, page 8 of 9.
258, attachment 8 and 9, for benefit of staff. Let's see where he is.
That's the procurement policy part. So I think right now the motion on the floor is the MWSBE component, and I don't have a problem with that. So
okay.
If you want to, do we want to go to a vote? You think?
So that's basically staff recommendation on that on that.
On the MWSB part, but
MS.
without the procurement policy.
Absolutely. And I believe it was second by Commissioner William Scott?
Porter.
Oh, Commissioner Porter. Okay, awesome. Is there any further discussion? If not, all those in favor of staff recommendation?
Director O'Keefe has discussion.
Okay, Director O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Caban, for catching that. As you mentioned, specifically on page 255, the policy, there's another mark here where there's an increase from a $25,000 approval to a $125,000 approval. And so this is just some good oversight and catching some things. And of course, support the change to the MWSBE portion.
Any other comment? All those in favor of Commissioner Caban's motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you. Hearing none. Now, Commissioner Caban, I recognize you to state your other motion.
Yes, ma'am. So I would like to bring this up for discussion amongst the board, but I would like this agenda item, this portion, to line up with more industry standards. So what I'll do is I'll move so this particular line that reads, the director of place and his or her designee shall the authority to approve change orders to contracts up to 3% of the original contract amount, provided funding is identified and available in the approved budget. We're changing from 20% to 3%.
So your motion is to change the authority, director of place, from 20% to 3%
Yes, ma'am.
of the contractual price. Is there a second?
There is a second. There's a second. I'll start with that.
You did second it, Commissioner?
second it.
Okay, thank you. Discussion, Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Caban, thank you. As Commissioner O'Keefe mentioned, thank you for catching this. I appreciate it. One thing that might concern me about your proposal here is that bar is very low, especially for rather small contracts where you might have a few $100s of a contract and then that increase. And at each point that kind of could slow down the process. What I thought you were going to propose was up to 20% for contracts not exceeding X amount, right? Which would probably achieve the same thing you're looking for, but yet still enabling the director of place to get through some of the more insubstantial, smaller contract amounts.
So may I respond, Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
So in a perfect scenario, I would open this for discussion amongst the board. Because it was an agenda item, I made a motion to open up discussion. I just believe 20%, especially when we're talking $100 million contracts, it's a lot of money. It's too much flexibility. It's quite frankly too much power for staff without having to come to us. So I'm open for discussion if anyone wants to chime in here. But I do believe somewhere from 3% on contracts that are millions of dollars is pretty much industry standard. Or we could do a dollar amount where any change order over $250,000, right, come before the board for approval. I'm open for discussion here.
Commissioner Williams Cox.
Which industry standard are you referring to? Governmental, private?
Private sector. I mean, we're talking.
Okay, with that in mind, the question I would ask then is, what is the governmental industry standard? Because this 20% was not an amendment. This was not new. This was already there, and it came from somewhere. So are we, I hope we can be consistent across governments as much as possible so that contractors won't be confused. So what is the governmental standard for change order in having the CEO or director making these kinds of decisions? Would be my question.
Yes.
If I may.
Yes, please.
Madam Chair. Commissioner, I can address the reason for the change. As many of you know, directors, more of our projects are starting to go into construction. As they're going into construction, we're getting a lot of change orders. The current process, as you can see here, from what is strike through, is that the change orders up to 20%, so even if it's $5 more, would have to go through the IMC. which is the city manager and the county administrator for approval. That's a process that does take some time, and it may take up to 2 weeks, including sign off by the city clerk on changes that are needed to be made. This change is proposed in order to speed that process up a little bit and be more responsive to paying our contractors who we have an agreement with to get them paid and to pay the invoices timely, and to make sure that we streamline the process now that we have more of our projects going into construction or actually in construction. And as one of the directors stated just a few minutes ago, the 20% is not changed. That was always there, and that's been there for quite some time. It's just the authority is being proposed to change from the IMC to the director of place to make the projects move a little quicker and to be more responsive to our contractual obligations with firms.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With that having been said, that was the 20% is not new. What is new is who will have that authority.
Yes, that's correct.
And knowing, with purchase orders and change orders, we have a certain amount of time that we have to respond, or there is penalty for financial penalty for not responding timely to these. And so what you're saying that this has done is to take it from having to bring the big body, a large group together, the IMC together, but to have the director of place to move forward with, keep things moving.
That's correct. And as you'll notice, the next paragraph, number 2, it does state that if there are change orders that exceed 20%, it comes to this board.
Right.
And that has been the case. That has not changed.
And I'm going to say that I'm okay with that because from what I've seen, it's in alignment with other parts of government that we're currently operating in. And while I'm not an attorney, but I'm sure that your attorneys recognize and know this as well. And I'm not familiar with industry standards. That's not my line of work. But I do believe in efficiency and not costing us money because we can't get meetings of people who every time you need a change order done, and it's a minute. I know it's millions, but 20% as opposed to the other 80%. I think I'm okay with the police director having that responsibility to keep the engines moving.
On point, Madam Chair.
On point. Yeah.
Commissioner Williams-Cox, Madam Vice Chair. I think what we could do here, if you're open to, is find a level of ground that creates a responsible spending method. So I agree with you. In business, sometimes you have to move quick. You have to make decisions quick. The last thing I want to do is slow down projects because our projects are already behind. But I also think it's important to have a safety measure and of accountability. And so let's talk about what if we put a threshold, right? So any change order over $1 million has to come before the board. Because we're talking significant money. We know the Northeast Gateway, there could be 50 million plus contracts with vendors, with general contractors, and change orders can very easily stack up to be millions of dollars, and the board has no idea till it's done. So I think that it aligns with some of the fiscal responsibility measures that we've talked about. But I agree with you. I don't think that we should be looking to slow down projects.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My suggestion here would be is that we just don't vote for this change. And the reason I say that is a number of the directors, myself included, have expressed and experienced frustration in the level of information we're able to get from staff when we make decisions and the level of responsiveness and information that we get. And this is why this is unfortunately a surprise to me, admittedly, is we had an agenda item that staff wrote up that described changes to MWSBE policies. Did not mention this policy change that delegates authority further down below to designees that don't directly report to us. And so I'm not going to make substitute motions or anything. I'm just going to mention this, is we don't have to do something on this. And given a number of our concerns about the responsiveness of what we're trying to do on different agenda items that come back and back and back is to leave this the way it is. The current policy that was changed, the current policy is director of place, blueprint director, and director of OV up to $25,000. Further down, the Intergovernmental Management Committee has the authority. We'll leave it the same. I just don't feel comfortable increasing the amount of delegation currently, given what we are experiencing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. If there's no other comments.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
Oh, I was late. I mean, I hear everybody's comments. I think the best thing to do is to just bring this back to our next meeting for discussion with recommended changes. I'm open to a threshold at any level, 500,000 to $1 million. I understand the percentages without knowing the scope of how high they could go is a cause. While it is in the current policy, it is just good practice to review that and see where it is, as well as the policy above it that gives the IMC the authority to award any contract as long as it's within the total budget amount, because that can vary widely, and we may have some oversight over that as well. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. So hearing the comments, Commissioner Caban, are you prepared to withdraw your motion, or you want to move forward with it?
What I'll do is, I agree actually with Commissioner Matlow here. What I'll do is I'll amend my motion to bring this, are we able to bring this back with an agenda item with different feedback from staff to look at amending this current procurement policy here? I'll amend my motion to that.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Matlow? Okay. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm trying to determine what is it we're asking staff to bring back. Either we leave it like it is with the IMC, or it goes to the place director. I just don't want staff to be spinning wheels on something that's frivolous when they could really be doing some really agenda work. So what would they come back? If you leave it as it is, this is what has happened. Or if you change it, this is what it changes to. So what would we expect to get back? Is my question. Either we leave it as it is and not accept this change, or accept the change and keep it moving. I'm just not sure what we expect staff to bring back to us.
Thank you.
Other than the option to leave it as it is or change it, which is what they've given to us today.
Absolutely. Thank you, Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. I agree that it wasn't specific enough. So if the $1 million that was thrown out earlier with an option to cap the contract adjustments at $1 million instead of 20% would be one option. And then staff, as part of the analysis, can bring us back maybe every time this policy has been used over the last couple of years, so we have an idea of what type of, when this is being used and if we're stepping on their toes and that sort of thing, or if we're going down the right track. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank
if that's
you.
a friendly amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner. Do you have your, okay,
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner
So
Caban?
what I'm trying to do is just get board engagement on this. So I do, just because it's been here doesn't mean that it's good active policy. Admittedly, because it's on the agenda item, it drew my attention. If it wasn't an agenda item, it wouldn't have drawn my attention. But knowing that this is in place as a policy, I think this is bad policy. And let me explain why. It's very easy for contractors to come bid on a project, underbid a project, so they get awarded a bid. Okay? They win the bid. They're the lowest bidder. Then they start feeding you change orders. And the change order after change order after change order. And after the change orders stack up, they're not really the lowest bid anymore, but they're still engaged on the project. So I'm telling you from experience, this is not good policy, okay? It leaves too many, it's too vague. It gives too much control and authority to staff, and it's not good practice. So what I'll do is I agree with Commissioner Matlow and Commissioner Williams-Cox. I also agree with you. We shouldn't be looking to slow staff down. So I think this is where I would like to start, is if we get, and I encourage feedback, but any change order over $1 million needs to come before the board, And in any project and change orders that aggregate 5 million total should also come before the board. So that means if we have 10 change orders for $500,000, every change order after that has to come before the board. Any change order over $1 million has to come before the board. Guys, this is good practice. And let me tell you something, if staff is doing their work, we shouldn't have change orders.
So Commissioner Caban, you're amending your original motion now for a substitute motion, or you're abandoning your first motion?
I'm amending my motion to have any change order over $1 million needs to come before the board, and on per project, any aggregate total of $5 million needs to come for the board.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Matlow, second. Commissioner Williams-Scott.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to keep going back and forth on this. This 20% has been here all these years, all this time. The only change here is who has the authority, and it didn't come to the board. It went to the IMC. So I still say that, but you know, whatever the will of this body is, that's what it is. But I want to just caution us to, once again, let's not dig in on staff about if they're doing their job, then this won't happen. That can't be. We can't do that. That's not good business, because we rely on staff to do what we ask them to do, and they're doing that. So change orders happen, and staff has nothing to do with that. And knowing how many times we've executed this in the past 2 years still doesn't tell us anything. So I just don't want this staff tied up doing stuff that's not going to be meaningful. It's not meaningful to me to know how many times we used in the past 2 years. The question here is, do we want it to be with the IMC or with the director of place? And I don't have a problem with the up to $1 million. We'll begin to see what that volume is. And I think that you'll find that as we get into all these construction projects, that's going to be a lot of volume. It really is. It hadn't been up to this point, but it's going to be. So, you know, if that's what you want to do, that's how you're going to spend your time, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Let's have the motion, vote on the motion on the floor. Madam Clerk, if you will call. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see your call. Commissioner Maddox.
We're on item 4, correct?
Yes, consent agenda item 4 was pulled.
I agree with Commissioner Williams-Scott. I'm willing to take it a step further. I believe that we're in a good place. I appreciate the report that was written. Staff done a good job with the report. With that being said, I'll go ahead and make a substitute motion. Move staff recommendation of options number 1 and 2.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, we've got a second. Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Commissioner Caban is right to bring this up. The percentage hasn't changed from 20%. It's still 20%. But as we've already said, what has changed is the person that approves that. We've gone from the IMC, which is 2 people that get together and review these changes, to 1 person. And I trust you implicitly, but we can't, when you design processes and systems, you can't think of the person. You have to think of who might come after Artie, right? The way it's written right now, theoretically, the director of place could get a change order from a contractor, his brother, his uncle, and approve it without having to go through the IMC or come to this body. And so therein lies a potential point of corruption. So that, I think, is what Commissioner Caban is bringing up, one example of how this could be abused. And so I'm fine with the 20% so long as you have more than 1 person reviewing and approve it, which is what we had before this edit was made, or having to be the director of place, but then have something along the lines of what Commissioner Caban is talking about, a $1 million threshold, but then also adding a percentage, so that if you have a change order for something that's $1 million, but it's a very small amount, that shouldn't impede the progress of the project. It's kind of balancing what Commissioner Williams-Cox says in terms of efficiency, but yet still putting forth some checks and balances that Commissioner Caban is looking for. So I know it's a very small part of the procurement policy, but it's an important part. I don't want to go back and forth too much, but I think we do need to make some change. Either we stick with 20% and the IMC, or we continue with the direct replace with this edit, but then put in a threshold and a small percentage amount to give him the ability to make these approvals for the small change orders. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Let's have a roll call on the substitute motion, which is to accept staff recommendation. Mr. Mayor? Oh, okay. Which is to accept staff recommendation, moved by Commissioner Maddox, I believe second by Commissioner Williams-Cox. Madam Clerk, may we have roll call vote, please?
Mayor Daley?
Aye.
Commissioner Matlow? Commissioner Porter?
Nay.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Aye.
Commissioner Caban?
No.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox? Commissioner Minor?
No.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
No.
Commissioner Welch?
Yes.
So it looks like it fails unless the commissioners who are remote still on.
Commissioner Proctor, I believe, is not back on, correct? And Commissioner Richardson had a plane flight. So the motion,
It fails.
the motion failed. So now we'll go to the original motion made by Commissioner Caban. Can you briefly, succinctly restate it?
Any change order over $1 million must come before the IA board. Aggregate total per project, $5 million. Anything after that must also come before the IA board for approval.
Okay, and I believe we had a second on it already. Okay. Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call vote?
Mayor Daley?
Aye.
Commissioner Matlow?
Aye.
Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Caban?
Aye.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox? Commissioner Minor?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
Yes.
Commissioner Welch?
Okay, thank you. Thank you all so much. Consent agenda item 6 was pulled. And
By Director O'Keefe.
Okay, that's Director O'Keefe. Do you all have a presentation on that at all, Mr. Director?
We do not have a presentation, but we're happy.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think if it's your will, Commissioner Matlow had pulled 5, and I was going to let him go in order.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
Sure, Madam Chairman, if it's your prerogative, item 5 was also pulled by Commissioner Matlow, and I would defer to him to go in order.
Oh, that's right, and I apologize. It was pulled right before we started. So we'll defer to consent item number 5.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be very brief. This item, we currently meet 6 times a year. This would reduce our meetings to 4 times a year. Considering we're 4 hours in and we're still on consent, I think less meetings will make our days much longer. So I will move, I believe it's option 2, to keep the 6 meeting schedule.
Second.
Any discussion? Is your name card up, Commissioner Maddox, to discuss changing to 6 meetings?
Yes, I'll make a motion, substitute motion for making it 4.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call vote? On option 1.
Mayor Daley,
Aye.
Commissioner Matlow,
Nay.
Commissioner Porter,
Nay.
Commissioner Williams-Cox,
Aye.
Commissioner Caban,
Aye.
Commissioner Cummings,
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox,
Aye.
Commissioner Minor,
Nay.
Commissioner O'Keefe,
No.
Commissioner Welch,
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Commissioner Proctor is still not on.
That passes?
Thank you. So that motion did pass. Consent agenda item number 6 was pulled. Mr. Director?
And we also do have speakers on item number 6.
Okay. Madam Clerk, who are our speakers?
Our next speaker is Nate Davis, followed by Wyatt Hendricks, then Max Epstein. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Nita Davis, and my address is 1111 East Paul Russell Road, Tallahassee. And I'm I'm a director with Friends of Lake Munson. And I'm going to jump around. I apologize. It's been a long day. I know all of you are tired. I'm going to bring up 2 things and then jump to really the purpose why I'm here. But I'm going to just run by, and everybody remember, because I'm not going to forget, Lake Hall School. And we never, and I know this is blueprint, but neither the city nor the county can find money for this. But yet we're spending millions of dollars, and parts of that millions are on, just beautifying, And we're looking at a African-American school that was built in 1870 by men that were slaves for their children. And somehow the city nor the county nor anyone can find the money to save this school. And it will fall down. It's only a matter of time. So I digress. And one other thing, I just want to mention it. I'm never going to mention it again. But everyone knows there was a skull found on Zyla Road, because they're doing all that construction for the Fairview School. Well, back when Zyla Road was first paved over, and I've told everyone, but I'm going to let you guys know too, and I'm never mentioning it again, there's an African-American cemetery under that road. And the reason why I know is because we were there when they were paving it, and our dog brought home a leg bone. And my dad went down to investigate, and it was an African-American cemetery that they paved over. And this time when they found the skull, they were asked, should we keep on digging? And they said, no, just proceed with what you're doing. So I'll drop that too, and I'll go on to why I'm here. The other day, let's see, what's today? I don't even know, someday this week, I went to a town hall meeting at Jack McLean Park on the south side. And, I'm sorry, guys, but I hope it didn't check off any box. I mean, that was the sorriest thing I've ever been to. I walked in, there was no one there to tell you what to do, and I thought it was going to be a town hall meeting, and then with Q&As. I walk in, and there's like these poster boards around at when you go to your 5th grade class. Pardon? Okay, well, anyway, you were supposed to put little sticky dots on what you thought was important. Like for multi-housing, for low-cost housing or middle-class housing, all they had was like apartments and condos. So I didn't put anything because I think that just because you're low income, you don't need to live in multi-unit, dwellings. And so anyway, it was horrible. But somewhere in the city or the county, that box is going to be checked that there was a town hall meeting. Wow. And guess what? It was all white women like me. That was the saddest part of it. Here I am at Jack McLean Park, all bunch of little old white women. You know, it was a joke. And then I'm just here too to say that Lake Munson is the most egregious racial injustice that we know about and we have all participated in since it's, you know, since I can remember. And guess what, guys? I can remember Lake Munson 1940s.
Ms. Davis, would you?
And it was a sandy bottom lake. And I want to know, you guys are all up here saying, we got to stick to the program. We got to spend this money. We allocated this money. Well, where is all this gone for Lake Munson?
Thank you, Ms. Davis.
Absolutely criminal. And we shouldn't have to sue to get it done. And we are going to.
Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Wyatt Hendricks, followed by Max Epstein. Name and address for the record, please.
Wyatt Hendricks, 1357 Tom Still Road. I'm a Director and Vice Chairman of Friends of Lake Munson, Inc. Recently, at the last County Commission meeting, Craig Diamond asked that we hold a joint, that the county hold a joint city-county Cascades 4/Lake Munson Stormwater Workshop to discuss this project and Lake Munson. In addition, it was promised the authors of the planning study and engineers of the project would be present to answer questions. We are asking for this body to make a motion and follow through. Last year, Blueprint actually promised Craig Diamond that this would happen, but it didn't. The reason for having a workshop is so that we have scientists that work with us, and they are out there looking at the lake and the ditches all the time. And the other side of that is that Max will get into it about Cascades 4. You're being asked to accept a status report on Cascades 4. I've been a resident of Lake Munson for 35 years. Many more promises made over the years by the city and county to restore Lake Munson, including Blueprint 2000's Capital Cascades project to clean up the central drainage ditch and the water coming into Lake Henrietta and Lake Munson. This project is now years overdue and has been substantially changed from the original project. They removed 100 acres of stormwater facility from that project. Now there is virtually no stormwater treatment at all in the Lake Munson Basin. Lake Munson does not have a chance. I just want to point out that the engineering studies that were made as part of the Cascades development thing, that study was integrated with an entire stormwater management plan. Okay, well, bottom line is, if this project does not go through the substantial amendment process, we will be forced to take legal action against Blueprint to keep their promise to the voters and the taxpayers. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Hendricks.
Our final speaker on number 6 is Max Epstein. Name and address for the record.
Max Epstein, 1001 San Luis Road. So I'm here to echo those comments, and if you don't mind going back actually to the beginning real fast, and then I will go through. Again, in 2019, you approved this item that said that you were going to get a planning study back, it says right there, and an updated concept pending IA board approval. Look, sounds great. Autumn, we talked about this. I was excited to hear it. Next slide, please. Now, what did you actually approve? You said you authorized Blueprint to advertise, negotiate, contract, to do it all, permit it, and construct it according to the IMC. Next slide, please. Again, the original project scope was $37 million. That's $65 million in today's dollars. Now it's down to $587,000. Next slide. This is what the voters paid for. This is what we got. And I'd like everyone at this table to ask yourself, was this substantially amended? We heard this over and over again about the 3 projects you just discussed. If you took out one roadway segment, substantial amendment, you took out 100 acres, you have 4 acres of it left, and that's being generous. Next slide, please. Now, this is the project description. This is the Blueprint 2000 project. It was used as a punching bag. It was defunded to fund Cascades Park and the bridge and other things like that. And remember, this project was supposed to be 4 times the size of Cascades Park down Lake Bradford. Now, wouldn't that be revitalization for the South Side? And these are all the things that are highlighted that do not meet the current project. Next slide. I had to do public records requests to even find out about the airport gateway. We know that there are 5 ponds, 3 of them that are going to be going in the Cascades area. One of the ponds proposed for this project is actually an airport gateway pond. And that means every person that goes and develops there has to build their own pond instead of having it done already. Next slide, please. The whole goal was for significant stormwater treatment flood control south of Orange Avenue. Everyone who lives in Section 6, sorry, it ain't happening. Next slide, please. You even did a study that said this new updated concept with its small footprint would be insufficient to mitigate existing flood conditions or significantly reduce. What are we spending $20 million on? Next slide. Sorry, everyone who lives around there, you're not getting flood reduction. Next slide. Now, if you look at what's coming into Lake Munson, there's the phosphorus. You see that green level? That's a healthy lake. That's what this project is supposed to do, to clean up the water. And if you don't reach that, which should be the goal of Capital Cascades 4, you will never have a clean lake. And if you don't mind, Madam Chair, I have 30 more seconds. Next slide, please. Now, you applied for a $5 million grant. Let's look at all the other grants that have been awarded for similar projects. 16 mil local match, 14 from the state, 13, 14. You could be doubling your money right now with an actual real concept. So I included it at the bottom, the Lake Munson Watershed Restoration Sediment Removal Project. Why don't we try to go after 20 or 25 mil? And ask me, has this project been substantially changed from 100 acres of stormwater treatment to a concrete ditch? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Epstein. Is that our final speaker?
That is our final speaker on number 6.
Thank you. Mr. Director, do you have any presentation on agenda item number 6?
We do not, but we're happy to answer questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you just briefly let us know, following up from that, did this go through a substantial amendment process, and if not, how that changed in timeline?
Okay, Commissioner O'Keefe, I didn't quite understand your question. What were you asking if it went through a substantial amendment process?
Yeah, if this was considered a substantial amendment in the past and went through the process, that was all.
Okay, and you're talking about Capital Cascades Trail segment that's before us right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
If I may. So Capital Cascades Trail Segment 4 is the 4th and final phase of a very large project that's been underway with Blueprint 2000 since the inception of Blueprint 2000. The master plan for Capital Cascades Trail 4 was adopted by this body in 2005. So that was before the improvements were made on Franklin, Cascades Park, and of course continuing down along FAMU Way for Cascades Trail Segment 3.
Director Caller, can you speak directly in your mic?
Yeah,
You're really
sorry, I
not
felt
being
like-
heard. Okay.
So the Capital Cascades Trail is a very large project, and it's been underway since really before 2005 for the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency. In 2005, a master plan was adopted. Since then, Blueprint has made its way down the trail with segment 1, segment 2, segment 3, and now we're in segment 4. The segment 4 project has had the benefit of all of those years, and by that I mean a substantial amount of improvements have been made by the city and the county to improve Lake Munson. And I know you recently had the update at the Board of County Commissioners meeting on Lake Munson. I think it was $290 million has been invested in the Lake Munson Basin over the last 4 years. And in addition to that, on a smaller scale, there's been a considerable amount of improvements that have been made just in the Cascades Trail Segment 4 project area. So when we look at Cascades 4 today, we take into account the improvements that have been made. And in 2005, the master plan for Cascades 4 included the creation of stormwater treatment facilities north of Orange Avenue. Those stormwater treatment facilities have already been constructed by the City of Tallahassee with the Tallahassee Junction Pond and the Bond Pond. In addition, the City of Tallahassee has also done the armoring of the central drainage ditch itself. So that was a major investment that the city undertook probably about 5 to 10 years ago. So the improvements that Cascades 4 was intended to make north of Orange Avenue, for example, have already been made by the city. So no need for a substantial amendment because those improvements have already been made. And so we can say that that part of the project is complete. Now, in terms of property acquisition, there have been properties that have been acquired. In the early 2000s, Blueprint went through a grant application for the Florida Communities Trust to acquire properties along Segment 4. And those properties are being utilized today for the purposes of this project. We mentioned the flood reduction in the area, and I just want to just hit on that for a moment, too. The concept plan that you have included and discussed in this agenda item includes reducing flooding on 45% of the homes that are within the Callan and Liberty Park neighborhoods that are currently within the 100-year floodplain. So that's a flood reduction benefit. There will be water quality benefits to this project as well. And those all contribute towards better water quality discharging into Lake Munson. One of the reasons that this project isn't really focusing as hard on the water quality element is because the water quality going into Lake Munson has already improved so much that it would take a substantial amount of land and dollars, and almost at kind of because the water is actually at a point now where it's improved so much that you'd have to pour tons and tons and tons of money and land into actually making an improvement. And at that point, you have a law of diminishing returns. So let's see, so water quality, flood reduction, we check that. Oh, another main component of Cascades Trail 4 are the greenway components and the trail connectivities. North of Orange Avenue, Blueprint has already worked to provide pedestrian connections to the Bond neighborhood, and we have one more underway that'll start construction with this project in 2004. And of course, south of Orange Avenue, we have connections to the neighborhoods down there, helping people to access these recreational spaces that will be created through this project. It also includes the creation of a new park on land that was acquired by the Florida Communities Trust. And in that park, that's where we start to see some of the water quality improvement aspirations and edible landscape and good stuff like that. We did hold a community meeting earlier this year where we had about 200 people attend. It was a great showing at Pineview Elementary School. We've included all of the citizen comments from that public meeting in here as well. And yeah, I look forward to completing this project, and any other questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I move accept staff report.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. No other comments? Let's have a vote. I believe was the motion. Motion and second. Okay. For staff recommendation, which is really a report and a status update. So all those, I think we can do this perhaps maybe without a voice. All those in favor of the motion on the floor accepting staff recommendation, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Thanks. Any opposition? Hearing none. Thank you so much. I believe we have concluded all the consent items that were pulled, Mr. Director.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so that moves us to item number 7. Do we have any public comment?
Max Epstein. Name and address for the record, please.
Is this item 8?
7.
7, oh, the
Lake Lafayette, St. Mark's.
Thank you. So I've made a suggestion here. Commissioner O'Keefe, I know this is in your district. The Falls Chase parcel is on the essential list for Florida Forever. It has been for some time. There were negotiations at one point to try to have the state purchase it years ago. I'm not sure what happened. The county, I'm not sure what happened. But I'd like you all to consider returning an item to contact Florida Forever and see if they would make an offer to the developer and work with Blueprint in the county. And you want to talk about one of the most important remnant parcels that we have left, it's Falls Chase, because that is where our drinking water is in Upper Lake Lafayette. That goes directly down to Wakulla Springs. It's on the essential list, and this is money that can come from the state. Free. They just awarded a $77 million award for some land in South Florida. So why not try? We have this focus on Wakulla Springs. It's time to do something. So please return that. You know, Blueprint used to have something called the Sensitive Lands Committee, where sensitive lands, environmental lands, and Blueprint 2000 were actually acquired. I think you should take it off the website now because it doesn't exist. That's what Blueprint was for, was gray and green infrastructure, and they acquired a lot of really nice stuff in Blueprint 2000. We have no money at all allocated in Blueprint 2020. So this is an opportunity here for you to work with the state and maybe not even use your own money to create one of the best and most beautiful parks in this entire county. There are Native American sites there, all sorts of stuff, and the way it's been developed so far has basically been a clear cut. That's our drinking water. So, Commissioner O'Keefe, I hope that you ask for that item to come back. Never hurts to try, right? Let's try. Thanks.
Thank you.
That was our final speaker for 7.
Thank you. That was our final speaker on this particular item. Commissioners, I will entertain a motion, or Commissioner O'Keefe.
Madam Chair, does staff have any want to go over the item?
We do have a presentation.
Oh, you do have a presentation? Okay. Yes.
So this item is in response to the IA Board's direction from May of earlier this year to bring back an item discussing the implementation of a trail along Appalachian Parkway from Conner Boulevard up to the Appalachian Regional Park within the context of the Lake Lafayette and St. Mark's Regional Linear Park Project, which we just kind of call the Linear Park Project at this point. It's kind of a long name there. So just as by way of background, the Linear Park Project is intended to connect a substantial amount of recreational trails by trail connections themselves and recreational facilities like the Appalachian Regional Park, the St. Mark's Headwaters, Tom Brown Park, for example. It also includes a floodplain study for Lower Lake Lafayette, which is underway. That's underway by the Northwest Florida Water Management District, which is a great leveraging opportunity for us because that'll help us to save about $200,000 in this project and get the floodplain study that we need. But a substantial success in this project is the construction and leveraging of the trail along Upper Lake Lafayette, and that's leveraging the Falls Chase developer. As a matter of fact, just to kind of provide some insight into some of the background on the Falls Chase development, in 2015, the IA Board authorized the use of Blueprint funds to match a state acquisition application to the Florida Forever program. The Buck Lake Alliance was putting forward an application, and the intergovernmental agency said, we're not interested in acquiring and using Blueprint funds for the entirety of the Falls Chase parcel, but we are interested in preserving about 50 acres on Upper Lake Lafayette in order to build the trail. The developer at that time was contacted by the state and ultimately was not a willing seller to the state of Florida for the Florida Forever program. But they were interested in providing a conservation easement on Upper Lake Lafayette, and they then dedicated that easement for the use for this trail. And they also provided the design and a commitment to reduce a lot of the invasive species on Upper Lake Lafayette. And then Blueprint could build the trail. And that's the leveraging piece that we see, where dedication of that land for the trail, and then they will construct it at an amount not to exceed, which is always turns out to be a good deal for Blueprint when we see these rising construction prices. So that's moved forward, and that's certainly been a success in this project. Now, looking just at a trail on Appalachian Parkway, what we have found over the last couple of years that many of the trail connections in this project are infeasible. The FWC has told us under no condition would they allow us to build a boardwalk through their lands in the Kirk Edwards Wildlife Area. It relies on easements on a lot of private properties, using railroad right-of-way where they haven't given the approval to use it. So that left us with looking for alternative connections that fall within the boundaries of this project. And a trail along Appalachian Parkway from essentially Conner Boulevard to the regional park is about a little over 3.5 miles. And it would provide that pedestrian connection between those two major recreation destinations. The cost estimate for this park is, for this trail is $6.6 million. And the budget that you have presented and discussed earlier today includes funding in this project for 2039, an amount of $15.8 million, which could be used to fund that trail. And our recommended action today is to accept the status update on the Regional Linear Park project.
Thank you, Madam Director. Commissioner O'Keefe.
Yeah, a quick question, and I'm ready for, I'll make a motion. Is my understanding correct? If we accept report, then this plan is the plan when we look for funding in 2039 with the new path.
Yes, please.
Yeah, well, we would definitely look to this as a potential option to make that connection to the regional park. Another thing is that Appalachian Parkway is in the DOT's right-of-way. Blueprint, the CRTPA, other organizations, city, county have all been really successful in getting DOT to pay for improvements like this. And it's certainly something that we could start to talk to DOT about.
Thank you. I move accept staff report.
Thank you. Is there a second? Mayor? Commissioner Maddox? Okay, we've got a motion to accept the staff report. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
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 Any opposition, the same sign? Hearing none. Thank you, Madam Director Carter, so much. Now we're on agenda item number 8. Are there any speakers on this particular item?
Yes, Madam Chair. Our first speaker is Stanley Sims, followed by James Jackson, then Max Epstein.
Thank you. Mr. Sims.
Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Stanley Sims. I'm at 1320 Avondale Way, and I'm just having a massive back cramp right now. I'm here because I'm concerned about government-funded liquor stores on the south side. Government-funded. We already, and it's an exaggeration, it's a distillery, a beer distillery, across the street from another beer distillery that came to this very same, I don't know if it was this board, but I know they came to the city, and they said, if you don't give us the money, we're gonna open it up anyway, which they did. Then now we've got another beer distillery opening up on Gain Street. They didn't ask for $3 million in government funding. I think they got a little under 200,000. Why are we putting government-funded liquor stores on the south side? I ain't asking why are we funding liquor stores, because if a brother came up here and wanted to fund marijuana or trap house, it's the same thing. But then here's this. We get here in 6 days. I got bad credit. It don't take the bank 6 days to turn me down. And so every financial expert in Tallahassee said, oh, this is a great project, but we don't think that it's financially sound. Let me skip to my part, because I don't want my time to run out before I get to my good punchline. Explain this to me. Explain this to me. We got kids killing other kids. We got high violent crime in our community. We got food deserts. We got individuals just like me that don't have no money.
30 seconds.
But OEV didn't give me all of these options that ain't written down. It's on a need-to-know basis. And I'm one brother need to know, and I ain't gonna stop coming till I know. I'll be back for.
Next speaker is James Jackson, followed by Max Epstein, then Anita Bushniakova. James Jackson. Our next speaker is Max Epstein. Max Epstein. Name and address for the record, please.
Max Epstein, 1001 San Luis Road. Well, you know, we came before this body last time around to try to save those homes. We tried to get Blueprint to acquire them under the History and Culture Trail. We were told it has to be a new project, right? Fortunately, we found the funding and the homes are being moved. I got to give a shout out to John Reddick and Growth Management who helped make this happen. But we're here to talk about this non-competitive grant, right? So we're going to have $2.5 million going towards a distillery and a mall, commercial development. We're in an environment where rates are high and someone made a bad business decision. And now we want to subsidize this person even farther. We rejected funding proof across the street. I heard Mr. Richardson have strong comments about why we shouldn't support them, but this is different. Why did Ology, how could they open a distillery and be just fine? Well, you know, we got that non-competitive agreement. I'm pretty sure Keith knew we would never qualify for that. We had to go through, you know, we had to go through this ELV committee. We had just a few days, and it seems like they're just got pushed through without that recommendation. We came and asked for a loan, and I think someone said, I don't think Blueprint's in the loan business, right? Well, they're asking for a loan, right? So all the things we asked for, they're getting. So for us, it's no. Why is that? Think about 2.5 mil, what that can fund. How about some performing arts? That was another thing that bothered me about this project. All about the arts. So tell me, are you paying the artists? How much in the budget? There was a musician that joined one of these focus sessions, and they said, all right, so we can get paid? Like, what's going on? I don't know. You can put a mural up on anything, and call it art.
30
But you need to
seconds.
support the artists themselves. You could spend this money to create something really nice on the South Side, somewhere people want to gather for music and art. But what are you funding? You're funding a private business, a distillery. That's not what that area needs, I don't think. And from my time working with the Frenchtown folks, they don't want that kind of thing in their
Time.
neighborhood either.
Our
Thank you,
next
Ms.
speaker is
Epstein.
Anita Bushnelkova, followed by Jordan Scott, then Dot Inman Johnson. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Anita Bushnikova. My address is exempt from public record due to my involvement with the Guardian Ad Litem program. Thank you for giving me your time and consideration here tonight. I want to start off by saying that Soma Walls and Wells Distillery is a lot more than just a liquor store. It's a place where people will be able to gather, where artists will be able to display their art, and where the community can thrive. I work on the south side of town, and I'm there every day. I, for one, am very excited to see a significant economic involvement and investment on that side of town. It needs it. And also, further, it's okay to have competition. It's okay to have one place and another place across the street, because they're not all that similar. Now, I will tell you that I have significant financial expertise and background, and I have looked at the finances of this project, and it is fiscally sound and something that this agency should continue to support as it has supported in the past. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jordan Scott, followed by Dot Inman Johnson and Margaret Moore. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, hi, my name is Jordan Scott, 1919 Dawsey Street, apartment 232303. I'm here on behalf of the Big Bend chapter of Northwest Florida Federation of Labor, that's the AFL-CIO. I assume some of you have heard of the AFL-CIO. There are many different special interest groups who will lobby on one side or the other about this issue. One being Grow Tallahassee, who will ask you to vote in favor of spending tax dollars on behalf of developers. Well, we are organized labor, and our only interest is the well-being and livelihood of working people in the Big Bend, and in this case, Leon County. I'm here to tell you definitively that working people do not support spending $1.8 million to bail out a failed project that does nothing to benefit working people in this area, and ask you to vote no on this project. My understanding is that when a successful business wants to make an investment, they take out a loan. What people here may or may not know is that at the state and federal levels, the political fault lines are generally drawn between Republicans and Democrats. But at the local level, the political fault lines fall between big money developers and tax-paying workers. This right here is not a partisan issue. It is simply a matter of spending priorities. What I know from my work as a union member and as a researcher is that workers, whether they put an R, a D, an I, or even a G by their name, do not like to see their tax dollars spent on frivolous projects that do not benefit working people. So build a retail and commercial place with a distillery or not, but do not do it with the hard-earned dollars of workers in Tallahassee, because we already know what to expect. An establishment like this will not decrease poverty in the area, but will not bring much-needed, well-paying jobs to the community. The few jobs that it will bring will be low-paying service work. Guess what? We already have plenty of service jobs in Tallahassee, which tend to be low-paying, sometimes abusive, and are aggressively resilient to unionization of workers. If you need proof of this, just look at the ongoing campaign at Starbucks across the country. Grow Tallahassee has their networks, which are funded by powerful, wealthy development interests. But hear me when I say that labor, both the organized and unorganized, we have our people too. And our people are hardworking taxpayers, and we object to this bailout of a project with so many negatives and too few benefits for workers.
Seconds.
As you vote today, you'll have to choose, in the words of the old Union hymn by Florence Reese, which side are you on? Thank you.
Next speaker is Dot Inman Johnson, followed by Margaret Moore, then Serenity Williams. Name and address for the record, please.
Dot Inman Johnson, 2121 Trescott Drive, Tallahassee. And I have no idea why we are talking about investing another $1.8 million of taxpayer dollars on a business that we've already committed $1.6 million. Just because it's located a few blocks south of downtown gives it no special magic in terms of Southside residents. And I challenge directors and the developer to give specific benefits that residents on the South Side will receive from this project. The South Side does not need another brewery, another pizza shop, nor does it need exhibit space for art. We have City Hall, we have Lemoyne, Railroad Square with 621, both university galleries, all in close proximity to the South Side. What the South Side needs desperately is affordable rental housing for low-income earners in a city where 1 out of 4 residents live in poverty. If that's what you were trying to address with the $1.8 million, I would be here cheering you on. I can't imagine that with the stink from this project, with campaign contributions to many of the directors and Grow Tallahassee's management of campaigns, that ethics would not dictate that you declare a conflict of interest and recuse yourselves. Further, I cannot believe this proposal got this far when the OEV Council voted to support and recommend it forward without even having a quorum to take a vote. We have already given this project 1.6 of our tax dollars. Enough is enough. To ask for another $1.8 million is simply greed, especially when banks won't even take a risk on further financing this
30
project.
seconds.
I am here to ask you to remove this item from the agenda or give it a resounding no vote. Thank you.
Next speaker is Margaret Moore, followed by Serenity Williams, then Abdelilah Scott. Are you Ms. Moore? Next will be Serenity Williams, followed by Abdelilah Scott, and then Lucia Summer. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, I am Serenity Williams, 4011 Elder Lane, Tallahassee. Didn't want to make any prepared statements today because I think, what's been said has been said, but I want to be sure that we understand what this looks like. I am Black. My people were brought here to serve, to be slaves. Afterwards, after we won our liberation, we had our HBCUs. We have one here, played football, brought in some good money for that. And then they said, hey, we want some of that too. Come play football over here. So the message you are sending with this Somo Malls is that, well, you are good at serving. So come over here and serve beer. Come over here and serve pizza. That is the economic mobility you're telling my people on the south side of Tallahassee. That's your mobility, is to crack your head playing football or serve beer. And I don't think that's right. I don't think that's fair. There's so much more that our people can give to Tallahassee. I think this space can be used for something so much more than a distillery and whatever else you want to put there. I think when you look up economic mobility, you are seeing infrastructure, innovation, tech. That's what you can teach people how to do. Maybe that can be some sort of robotics center or anything else. When you talk about the violence going on in Tallahassee, it's because it's out of desperation. It's out of lack of opportunity. And when you're giving our people opportunity, and the opportunity you're telling them is a minimum wage service job and not learning new skills that you can market and grow yourself, that is not a good message to send. So I tell all of you to please vote no, or at least if you getting money from Buddy, recuse yourself.
Our next speaker is Abdelilah Sky, followed by Lucia Summer, then Cheryl Collins Brown.
Good evening. My name is Abdillah Skier. I am at 1951 North Meridian Road. I try to stay away from these things in my spare time to spare my mental sanity. But the more I read about what was happening on this item, it was just profoundly and painfully dumb. So I felt I had to come and make my voice heard as a resident of this city. Everything about this item is dumb. The concept is dumb. We need a distillery across the street from Proof, much in the same way that Tallahassee needs another chicken joint, which is to say we don't need it. It's dumb that we're having this conversation instead of a conversation about how to improve our infrastructure so that it's not a death trap for pedestrians and cyclists. Since the end of July, 4 pedestrians have been killed by automobiles just for walking or cycling. That's basically one person every other week is losing their life to being struck by an automobile. And we're not talking about how to improve infrastructure for those people. It's dumb that we're having this conversation instead of a conversation about how to improve our infrastructure on making sure that our buses run more than once an hour. You don't get to call yourself a city when your buses run once an hour. You get downgraded to a town in my personal record book. It's dumb that the person who is requesting these funds is the chair of a political committee that has donated or endorsed about half of the members of this agency. It is dumb that the members of those said members, to my knowledge at least, have not recused themselves from this item. It is dumb that 2 members of this agency were alleged to have been discussing this item outside of a noticed meeting in violation of state sunshine laws, and they have not even come out and denied that fact. So I've said enough. I'm just going to quote a member of this agency from a couple of years ago. CRA money should be invested where there are not sidewalks for mothers pushing baby carriages. We should invest money in those areas of town that have been neglected and overlooked over the years. I agree with that. I would simply not do something dumb like vote yes on this item. Please vote no. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lucia Summer, followed by Cheryl Brown, then Brian Clark. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, it's Lucia Summer and 1611 Milton Street. And I'm wondering, can I register the comments of someone who signed up to speak but had to leave?
What was your question? Can you do what?
Can I register the comments of somebody
Register?
who mentioned the comments of somebody who signed up to speak but had to leave early?
If you want to repeat their comment, but you have 3 minutes to do it.
Yeah, and my comments are very short. Mike Goldstein, who is the owner of Capital City Pedicabs, signed up to speak and had to leave, and he urges you to vote no on this. Many of his concerns have already been brought up, such as the pressing needs, all the other pressing needs that this money could be used for. And he also says these non-competitive bids need to be fair for everyone, and 6 days' notice isn't enough time for the community to get out to, register their comments, especially when most people are in school or work during the meetings. And I don't want to repeat what other people have said very eloquently and intelligently. I think everyone, all the commissioners know in your heart of hearts that the correct, ethical, and fiscal vote is no on this. And if you can just somehow reach down and access that knowledge, and you'll do the right thing. And doing the right thing is good for the citizens of this community, and it's also good for you. It feels really good to do the right thing. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brian Clark, followed by Bugra Demerol. Name and address for the record, please. Mr. Clark, you're on mute. Next speaker and final speaker on 8 is Bugra Demerol. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Bura Demerel, 1254 North Bruno. Madam Chair, AI Board Directors, I appreciate the opportunity here. This item belongs to me, so I'm going to defer to you, Madam Chair, to see if you want me to speak right now and go through a little bit longer, more than 3 minutes, or if you want to have the discussion, and then I'll come back to answer questions and continue to, give the rest of the speech.
Thank you. At this point, just utilize your 3 minutes, and if need be, we'll engage you later. But generally, you just have your 3 minutes.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity here today. Following our discussions in our last meeting, thank you for directing this staff to bring this agenda item back. Our project proudly hosts the single largest commercial development south of downtown, the title of single largest commercial development south of downtown Tallahassee, position itself as the gateway to South Side and South Monroe Corridor. Now, it is the first private sector investment that is utilizing and building a brand new construction on that part of town, on South Monroe. Now, to date, we have received significant recognitions from multiple architectural committees and magazines due to its concept, its design and execution, and most importantly, the fact that it adapts itself to the neighborhood that is surrounding the project. Our project also has a significant MWSBE involvement. To date, it is 34%, which was in the agenda item that we are very proud of, and we will continue to provide opportunities to MWSBE. This portion is very important for us. Now, going back to our units, to date, we are 85% leased out, so this is no more conceptual. We do have tenants that will be taking, as outlined in your agenda item, you have the details of the tenant mix there, including the Walls Distilling Company. Now, Walls Distilling Company is going to create manufacturing job, which is a targeted industry under OEV. It is going to contribute to the sales tax, it's going to contribute to the federal tax, and on top of all of that, it is going to create higher paying jobs in Tallahassee. And these are full-time jobs, not temporary construction jobs. Now, which it leads, the conversation goes to the next point, what's the economic impact?
30 seconds.
Economic impact is $17 million, and as outlined on the agenda item. I have a couple more points here. I would love to see the discussion. I want to come back if you have any more questions on this, and I would like to take those questions and answer as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Michael Gugliardi. Name and address for the record, please.
Michael Gagliardi, 1322 Smoke Rise Lane. It's clear I could speak for way more than 3 minutes on just the appearance of impropriety of all of this. But let's just assume for the sake that the following coincidences happen in order. The man responsible for this project finds himself on the committee that rejected it initially. Suddenly it's approved. Okay, coincidences happen. Then all of the candidates he backed through his PAC and his developer fund, they all win. And then suddenly $1.8 million goes to a private development that he owns. That's just another coincidence. I won't bore you with the appearance of impropriety on that. What this actually is the privatization of gains and the socialization of risk. You are asking Leon County and Tallahassee taxpayers to subsidize the vanity project of one person of dubious pedigree. He has almost no successful development credits to his name. He has no knowledge or name recognition within the distillery industry. We have no evidence that he knows anything about distilled spirits of any kind. And first and foremost, Blueprint is a lender of last resort to give economic impact to areas that cannot achieve the financing on their own, either because it is an unwise investment or a risk that a private industry cannot take. A distillery is something a private industry can finance the risk on. I know this because Ology opened one successfully 2 years ago. Is the owner of Ology here to beg, please, where's my taxpayer money? No, he doesn't even have to pay this back if it goes belly up. He keeps over $1 million for just himself. And also, in terms of dubious provenance and questionable managerial ability, he's over a 200% on his budget. Originally 5.5 million, now 12. But I wouldn't trust this guy to open a popsicle stand, let alone a major, major investment of our money. And is that what the South Side really needs? One of the most economically impoverished areas of our city? Is that what they need? A distillery to sell them $15 craft cocktails? Well, perhaps, yeah. Do we need a gentrified liquor store, or do we need a grocery store, or mixed-use residential housing, or anything that is an actual need that the private industry either can't or won't meet? A distillery simply does not meet any of these criteria, and I feel that, appearance of impropriety aside, it's an unsound, unwise financial decision, and I know none of you will listen to me. I'm actually speaking to the voters. Hold these people accountable if they give your money away, because they're not going to listen to me. Thank you.
That was our final speaker on number 8.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Director, is there anything from your staff on this issue?
We do have a brief presentation. I'll ask the Director of Office of Economic Vitality, Keith Bowers, to give the brief presentation.
Thank you.
Good evening, excuse me. Good evening, directors. The item for your consideration today is a non-competitive economic development project proposal. And before we get into the details of the actual proposal, I'd like to provide you with a brief overview of the non-competitive policy. Non-competitive economic development policy, or the policy that administers this program, it was designed basically to provide entrepreneurs and small business owners an opportunity to present funding requests to the Office of Economic Vitality. Staff evaluates all proposals based on IA Board Policy 114, which was approved in 2021. To date, 2 projects have been evaluated using this policy. Our scoring consists of a scoring metrics where our staff scores that. We use the metrics to be sure that we provide a fair and impartial analysis of all non-competitive economic development proposals. And the matrix is provided for you in your material. So with the Somo Walls proposal, at the August 24th IA Board meeting, the IA Board directed staff to evaluate the proposal. Description was the Somo Walls project is designed to house a retail establishments, leasable retail establishments, a distillery, a restaurant, and an arts venue platform. The funding request for this proposal is $1.7 million. And when we evaluate these proposals, we ensure that they align with our core strategic initiatives. This one touches on 3 of our core strategic initiatives in that it maximizes OEV's impact, which means it simply aligns with previous investments made by municipalities. In this case, because it's located on the south side, it aligns with investments such as Capitol Cascades Trail Segment 3, Monroe Adams Placemaking, Magnolia Drive Trail, Orange Meridian Placemaking, and the Fairgrounds Beautification. Another core strategy that this project touches on is support for the development and retention of minority small business enterprises. Somo Walls the Cascades development team has set an aspirational goal of 35% MWSBE utilization, and to date, the developer has executed contracts valued at over $1.6 million, or 34%, with MWSBEs. The third and final core strategy that this project touches on is fosters entrepreneurship and business formation. Because the facility will have more than 14,000 square feet of leasable units, it could be made available to small business owners and entrepreneurs. The second part of our analysis that we conduct ensures that these projects align with our targeted industry study. In this case, manufacturing and transportation is one of the targeted industry studies that one segment of this project includes, in that it is advanced manufacturing with the distillery. The distillery also proposes to merge computer technology and software information systems to create physical goods, and that's basically the definition for advanced manufacturing. So the anticipated economic impact, the Stonewall Walls project is as planned, is projected to have $17.8 million of economic impact for the community. And this information was outlined in the in-plan analysis performed by the Florida State University Center for Economic Forecasting and Analysis. The analysis further estimates the creation of 79 construction jobs, 47 permanent jobs, with the combined wages totaling $6.4 million. Additional information for your consideration: the applicant has expressed the desire to return a portion of the funds if awarded to the project. The applicant would like the IA to consider allowing $1 million of the requested $1.7 million to be in the form of a recoverable grant to be returned to OEV once the project is refinanced, which they anticipate doing so within the next 3 to 5 years. So as we look at the evaluation of the proposal, again, we use the scoring matrix to provide a fair and impartial analysis for these proposals. The scoring results of the $1.7 million request is calculated to be 93 out of a total 95 points. And OEV is recommending option 1, board action. Should this project be approved by the IA board, the OEV staff will execute the necessary agreements and assurances and implement the process to fund the project.
Thank you, Director Bowers, and thank you for the presentation. I see Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not going to be on mute. This is a pretty big issue, but as per policy, I'll start with a motion. I actually move that we table this agenda item until we've had time to work with staff to create a way in which Board of Directors can view the financial records of the grant requester and scrutinize them in a confidential way internally, or if not with staff willing to do so, time to get a court order to be able to review the records before we approve it.
Thank you, Commissioner. I believe it dies for lack of second. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to move staff recommendation to approve this project.
The staff recommendation, Commissioner?
I'm sorry, the board director, okay, well, I recommend that this project be approved, the requested funding, and I'll come back to give my reasoning. Option two. I can't, I'm sorry, it's late in the day, I can't see that far.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Is there a second? Thank you, Mayor Daley. Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Contrary to what you've heard, if we took the time to read the agenda item, you took the time to pay attention to what's really going on, you will learn this on page 418 of the agenda item that is available online. An institutional first mortgage of $2.8 million has been acquired by this person. An institutional second mortgage of $2 million has also been acquired. Received other institutional financing to the tune of $1.25 million, and requiring us to create something that we've never had before, which is to create an agreement to allow a grantee to pay back a portion of what has been awarded. Now, we're always talking about what the South Side need and what the South Side doesn't need, but many of you who are speaking don't live on the South Side and never have. So therefore, for those of us who've been advocating for development, smart development on the South Side for a very long time, 30+ years, believe that this is the gateway to allowing and letting others know that it is okay to come and invest on the South Side of town. It is my hope that we will encourage people to invest on all sides of town. But I think that this gentleman has shown that he is willing to take the risk. He has put his money where his mouth is, and because of rising costs and some delays that could not have been determined, like we have learned on these other projects that we are working on, he finds himself needing some gap funding to close this out. Now, as far as CRA is concerned, he has not received one penny of the CRA award yet. So let's make that clear. He has not received any government money as of yet. It has been $500,000 has been, I think, has been awarded, and $200,000 is a loan to be returned. So let's state the facts. Let's tell the truth here. We need smart development. We need good places to eat. We need good places to enjoy and have entertainment on the South Side. And I think that this is an opportunity to spur that growth. We see others that are coming online as well. And as we continue to try to build all of Tallahassee, I think we need to make sure that folks who are willing to spend their own money to do this, we should partner with them. And those who don't understand that, then watch what happens when people come and invest on the South Side. Watch us continue to thrive and continue to grow. So I full throat, with no reservation, encourage us to support this endeavor, to put a little government money with some some private investing money that has already been put in place, so that we can say together, we did this, not he did this, we did this, and that we can continue to grow our South Side and keep our residents happy as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have to abstain from this vote for a conflict, I engage in professional services with the developer's wife, but I do have some comments I would like to make. I think it's important when we review these projects that we make decisions based on facts. And from what I've seen and what I've heard, there's a lot of misinformation circulating. One of the speakers, if not multiple of the speakers, mentioned grocery stores on the South Side. Well, guess what? We had some, and they just recently went out of business, as well as a CVS. And so when we look at someone who's taking their own dollars and their own money and want to invest in our community, a lot of money to create jobs, create more economic development, in a part of town that, quite frankly, doesn't have a lot of it. I think it's important that we make decisions based on the facts. Additionally, a couple people up there mentioned low-paying service jobs. And I just want to say that, when I was in college, when I was in my early 20s, I was one of those employees working a low-wage service job. I paid my way through school with that job. I paid for housing with that job. I paid for groceries with that job. I supported myself through that job. And when you look at other communities
Tampa, Orlando, Jacksonville, Miami, those industries and those economies that have thriving hospitality markets with retail, restaurants, bars, distilleries, that does spur economic development. And so I think it's important that whatever decision is made, it's made based on facts and not with political bias. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Caban. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to address the attorney, if I may. I forwarded you an email. I was witness to two board members having a meeting discussing this board item 2 days ago and behind closed doors in City Commission meeting. I was just wondering what is the best way to address that conversation for the public.
Was your question directed to?
To the attorney, yes,
To the
ma'am.
attorney? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, Commissioner, if you believe that you have witnessed some sort of ethical violation, you are free to contact the Florida Commission on Ethics. But other than that, there's nothing else that I can advise you to do regarding what you may have seen.
Okay. Is there no conflict on the vote if two board members engaged in a conversation that's not put onto the record today?
That is not verified. You know, I can't say that that is something that actually happened. That's not up to me. I wasn't there. But if you do have a concern, you're certainly free to take that to the Florida Commission on Ethics or the Independent Ethics Board. That if there was a city commissioners involved with that, because they do have jurisdiction there.
I don't believe they have jurisdiction over Blueprint. Well,
They don't over Blueprint, but if there's some sort of ethical violation that involves their position as city commissioners, certainly you're free to engage them.
Okay. Well, nevertheless, just for the public record, 2 days ago I entered the back hallway of the City Commission chambers. As I turned the corner to my office, I could hear John Daly. He was inside City Commissioner Richardson's office with Commissioner Richardson and another individual, and he was saying...
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I don't think that this comment by the director is proper. Certainly, Commissioner Richardson is not here to defend himself. Mayor Daley is here. But we're on an item.
I'll withdraw. I just wanted to make sure our vote is proper after what I witnessed, but I'll cease comments and go back to the item.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. And I agree with the attorney. This body does not have jurisdiction over those issues. So, yeah, if you'll make it pertinent to this agenda item, I would appreciate it.
Okay.
Comments.
So I think my questions, well, I have a couple questions for staff, and then I had many more questions for the applicant, because I've seen this project 3 times. I've supported it twice. It's taking massive changes, from who the tenants were to what the concepts were. It's evolved and it's evolved and it's evolved. And in the last 6 days, this is the first time I've seen this iteration. A question for staff is on this idea of a recoverable grant. I have not seen that from an economic vitality organization before. What organizations issue those types of recoverable grants, and what type of collateral? How is that going to be secured to ensure that we would be repaid?
Madam Chair?
Yes, please, Director Bowers.
So you're right. We at OEV have not issued any recoverable grants to date, and this is a new request. We've never had the submitter of a proposal offer to return the funding. So some of the things that we have mentioned, and as is part of the policy, if the IA board approves funding, we would work on a agreement with the legal team here, and we will try to come up with ways to provide some assurances. Some of the things that we talked about, because the Cascades plans to refinance within the next 3 to 5 years, so we could offer options for the refinance to be a trigger to recapture the funds. We have looked at the feasibility for a performance bond, as a backup. So if the developer decides, or if for some reason that they cannot finish the project, we would have that as assurance as well. We have talked about developing a payment schedule. A disbursement schedule. So not all the money goes into the project at one time, and as the developer meets milestones, they could request disbursements. So I guess in a long way of saying is it would have to be crafted specifically for this request should the IA decide to approve the funding.
Okay. That's the first thing that's concerning to me, that we're creating a whole new funding mechanism that's sort of like a loan, but not a loan, but doesn't really have any type of really enforceable recovery mechanisms, especially when you're talking about a refinance trigger. Now we're assuming the success for 3 to 5 years. We're assuming that they're able to get refinanced. 3 years, they're projecting to do a massive expansion. So we're assuming they're able to take on an additional $1 million of debt in the middle of their phase 2 expansion. So those numbers give me cause for concern. I have some questions about their business model. Are we under an NDA with the developer?
Oh, are we under an NDA?
Yes, sir.
No.
No. Okay, so we're free to discuss all aspects of their business plan here?
The information has been disclosed, yes. So the information you have in your packet, we can discuss, and if you have any additional questions, we will try to answer those. Staff will try to answer those questions.
Do we have documents marked confidential that the public can't have access to that speak to their internal numbers?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I will keep my questions based on what's provided in the agenda item. My first, is Mr. Demerol still here? I have questions about your business structure, if you don't mind.
I'm not sure, Madam Attorney, is that appropriate for him to direct
okay with the chair.
questions? Hold on one second. I want to get clarification. Is that proper? I know it's aside from the norm for questions to be directed.
Well, Madam Chair, this is the discussion portion of the meeting, and I believe the applicant whose representative is here today did offer to answer questions. And if there's, I guess, something that he can't answer, he can certainly say that. So it's really at your discretion.
Thank you. Yes, will you come to the podium? Thank you,
Madam
Commissioner
Chair.
Matlow.
May I make a suggestion?
He said he had a question for you, so why don't we start with the commissioner?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So my first questions are just trying to really understand the structure and the connections between the different LLCs presented. The applicant is Cascades Garden LLC. That would be the recipient of the $1.8 million. Is that how this is?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the holding company of the project.
Sure. And currently, the only members are yourself and Demerol International?
That's not correct.
Okay. Is what's reflected on Sunbiz State document, that's accurate?
The Sunbiz is accurate, but the partners don't have to show on partners. Those are in legal documents, in operating agreements, and so on.
Sure, okay. Over the last, since this project first became before us, members have been removed, Demerol LLC, Bronze Property Management, Blue Healer, Substrate LLC. Are those still active participants in the project with ownership interest?
Project property management, that's not correct, no, Commissioner.
Okay.
My company does not engage in a property management with this investment. That's not correct.
No, for the property. Okay, I'll rephrase. Does Cascades Garden have other investors?
Absolutely, but I will not disclose who they are right now.
You won't disclose?
I will not, no.
Okay, so there's no way for us to know who would be on the receiving end of profits from this?
No.
Okay.
The ask is for the property.
Okay.
I would like to answer the question if I could. Yeah,
Well,
the ask is for the property,
question.
so it is going to go
Commissioner
for the, Madam Chair,
Let him
please.
respond, yeah.
If I may, I just want to answer the questions. I don't wish to be cross-examined here, but the whole point of it is to answer questions regarding the merits. Madam Chair, we will not disclose financial information due to multiple reasons. One, I don't want to disclose my trade secrets. I do not want to have my partners exposed in terms of where they invest, how much they invest. It's their private money, and they can do whatever they want with it, and I do not wish to have this as public information. Now, we will not disclose also sensitive material, just quickly addressing Commissioner O'Keefe, due to the fact that these materials include Social Security numbers, FEIN numbers, and sensitive financial information. So I'm going to stay away from any financial information at this point. But if Commissioner has questions regarding the ask itself, I'm just here to answer those.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Yeah, and these are all directed to the ask, because for us to make a decision, these are important details. So can you speak with the relationship between Walls Distilling Company and Cascades? Is that just a tenant? Is Walls Distilling just a tenant of Cascades Garden? Or is that also a recipient of the grant money?
Walls Distilling Company has a lease agreement with the Cascades Garden LLC, correct.
Okay.
But that company, I also have the ownership in that company. Therefore, it is considered in your agenda item as owner-occupied. As you know, in your Midtown investment, I believe you are owner-occupied investor there. So it's the same concept. You have a operating company and a holding company. Operating company leases from the holding company, but you have ownership interest in both LLCs.
Sure. So is the ownership interest in both LLCs identical?
I'm not going to disclose that.
Okay. And I asked, okay, on the lease rate for Walls, is the lease rate for Walls Distilling Company the same as the other tenants?
Again, it's on the agenda item, the rates. We have different policies and different incentives. Certain tenants, we incentivize them. Walls Distilling Company will be paying the highest rent on that property. However, we wanted to encourage new businesses to come to Southside. So you will see different lease rates. And one of the examples is that the Burn Boot Camp, who will open up the second location, they were incentivized to come to Southside, open that second location. So we actually gave them a discounted lease rate.
Okay. And I apologize if it sounds like grilling. My concern is, based on the numbers that are provided, the two institutional mortgages, the other institutional financing, which I'm assuming is CRA and public.
I will not disclose that.
You not have the CRA funding listed in your proposal?
We have not received a single dollar from CRA.
So from the $11 million, we could subtract the CRA commitment of $700,000?
That's not correct. CRA funding is not in the project cost, Commissioner. CRA funding is going to be given upon completion of the project. So the project cost that you see there, $3 million of our owner's investment and all the additional funding is going to be finishing the project, and CRA is going to kick in after opening. So that money is not included in that cost.
Of the 10, okay, so none of this money is CRA money that's on this $11 million?
No, sir.
Okay. So we look at the total cost of the project. I mean, the CRA is supposed to reimburse you for the development of it. So, I mean, that would subtract $800,000 from the total project cost.
I'm sorry, I'm not following you on this one.
You have a number of your total project cost. I don't have it right in front of me.
Madam Chair,
What I'm trying to determine is,
can we get to,
I mean, I think it's important us to know, this is an $11 million project with $3 million or so in public money. I mean, it's important to know what's we have a chart, we don't have much information. I can make some assumptions about the first two institutional mortgages, and I made an assumption that other institutional financing was the CRA grant, because I'm not sure why $700,000 wouldn't be incorporated into what's being presented to us by OEV if we knew this project already has.
Commissioner Matno, may I just interject this as well, and this might help clarify it. I pulled the agreement with Somo Walls and the CRA, and it specifically says that none of the grant funds will be given to Somo Walls until after 60 days after the completion of the project and after they have had a certificate of occupancy. So in that in that analysis, financial analysis, I'm not sure.
I see the
that. Yeah,
confusion.
he
I
hasn't
think the
gotten that.
confusion is the total project cost is $10,994,000. So you're asking for, if the CRA money is not included in this, you're asking for an additional $700,000 above the total project cost.
No, because the $700,000 is in that cost.
That was my initial question. You have your project financing overview. The only place that has $700,000 would be other institutional financing. That was my question.
No, Commissioner. Your agenda item states that there's $1,759,000. That is the grant that's being asked. So out of that $1.7 million, $759,000 is the grant, and $1 million is a recoverable grant. Now, I think where you're getting is $560,000 that will be coming in from CRA upon completion, plus the grant that is $759,000. That adds up to close to $1.3 million. Now, that is 12% of the project cost. So the total public participation is going to be 12% of this project cost. Now, CRA is not in this calculation because the money is not in the project cost. However, this grant that we are asking for is going to be directly injected to the project to cover the construction gap as we discussed. So the gap is 1.759, and that is the project cost gap.
Mr. Demerol, I'm very concerned that you were awarded $700,000 from the CRA, and you have development costs of your total cost for this development, and you're not including $700,000 that you're going to be reimbursed by the CRA for the development. But I'll move on from that point. So I'm going to assume the wall, since you're both the same thing, we can consider Cascades Garden and Wallace Distilling Company equally as a recipient of this money, because essentially it is going to benefit the distillery. We know that there's already enough money to complete the development with the $9 million on hand based on what we've been presented before. What experience in operating an alcohol manufacturing facility do you have?
Commissioner, I would love to disclose the details of my team. All I could say right now is that we have more than one extremely qualified individuals, and one of them is going to be the head distiller. The other gentleman is going to be running our food program. In fact, the other gentleman owns a variety of restaurants in town, so we have partnered up with local folks that have experience. On top of that, me and my family have been in hospitality for the last 14, 15 years. In fact, that gentleman right behind you, my brother, is running 4 restaurants in Turkey as we speak right now. So we do have experience. Otherwise, we would not invest $3 million of our money just to invest. We are expecting a return on investment on this, obviously, as every other business owner. And when we make these investments, just like other business owners, we look into feasibility, we look into return on investment, potential cost per customer, median household income, variety of metrics that comes into play. So we have submitted 529 pages of those projections and estimates to Office of Economic Vitality. So it's very speculative, Commissioner, for you to think that you're going to invest $3 million of our money without an experience.
Commissioner Matlow, let me, not to interrupt you, but I really want to give other commissioners the opportunity to
I only
ask
have a few
questions.
more questions.
You're just about done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And thank you. And I can only go by the information in the agenda item, which doesn't disclose any partners, anybody with experience at all. That's the information that I've been provided. The last 3 questions, what is your time, if you were awarded this money today, what day do you anticipate opening a distillery?
Commissioner, it's a difficult question because we do face with supply chain issues. One of the examples is electric items, panels, switchgear, as you may know. They are longer lead items. Now, in terms of hard construction, we will be done with the hard construction by the end of this month, and the distillery build-out hard construction is going to be completed in about 2 months. But again, distillery being operational depends on electric switchgear, depends on other equipment delivery. Again, I wish you responded to my invitation to visit the site, so we will actually give you a tour. But on site, you will see that distillery build-out is somewhere around 50% right now. However, again, I cannot guarantee an exact opening date due to the delivery of certain sensitive equipment.
Okay, well, on the 50% complete, we reached out to look for building permits for the distillery and got information yesterday that none of the sub-permits have even hit plan review yet. So I'm confused.
That is not correct.
Your entire plans are in plan review?
No, we have received our distillery permits. It's approved.
For your plumbing, HVAC, electric,
Absolutely.
for your entire build-out, fire inspection?
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Mr. City Manager, is that consistent with the?
Commissioner Matlow, I don't think that's proper for you.
Commissioner, if you go on the project address on City of Tallahassee website, if you actually put 1327 South Monroe, you could actually see our permits there, approved permits. There's a list of permits there.
For the shell or the complete project of the distillery?
Both.
Okay. Okay. I was given bad information by the city manager, so that was the nature of that question.
Okay, Commissioner Matlow, we really got to move on. I want to respect other commissioners as well.
One final question.
One final question.
Owners and investor equity, 3.2, roughly 3.160. That's not the owners listed on Sunbiz. That's a multitude of other owners and investors that haven't been disclosed.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I think those questions were important just to know the financial position of the company, what's being proposed, how much money is actually available for them to complete. And I'm going to, a couple comments really quick just on the project. I appreciate you developing in the South Side. I supported this project twice. And when we were talking about funding a physical development to get a shell done and get tenants moved in, I was there to support it. I can't support $1.8 million for a distillery. When we had things come on the South Side before at Town South, we told people who had great programs for youth programs that would address gun violence, we told them we're not going to put our money into something that's not owned by us. We're not going to put our money into something that's not publicly owned. So now when it's a distillery versus a youth center, the distillery seems to be moving forward, and that's troubling. I would rather we take a step back, take the $2 million, put out an RFP for what we want to see on the South Side. Let's say we have this $2 million. Before we spend it, let's get requests for proposals for pharmacies. Let's get a request for proposal for a food concept. Let everybody apply, and if you have a business model that fits in, apply as well, and then we can get a win-win for the community, and we don't end up in the situation we're in today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Mayor Daley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That was quite interesting. I just want to state for the record, by the way, how this whole thing has played out, Madam Chair, over the past couple of days has been very disheartening at best. Commissioner Matlow has leveled accusations against you, Commissioner Williams-Cox, Nick Maddox, myself, Christian Caban, Bill Proctor, and Curtis Richardson. So I look forward to hearing everyone else's statements as well. But let me state for the record, and let me be very clear, because I have been quiet on this, because I do not respond to Twitter. That's always been my official policy. There are no sunshine violations, period. None. None. In fact, the other gentleman that Commissioner Matlow was referencing, as I was asking the good commissioner about his family and how he is doing, was actually Commissioner Richardson's aide. And my aide was in the hall as well. But that wasn't seen because Commissioner Matlow was not with us physically. It was around corners. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to leave it at that. I do want to go on the record as well to state that I am concerned and appreciative of a mistake that was made during this process with the release of confidential information that was received in regards to this project. I learned on Friday that we had inadvertently posted watermarked confidential information as part of the agenda item Mr. Demerell, when I met with staff, it was made very clear that it was a mistake. We apologize that mistakes happen like this, although moving forward, we need to be very, very careful. I am very relieved to hear that no non-disclosure agreements were signed between Mr. Demerell and the staff of Blueprint, because that could have caused significant issues. And as we move forward, let's just please be extra crystal clear and careful when we have financial documents, making sure that the appropriate documents are uploaded and not all the confidential information. I'm prepared to vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Maddox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Over the past couple of days, Commissioner at this table made accusations that there could be a possible conflict for myself, because I was supported by Grow Tallahassee, which Mr. Demerell was chairman of. So, in abundance of caution, I emailed the attorney yesterday to see if I had any conflict. So to put formally on the record, Madam Attorney, do I have any conflict as a result of my campaign being supported by Grow Tallahassee?
Commissioner, based on the information you provided me, no, you do not. And I would also like to add, because the question has come up as well from some of the members of the public who made comments today, is that the Florida Commission on Ethics has opined in several longstanding cases that campaign contributions are considered to be a special class of gifts permitted and regulated by law and are not deemed to be prohibited unless such donations were made with the understanding that official conduct would be influenced by the donation. A voting conflict is not created where an official is faced with a vote relating to a campaign contributor, for such contributions have been disclosed and are a matter of public record pursuant to Section 106.07 Florida statutes. So in summary, if the campaign contributions were not made with the understanding that such contributions would influence your vote in the matter, you do not have a prohibited conflict of interest.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. So I battle whether or not I should say anything, but you know, I've had a lot of thoughts here.
Speak in your mouth.
Yes, ma'am. I've had a lot of thoughts here. 34% MWSBE support participation, $1.6 million. $17.8 million in economic impact. 79 construction jobs and 47 permanent jobs. I've been here long enough to have remembered having folks come stand before us and ask the question of when are we going to get good, solid, quality restaurants and amenities for us to be able to go to and patronize on the South Side. There's been so much said, so much done over the past couple of days. I wondered how much, when we got here, we would actually be able to focus on $17.8 million of economic impact, 79 construction jobs, 47 permanent jobs, and $1.6 million that went to MWBEs, which was 34% of the project. I wondered how much we'd be able to talk about that. I actually concentrate on that piece. The great part about it is those numbers taken, Madam Chair, and I'd like confirmation from Mr. Bowers, did not come from our staff, did it?
No, Commissioner Maddox. This was a aspirational goals that were set by Cascades for this development.
Who gave us these numbers that 79 jobs, 47 to 17.8?
Oh, I'm sorry. That information was provided by CEFA, the Center for Economic Forecasting and Analysis at Florida State. They provide all of our economic impact studies that come through OEV and I think as well as Blueprint.
Thank you. So we can, when I look at it, I say, maybe people may say that staff is biased, maybe people say that commissioners around this table could be biased, but you got a third-party entity. 79 construction jobs, 47 permanent, $17.8 million, and a $1.6 million going to MWBEs. I think I'm going to judge this project based off of that. So I'm going to support it. I like those numbers. And I look forward to the ongoing infrastructure and growth on the South Side. And us continuing to provide the things that people have asked us for over the years to go on the South Side. So I really, really wanted to bring that piece out of what the numbers are and how, in a way, disappointed I am that things got so muddy that we couldn't focus on what was third party. This ain't even stuff that we did. We didn't make that up. We didn't do that. But we can't focus on that because things are so much. So, Madam Chair, I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. And you may be seated. Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a couple of questions for clarification before going to comments. We talked about the returnable, recoverable grant, and you discussed some options. And I wanted to make sure when we are considering giving $1 million in expectation to get paid back, we will be putting a lien on the property like the other mortgage holders?
We have not anticipated that, and that's one of the reasons why one of the options that we are researching would be the performance bond.
Will that come back before the board to know if that's how it's happening?
No, it does not. According to policy, once the IA approves and provides guidance to move forward, OEV staff prepares the agreements that will provide assurances.
Okay. I have a question on timing of payments. So we learned that CRA payments will come at the completion of the project to the tune of roughly almost $1 million. Is the timing then that we give this money up front now, and then the project is completed, and then the CRA money comes back, and then from the CRA money, that's the timing after that we would get back the $1 million? Is that how the timeline will go based on the proposal that you've worked through?
Commissioner, we have not worked through a proposal. As I stated, we have not done anything except for come up with some concepts that we will, Attorney Dawson and I will develop and in coordination with our staff.
Thank you. Is there an estimate on the likelihood of repayment?
An estimate on the likelihood?
Yes. When a bank or an institution gives out a loan, typically they base the interest rate, which we're not charging, on the risk of not getting paid back. And so we have not, as I'm told, we have not confirmed how we will hold this accountable to make sure we get paid back before the company or project is sold or moved on or what. So have we estimated the risk that we won't get paid back? Usually it's a risk of default, a percentage number.
Again, Commissioner O'Keefe, our backup plan is, and the avenue that we are pursuing would be a performance bond, which would involve a surety company. We set certain stipulations and terms and conditions for the agreement and provide as many measures that would be tied to deliverables and milestones. At this point, we have not, because we haven't received approval, and we didn't want to come here and tell you something that we had not fully developed.
Thank you. If we had more time in the proposal process, could we get more information on that? This one came back within a month. Others usually take 4 months. If we had more time, do you think you'd be able to give us the suggestion and for direction?
I'd have to consult with Attorney Dawson on that.
Okay. And then my last question before comments are just timing. And it can be for the applicant or for, actually, you know what? It's for the chair. I'm going to ask the chair. She's going to decide where it goes. What I really appreciate with OEV is when someone comes and says we want to start thinking about a non-competitive proposal, they start working with you and kind of get things together and get advice before they come to the commission. And then this request coincided at the same meeting with a meeting where we voted to remove a $1 million cap that would have been in place, prevented this. How long in the past did you get contacted or staff get contacted to start assisting with this proposal?
At the direction of the IA board.
So staff was unaware of this request until the August 24th board meeting?
No, we were made aware of the request, and our initial conversations, as we do with all applicants, once they express the desire to pursue this, we provide, typically with an email, we provide them the application, we provide them the policy, we provide them with the scoring metrics, and then we let them know if you need assistance in that regard, we're here to help. And that courtesy has been extended to every one of the applicants that have applied for this program.
Okay, thank you. So, with this one, a private business has every right, and we want to encourage private business to invest. And they have every right to privacy of their investors and who they have financial relationships with and their tax returns and everything like that until they want millions in taxpayer dollars. And so when looking at this, I wonder, why have we become the lender of last resort? And as you've seen with other types of requests at Blueprint, when you approve one, you set a precedent. And so I'm thinking back the timing here, and at the last meeting, the request came up in public comment, and the request didn't come up because we're going to start this exciting project. Most economic development projects come and say, I'm going to start a project, and I think this is good economic development. That was 2020. The property was bought in 2017. The project started in 2020. The message was, this project, costs have gone up for any number of reasons. Banks are not extending funding, and now I'm coming to you. And I think now you should look at it to help us get through. And so that's fine. We being staff, got financial records, tax returns, as I'm told, staff did, and they were marked confidential. Unlike other proposers who I have seen the redacted tax returns of, they can cross out the socials, they can cross out the bank account numbers, and just give us the numbers. But what perplexes me is I can't look at those. I've not been allowed to look at those, even though some commenters have said they've seen them, and compare where we were told this is because banks find this too risky to finance, and yet we've gotten the recommendation from staff that this is a sound financial investment. And that doesn't make sense. And people make mistakes. That's why there's review and oversight. And so I can't even look at that, as I requested earlier in this week, and that troubles me for this amount of money. This may be a good project, but if we're going to, I believe, if we're going to approve this much money, almost Amazon-level money, we got to be comfortable. And this is the only project I've seen where the initiation was based on the loss or lack of bank funding. I'm not going to vote for this because it looks risky. And when you look at the return on investment, the only thing you can compare it close to this, the only project close to this that we've done through this process is Amazon, where we gave $2.5 million. And if you looked at these third-party numbers for direct jobs, you can do it anyway, but through direct jobs, for the $2.5 million we gave Amazon, we get 1,000 direct jobs. So we paid $2,500 per job. Amazon, you may not like them or not, but keep that number in mind. For each permanent job, this board gave $2,500. This proposal and the numbers from a third party, we give 1.8, ignoring CRA money, to get, from the results, 35 permanent jobs. We are investing $50,000 per job for those permanent jobs. So if you throw out everything that's been discussed, concerns about transparency, concerns about we don't even know who owns investments in earning this money, then it's just a bad investment. It's just a bad investment on its face. And I think that we can do better. And so, it's been pointed out, there's other distilleries that have other distilleries and whatever version of alcohol restaurants and stuff. Proof was mentioned, Ology was mentioned. You know, the CRA gave Amicus Brewing a project, and they haven't had trouble. They're about to open, and it's the first business they've ever opened, like two, 3 blocks across Cascades Park. So it's just when we are comparing projects, we have to be practical. We don't have much money. In fact, before last meeting, when that cap was lifted, we didn't have $1 million in this fund. And so it concerns me that the same meeting we vote to lift the cap on this project and this program that was in place since 2020 is the same meeting we get a sudden fast track request without the board members being able to look at documents with things that just don't line up. And so I'm only looking at it from that perspective, and it's extremely risky. It is sort of unverified, unverifiable, you know, here I am complaining about not seeing the tax returns. That seems like, I can't believe you didn't think you'd hear that again. Been here for years from the federal level. And to act like we can't just get redacted tax returns in a private setting as board members is really a misreading of the statutes. And I'm just very uncomfortable that it feels like the directions that we've been given are that on the understanding of legal basis, the recipient is allowed to keep private all the information that other applicants happily gave up, and board members cannot. The documents are protected from the board members that have been elected, whether approve this money or not. So I'm not voting no only based on a bad investment. I'd love to look at the records and figure out why this rating sees so much different. But as much as I've requested, unless we go to court, which we're not at this point, I don't get to see them. So with that, I won't support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. I have Commissioner Proctor and Commissioner Richardson in queue. Just want to remind you,
Madam Chair.
I'll go to Commissioner Minor, then Commissioner Welch, and then we'll hear from Commissioner Proctor and Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For me, struggling with this agenda item really entails looking at the pros and cons and trying to figure out where the preponderance goes, right? I'm glad that someone is investing in the south side, and I'm glad someone's investing in that particular property. You all remember what was there before. For years, it was dilapidated, and there was no one interested in building there and investing there. A lot of reasons of why this is a good project, why this is something that we should consider have already been stated. I won't repeat those. Do we need this project to succeed? I'd say yes, but that's not the question that we need to answer tonight. What we need to decide is if Blueprint money should be used for this project, right? For me, there are a lot of good reasons to support the project. You know, we've been looking for investment like this for a long time, and I disagree with those folks that say that this is not an investment that would carry over into the rest of South Monroe. It will. It will. The thing that troubles me, though, is that if you look at some of the history and you compare with some of the other either businesses that are in similar industries or similar locations, it appears like we're picking winners and losers. You know, if, in July 2018, Proof Brewery requested $450,000 from the CRA, and they were denied. Now, Proof is receiving about $360,000 in reimbursable property taxes over 7 years, and about $100K from the county's target business program, and then some partially reimbursed development fees. So they're getting, I don't know exactly, but it's around $500,000 over 7 years spread out. So they're getting something, investment for for building that property on South Monroe. But Soma Walls is going to receive $776,000 from the CRA, passed unanimously in June 22. And then we're looking at another 1.7 million in taxpayer dollars. 7,000 of those as a grant. You know, CRA is not Blueprint. You know, but for a lot of folks, it's just seen as local government, right? So I mean, I'm kind of lumping those all together. And many of the taxpayer dollars that go into CRA are given to CRA by the same taxpayers that give us money in Blueprint. So when I think about that, you know, we've got to be very equitable in how we in the projects we support, knowing that it's always apples to oranges to pears and bananas, right? But we try to do our best. But it does concern me that Proof has appealed for funds and not gotten them from the CRA, and it looks like we're being asked to provide quite a bit of funding from Blueprint and the CRA for SOMO walls. Ideally, I don't think Blueprint should be in the loan business, but I don't want this project to fail. We don't want another Washington Square, where a stalled project with exposed concrete and rebar might sit untouched for years on South Monroe. Again, for me, it's that pros and cons. I don't want the project to fail, but what would be a good compromise? I don't want to spend all those taxpayer dollars when it looks like we're picking winners and losers and helping competitors of businesses that are already established. Here's what I would want to propose as an alternative. And this addresses some of the points that some of you have made. I would support the following. The eligible amount is $1,759,289. Mr. Demerol was, I think, proactive in offering to pay part of that as a recoverable grant. What I'd like to do is actually go further than that, to take up Mr. Demerol on that offer and actually make the entire eligible amount, the 1.7 million plus, as a recoverable grant, with the full amount to be paid back to Blueprint over a reasonable period of time as negotiated by Blueprint staff. Now, in addition to that, the entire amount of that recoverable grant will be backed by a performance bond or some other mechanism that ensures that taxpayer dollars will be fully recovered if by some chance the project isn't completed or the applicant is unable to pay back the recoverable grant. Now, is that a perfect solution? No. But it does address some of the issues that I've talked about and some of the things that people have raised here. We're providing some funding and resources to a project that we don't want to fail. That's in a project that's in a location that is a key location that has not had much investment, that we want investment in. And so I think this might be a suitable alternative. I'd like to offer that as a substitute motion. I don't know if there's enough interest here to take up on it, but that's where I'd like to go. And I'm hoping that there might be a second.
Commissioner.
For discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Minor, I apologize. Can you succinctly repeat your motion?
So my motion is to provide the eligible amount, the $1.7 million plus, entirely as a recoverable grant, with the full amount to be paid to Blueprint over a reasonable period of time as negotiated by Blueprint staff. And then that full entire amount is backed by a performance bond or some other mechanism that assures that taxpayer dollars are protected. If for some reason the project isn't completed or the applicant is unable to pay us, that performance bond or other mechanism will make sure that those taxpayer dollars are not lost. We will get reimbursed.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Second by Commissioner Welch. And Commissioner Welch, you're on cue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Minor, I appreciate where your head's at. I'm really in your lane on this, okay? I spoke to Mr. Demerol, I text him occasionally when I drive by the project, and I'm like, hey, man, this looks great, congratulations. I want this to be successful. And I think that there are I think all of the rhetoric and drama surrounding this is, I'm not embracing that. I'm just sort of want to be fair and reasonable and assume everybody's operating in good faith. And when I look at this project, I think, let's be fair, okay? This is Mr. Demerol made this point to me when I spoke to him. When you invest money on the south side of town, you put $1 million on a piece of property, it immediately appraises for less than that, right? So there is some level of subsidy that is appropriate for encouraging and stimulating development in an underinvested area, all right? But for me, the hang-up with this is it's just so much. It's an enormous amount of money, and I cannot justify it because I don't think it's fiscally responsible. I agree with a lot of what Commissioner Minor said. I think that it's not government's job to pick winners and losers. It's not our job to intervene in the private market to 10% or 12% of a project's overall investment. If you look at Amazon as a comparison, it's 1% of the overall investment at $200-something million that they made in the physical plant. And so that troubles me, but I think it's fair for Mr. DeMerrill to say, hey, listen, we all know banks are tough right now, okay? It's not easy to get a loan from a bank with these interest rates that we have, especially in underinvested areas. And so my suggestion was going to be, I'm open to supporting this project. I want to see this project succeed. I agree with Commissioner Williams-Cox and others that this could move the needle on the South Monroe corridor, and that's important, and we want to incentivize and subsidize that to some extent. The question is just how much. And so I would consider even a lesser grant amount, say $250,000, and then a $1.5 million, and this recoverable grant stuff is really throwing me for a loop. I wish we would just call it a loan. And it may be a situation where we make a loan or there's some surety. I mean, again, I will support Commissioner Minor's motion, substitute motion in principle, because I think that is a compromise in this situation where we could have some skin in the game as a lender of last resort. I don't like being a lender of last resort, but I like it better than being a grantee of last resort. So, and I don't know how that works, Mr. Bowers, if there's an interest rate that's established at a fair market rate or something like that, or whether just a bond on that grant or that loan is sufficient should the project not be successful. But I feel like that is a fair compromise that I'm willing to chew on. I have no idea what kind of reception that's going to get. But the document, the allocation as presented, I cannot, in good conscience, support just simply from a fiscally responsible place. I just don't think it's fair to other businesses in the community. For instance, I look at this and I see opportunity costs, just like with Amazon, just like with Doak Campbell Stadium. That's $18,000, $100,000 grants that we can give to small businesses in the community, or $36,000, $50,000 grants that we could give to small businesses in the community. And when I look at this non-competitive targeted economic development program, that's where I would like to see. I mean, we have an item coming after this one that's asking for $100,000 or a staff or $55,000, which would impact potentially 100 businesses. To me, there's the bang for the buck there. And so that's kind of where my head's at. Obviously, the will of the board. I could support the recoverable grant/loan in good faith that we would establish some mechanism to recover that. I mean, even ownership interest in the business. I mean, I don't know if that's realistic. I don't know if you want to be in business like that. I don't know. But I mean, like, we would have no recourse for our investment should it fail. And that's a problem on top of the large amount. So that's where I'm at. I'll second your motion, Commissioner Minor. I thank you for making it. I think we're in the same sort of headspace.
Thank you, Commissioner Welch. Commissioner Proctor, you're on cue. Commissioner Proctor?
Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. Madam Chair, we went on a blind date. We went on a blind date with Amazon, and we went on a blind date, put up $2 million, didn't ask a question. Staff just led us by the nose, and we just went on with it, put $2 million up, did what staff told us. We didn't ask the kind of questions of $1.1 trillion company that some of y'all went out there and cut the ribbon with, and welcome them to town the other week. Nevertheless, $2 million in Amazon ain't get one question like what I've heard. I want Mr. Demerol to understand that I appreciate the risk that you're taking on an area that has been redlined for many years. But I want you to know too, Mr. Demerol, that ain't no such thing. No commissioners suggest that we're out of form, we're out of fashion, this is not consistent, this is not right. Every project is its own project. Some of us were willing to support the FBI who proposed a project down there on South Monroe, across the street from Family Bank and behind Bond Community Clinic. We was hot to trot and all behind the FBI project. Ain't asked not one question such as what we've heard, but we were willing to go with that. We want the CRA and CarePoint to tell you how no two projects are alike and is willy-nilly. CarePoint got, I believe it was, I don't know, $1.some million. And the CRA paid their mortgage for them for the first 4 years. The CarePoint building is down there, and CRA, well, no loan, we paid the mortgage about $400,000 a year. Just paid it for a private entity. I mean, unheard of. And when you think about the variety of projects that we have supported. Some commissioners tonight had problems with $27 million going to FSU for a stadium. But tonight, FSU said, we don't want the money. And there are people who was against FSU for $27 million. But tonight they voted for FSU to get $82 million. Of FSU said we neutral, we withdraw. So there's no clear-cut way that any of us think on a particular project because ain't no one-size-fits-all situations in the way that we think. This is not a morality vote on who drank liquor. I don't drink. But I do intend to support legalizing marijuana next year and all of that for more reasons than it sounds like. I believe tonight that this project, for its long and enduring capacity to provide jobs, is going to work well. And I think that we, as a board, recognizing that our banks don't play fair south of Gaines Street, they're not coming. With the exception of those projects on Gaines Street, with which we gave a hell of a lot of incentives, and that's why Gaines Street looks the way it does between Woodward and Wannish Way right now, Macomb Street, because of the incentives that we gave. So why did we do and why did we incentivize that area and create tax breaks and tax credits and blah, blah? There's a variety of ways we give. And to say that this is an enormous amount of money, 1.7, to me, for the amount of time spent on this 1.7, we spending more time on this 1.7 than we done spent on the whole budget that was approved earlier. It's crazy. But for who this man is, but for this man's accent, and but for the location of where this project is located, this wouldn't be a long discussion. On that CRA and how we think, we gave big money to Doubletree. Yep. We gave money to the Morgan & Morgan building. Everything differs, but if it's somebody white and male and come to us, we find all kinds of reasons to bend over backwards. And if it's in the right locale, everything's hunky-dory. I'm going to support the request. I'm going to vote against the substitute motion. I have never heard of us requiring and changing what staff is prepared, presented like this. And it's just, we're committed to help the South Side. We're committed to the area, but this is complicated. But you got to put up a lien on this. But you know, look at CarePoint. Ain't nobody stopped CarePoint. Why would we pay the private mortgage of CarePoint for 4 years at $400,000? That's almost criminal. They've not paid. Anyway. Mr. Demerol, this is a great project. I want it to work. And what I've seen tonight, Madam Chair, with respect to project cost, it's consistent with a project that went from 82 million to 130-some million. It's consistent with the other gateway, the Northeast, that went from whatever it was to whatever it climbed to. This man's project, smaller number, but if you look incrementally at how much it went up, it's the same climbing situation that every other project on the list is facing. So to act like he did something wrong and the other projects didn't do nothing wrong, that sounds like racism, because it's the same concrete, the same steel, the same shortages of equipment and so forth affects him like whatever the dynamics that went into the other projects that went up. So it seems unfair that the sense of discretionary measure, whatever that is, ain't being applied the same. And this is a paltry amount of money relative to what we voted on. It's the smallest and the teeniest project in front of us tonight. And we need to go ahead and vote on the project, but please don't vote on the man. And I have a feeling that it's the location, it's the man, and all the rest that's creating this wall. So more walls. It is a wall. And I hope that the wall in your minds and hearts, the biases, that wall will fall. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner Richardson.
Madam Chair, can you hear me? Madam Chair?
Yeah, we can hear you if you can speak up just a little.
Yeah, I'm in the airport and I'm not where I can speak very loudly, and you may hear some background noise, but I wanted to be on this call because I agree with Commissioner Proctor. It is hypocritical now that we question the amount of money that we're investing in this property when we've done it before and there have been no questions. I have lived on the south side of town for 30 years. I've seen investments made in other parts of this community, and yet we are lacking in some instances even basic infrastructure. We don't have a restaurant that I feel good about taking my wife to on the south side of town. We don't have a fitness center in that area. But we want to question, and I really believe it's all due to political antics, which we need to take out of this equation. This is about investing in a part of our community that has been underserved, that has been disinvested in for years. I can attest to it because it's where I live. When we look at the earlier blueprint dollars that were spent on infrastructure projects, they didn't happen on the south side of town. That's why when we did the sales tax committee and I was vice chair of that committee, I fought like hell to get the projects that we have now on the south side of town, so that we could spur economic development like what Mr. Demerol is suggesting here. He took a risk that nobody else was willing to take. He took a risk that nobody else was willing to take, creating jobs and economic development and creating opportunities for minority-owned businesses. He took that risk. And I think it's the least that we can do is to support him in that. When there have been other businesses that have gone out of business, But he's saying he will pay back $1 million of that 1.8. I believe it's worth the investment. We just need to get beyond the political antics because I really think that that's what's at the bottom of it, and support economic development on the south side of Tallahassee. We deserve it. And I'm going to continue to fight with others, along with others, to make that happen. And until I see others willing to do that, I'm going to support this project. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. I believe all the commissioners have had the opportunity to weigh in on this.
Not on the
I
substitute
think
motion.
everybody's had the opportunity. You haven't?
Not on the
One
substitute.
Substitute motion.
The substitute motion is what's on the floor, but I think everybody's had the opportunity. I know you have, Commissioner Matlow. 1 minute, 1 minute.
Okay. Yeah, no, I just want to weigh in on the substitute motion. If that is the will of the body to look for a loan structure that works for the applicant, I could get there if it included a personal guarantee from anybody who has a 10% interest in the company or more, and we set a date certain for repayment. So I'll leave that at the maker of the motion. If they're willing to personally guarantee that this is going to get repaid, that would alleviate a lot of heartburn. But one other question I do have to raise for staff is where Policy 114 prohibits project proposals that propose OEV funds be used directly or indirectly in whole or in part to support or oppose any political party, campaign, or candidate, or engage in lobbying the IA board. Demerol International is a campaign media production company. They would be the recipient of the funds. So how can we ensure these funds are consistent with our policy?
Madam Attorney, is that an appropriate question for you to respond to? It's my understanding that.
Sure, I can answer the question. So that's on page 427, which is the policy exhibit attachment to the agenda item. So at the very top, it talks about project proposals that propose OEV funds be used directly or indirectly in whole or in part to support or oppose any political party, et cetera, would be prohibited. Those are ineligible. This is under the section of ineligible project proposals. This proposal, as I understand it, is not proposing to use the funds for political activity. So I don't think that that's an issue here, but I just wanted to highlight that that language is in the section on ineligible project proposals, and that's not applicable here.
Thank
based
you.
on the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Attorney.
Okay, yeah, I understand the interpretation. It does say propose, but it also says indirectly. I don't know how you would propose, and I'm not sure that's meaningful at all if potentially dollars would get paid to a media company directly that engages in electioneering, particularly for members of this board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. Real brief, and then we're going to a vote.
One question, I'm going to keep my promise to you. Madam Chairman, do we know if this project did not get our funding, would it move on or would it imperil the project?
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm not sure if I didn't see that in the analysis. Director Bowers, you want to address that at all?
The question is, if the project did not receive our funding, would it move on? That's for actually for the applicant to address. I have no clue as to how this impacts his ability. When we talked to and did our research with the information that was provided, I will say that the lenders that have committed to this program have provided us with information basically outlining the projected revenue and debt service and deemed it to be sustainable.
So,
and that's absent of the additional scope of the project.
Madam Chair, if the applicant wants to speak to this like he did the other.
Well, at this point, I think we've had enough discussion on this issue right now. I don't want him to come back at this point. I think everybody's had an opportunity to state their opinion. So, Madam Clerk, I want to ask for a voice vote. The motion is a substitute motion by Commissioner Minor to approve $1.7 million to the applicant as a reasonable grant that would be repaid to Blueprint. And I believe it was seconded by Commissioner Welch. Okay.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, so it would be the eligible amount, the 1.759 million, as a recoverable grant / loan. That'd be one. The entire amount would be a loan, and then the important part is that the entire amount of that loan would be backed by a performance bond. Which, to address Commissioner Matlow's point, I appreciate the consideration that you offered, but the 10% personal guarantee wouldn't be necessary if it's backed by a performance bond. Performance bond protects the taxpayer investment.
Right.
So if there's a loss, we get that, we recoup that money. It makes sure, it assures the taxpayer investment that we get that money back should there be anything wrong with the project.
Thank you,
Madam
Commissioner
Chair, if I
Minor.
could just clarify before you start the vote. OEV does not do loans. We cannot do loans. This is a recoverable grant, not a loan. We can't do loans.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Daley,
No.
Commissioner Matlow,
No.
Commissioner Porter, Commissioner Williams-Cox,
No.
Commissioner Richardson,
No.
Commissioner.
No.
Commissioner Cummings,
No.
Commissioner Maddox,
No.
Commissioner Minor, Commissioner O'Keefe,
No.
Commissioner Welch, Commissioner Proctor.
No.
The motion.
No.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. So the motion failed. So we will go back to the original motion. And I believe it was made by?
Made by myself, option number 2.
Option 2. Madam Clerk, we will have a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Daley,
Madam
Aye.
Chair.
Mayor Daley. Commissioner Matlow,
Nay.
Commissioner Porter,
Nay.
Commissioner Williams-Cox,
Yes.
Commissioner Richardson,
Yes. Yes.
Commissioner Cummings,
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox, Commissioner Minor,
Regretfully, no.
Commissioner O'Keefe,
Nope.
Commissioner Proctor,
Yes.
Commissioner Welch.
Oh, thank you. So that motion did pass. Now, this brings us to agenda item number 9, agenda item number 9. Mr. Director.
Madam Chair,
Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Maddox.
just on point, before the item. Can I ask Mr. Bowers a question?
Please.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Bowers, the information, all information that was asked for and required from the applicant, did the applicant submit all information?
For the agenda item 8?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is the foodies agenda item, right?
Oh,
Oh, that's
no.
number 9.
That's item number 9.
I'm talking about item number 9, yes.
We did not receive all the requested information. And the scoring matrix will reflect that.
Madam Chair, it's 9:15. I'm okay with us taking this agenda item I think a large part of the reason that some of the percentages, some of the score was the way it was is because some things were missing from the actual request. If the applicant has a desire to send in those items, I'll be willing, if the rest of the board is willing to entertain such, to table the item to give the applicant time to get that in. But if he has no desire, I guess we take it up today, but give the applicant to get the time to get that in, considering so many points were missing because of some of the things that were missing from the actual applicant. So, Madam Chair, I don't know if you want to give the applicant an opportunity to address that.
I think we perhaps could. I believe right now, we would listen to public comment, but if we're going to table it, then we really wouldn't need to do that, correct?
Decide that first. So for tabling, you do need a second. There's
Well,
no
I'm not
debate.
ready to table yet.
We want to.
If the applicant is going to say that he's not going to submit any more items, then there's no point. So it's really, I'm asking the applicant, does he want the opportunity
To submit.
to submit all documentation needed for him to receive the full amount of points that he could possibly receive from the project? So
And then
if you,
possibly have staff bring it back at
Yes,
the next
yes,
meeting.
but-
Are you willing?
There's only one document that I do not think that was provided.
But are you willing to provide what's
I don't know what
missing?
document they're referring to. I'm assuming it's a small portion of my personal tax return,
But you
which
would
is on
get
a
with
schedule
staff,
C.
you're willing to get with staff and amend and make sure you've got everything in there?
If that's the doc they're asking for, but at the same time, it's this one sheet of paper.
I understand
I
that.
don't know what the other documents are.
I tell you what, how about this? Madam Chair, are you willing to submit any documents that the staff is missing in order for it to be added to the agenda item? Yes or no? Yes, sir?
Yes.
Okay. Madam Chair, I'll make a motion that we table this item until the next meeting. In such time, I will ask the applicant to make sure that staff has all the documents needed to proficiently score the item. If not, if staff does not receive those documentations, then we will take the item as is and vote on it.
Is there a
My
second?
motion.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Go
Okay,
ahead.
go ahead, go ahead.
Is there a second?
Commissioner Minor, second.
Commissioner Minor?
Yes, I second.
Okay, thanks. Discussion?
I just
Madam-
wanted,
There's no debate on lay on the table. It can't be amended and it's not debatable. Majority vote.
But can we discuss it?
Majority vote
Yeah.
to just bring it back, to
Robert's
table it
rules.
and bring it back?
Yes, to lay
Okay.
it on the table, to bring it back.
to the next meeting?
You need a second, you have that. There's no debate, there's no
Okay,
amendment.
good.
It's a majority vote.
All right. All
Clarification,
those,
next meeting.
It's the 28th.
all those in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye. There's no debate.
Aye.
Nay.
Let it known be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
We roll
Nay.
call.
Do we need a roll call? Okay. And I understand it has to be unanimous, but that would give the applicant an opportunity to
No,
fix whatever's deficient.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, it's a majority vote.
It's majority, okay.
Yes. And just for clarity, our next regular meeting will be on November the 7th.
Oh,
Whoa.
The meeting next
Yeah.
week is just
Nah.
a public hearing on the budget. The second and final hearing on the budget.
I have one thing to say. This is 5 points out of the whole scoring metric. Everything else is, let's roll with it.
Can we just take it up, Madam Chair? Just
Well, we'll
Okay,
just,
I'll tell you what, I'll withdraw my motion then.
okay, the motion is withdrawn.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Director, do you all have any presentation on this?
We do, and I believe there may be speakers on.
Okay. How many speakers do we have?
We have 7.
There's not 7 here, I promise you.
Madam
I
Chair,
already left.
Are there any speakers?
Our first speaker is Stanley Sims, followed by Hinton Battle,
He's
then
waving.
Ron Shulman.
Yes, sir.
Ron Schulman, 1817 Log Ridge Trail. As a business, restaurant business owner, I deal with Grubhub, DoorDash, and Uber, and pay them an enormous amount of commissions. I'm in support of the foodies takeout and delivery. They approached me and told me I could get the same service that they gave at a zero commission rate. was paying them upwards of 30% commission to those companies, where I could keep 100% of the money that I make. Obviously, it was an eye-opener. They explained to me that we provide the same exact service that those companies provided, and they were local, and their customer support was here. They provided everything I needed to be successful, and it seemed like a no-brainer. So I went forward with it, and it was everything they said. So obviously, when you're with those other third-party companies, you have to raise what you're charging your customers to compensate for those high commission rates. And I don't have to do that with them because I kept 100% of the money. So it was an advantage for me to be part of that, as my customers didn't have to pay higher costs just for the food that I provided. And obviously, I saw a higher return. The customer support was there, it was local. Any issues that we ever had, it wasn't a phone call to wait on hold forever, and then it made no sense to even be on that call. By the time we were able to get it resolved, customer never received their food or whatever problems they had. With Foodies, it was a little bit easier. They were local, they handled everything right here, easy to contact, and my business thrived from that. I had an opportunity to leave that business, and as soon as I did, I gave a call to the owner of Foodies and requested to take on a job if that was something he was looking for. So now I do work for Foodies, takeout and delivery. And I did that because I wanted to help other restaurants here in town, and not just here in town, but anywhere, save that 30% commission that these companies are robbing all the restaurants and pay zero commission. And in doing so, I have helped many restaurants get on board and help them save money, keep 100% of their money moving forward, and hopefully continue and thrive in business. Thank you.
Next will be Hinton Battle, followed by Aaron Carranza, Jerry Madden.
Madam Chairperson and rest of the board members, good evening, good night, and all that kind of good stuff. Thank you for your patience. My name is Hinton Battle, 1093 Rockbrook Court, Tallahassee, Florida. Part of my part is business development and acquisition. We had a few of our restaurants here this evening to really talk about a whole bunch of things that we can do. So at the meantime, what we do is basically help businesses stay alive to do what they need, just not on the south side, on the north side, but all of Tallahassee locally. So keeping the business going, keeping them alive to be able to support, grow, and support their community. So a lot has couldn't been said all day, but we've been here long enough. So thank you all for your time once again.
Next speaker is Aaron Carranza, followed by Jerry Madden, then Dustin Rivest.
Good afternoon, or good evening. And I first want to address this by obviously taking time to talk about my score, 65 out of 95 points. On 5 sections, I received 50% values. I call those Fs. Total deduction of 30 points. Staff didn't recommend funding because of a low score, and I didn't get a lot of justification there. In the scoring notes provided by the staff, there were no negative comments or mentions of incompleteness. I got a 7.5 out of 15 for demonstrating capital investment into the community for general public purpose of improving the local economy. It's all throughout our application that our services are helping restaurants fight off the third-party delivery commissions that are plaguing our community. More than $27.5 million in commissions was sent to third-party companies last year in 2022, to California to be exact. Restaurants are having to mark up their prices by 30%, which affects everyone. Our services make it where restaurants don't have to mark it up a penny. Did you know that 86% of Americans order food online? 60% once a week. I got a 7.5 out of 15 on the project sustainability, including to the extent which project demonstrates support from local stakeholders, private, public, and nonprofit. On the private side, I've already got 50 restaurants supporting us, some which were here earlier and had to leave. On the public side, we've had OEV support on numerous occasions, most recently January of this year with co-branded flyers talking about don't just shop local, order local. And we have nonprofits who love us. We do a lot of stuff with Share Nights with Big Brothers Big Sisters and Hang Tough Foundation and many more. I got a 5 out of 10 on the ability to cost share and match funds. We've already poured $150,000 into this initiative. Our goal has always been to help one of the most impacted industries that's happened because of COVID-19. We also have investments of over another $250,000 over the next few years in our goal to build a strong technology company here in Tallahassee. I got 2.5 out of documents reflecting the organizational management and financial structure of the applicant. I provided budgets, forecasts, allocation of grant funding, and match funding. An organizational chart was supplied with 2 employees. We also provided 2022 and 2023 balance sheets and P&Ls. My 2022 tax returns, which are not due to date, were not supplied. And it was never mentioned in the application a requirement of certain documents, which should be updated. In 2021 was the first year we had business income, which is very minute. As I own 100% of my company, it was actually filed in a Schedule C on my personal tax return, which is why I did not file my personal tax return with this. But I do have a Schedule C here that shows around $10,000 of income in 2021. Lastly, 2.5 out of 5 on the ability to create and retain jobs with at least a livable wage. I've got 2 employees right now paying $55,000 a year. I'm pretty sure that's above minimum wage. I don't think there's any other applicants up here today that even have a job going on right now. And we also are committed to serving and hiring more staff. Lastly, this project is for the restaurant community more than anything. This money is going directly to 100 restaurants. This community was struck just about as hard as any during COVID, a community that already operates on the thinnest of margins, and a community that's being taken advantage of by the corporate giants, a community that all the citizens rely on. Your vote is to help 100 restaurants with the technology, resources needed to stay competitive in this very greedy space consumed by these third-party giants. Together, we can help our friends in the restaurant community not only survive, but thrive while keeping more money in this community's pockets. I hope these restaurants can support. You can count on your support. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was our final speaker.
Thank you. Mr. Director, you have a presentation on this?
Yes, Madam Chair. So item 9 is consideration for a non-competitive project funding request by Foodies, Inc. And we'll start with the Foodies proposal overview. At the May 11 IA board meeting, IA board directed staff to review and evaluate the proposal. Foodies project has a goal to onboard 100 local restaurants to their online delivery ordering platform. The funding request is $100,000 to be utilized for equipment and marketing services provided to restaurants that participate in the platform. However, when we examined the request, we determined that $45,000 of the $100,000 was allocated for marketing and salaries, which are ineligible expenses per the policy 114. Foodies actually aligns with 2 of our strategic initiatives. One that with business recruitment, the plan is designed to allow restaurants to retain 20% of the revenue generated from their delivery orders. And it also touches upon the fostering of entrepreneurship and business formation. Foodies works with entrepreneurs that operate ghost kitchens, and the access to the Foodies platform could eventually allow them to grow into their own space and drive additional economic impact. The project also aligns with our targeted industries in that the application is tech-based and is providing the services and is grounded in IT. And it also aligns with applied sciences and innovation because consumers can purchase online. In addition, the project is, again, as I mentioned, heavily involved in ghost kitchen. The anticipated economic impact based on the proposal that we received, the applicant indicated that by using the platform, restaurants could possibly experience savings of up to $250 a month, which they could then use to reinvest in their businesses. Now, the additional information that was provided by the applicant, the applicant indicated that they were working with white label delivery services that were interested in Tallahassee and interested in hiring 13 drivers. However, when we began to analyze the application, there were some other considerations that factored into the scoring metrics. And here are a list of the deficiencies. We did not receive any filed tax returns, bank statements, or audited financial statements, as per the policy 114. We could not demonstrate or we could not verify the actual investment. We received a balance sheet that had the $150,000, but we received no evidence that that money was actually invested in the company. We also could not quantify the return on the investment. The proposal indicated that the restaurants would be able to use the savings to create new jobs. However, without having the tax returns, without having audited financial statements, it's very difficult for us to analyze these types of requests. In terms of creating jobs, I think the proposal that we reviewed demonstrated that there would be 2 to 3 jobs that would be created, and the funding would go to pay their salaries for 3 months. And then in terms of the demonstrated stakeholder support, we received 2 letters of support from local restaurants. As the applicant indicated in his proposal, they had over 50 restaurants currently on the platform. So those were the criteria that we used to determine the score. Also, again, as stated here, we have the applicant has the opportunity to resubmit after they've cured these deficiencies and provided some additional information, and they could reapply at that time. Staff recommendation, based on the scoring metrics, they scored 65 points out of a possible 95 points available, which led to our recommendation to not approve the funding request of $55,000.
Thank you, Director Bowers, for that presentation. Commissioner Williams-Scott.
I think Commissioner Welch was up first.
Oh, I didn't see him. Commissioner Welch.
Thank you, distinguished madams, Chair and Vice Chair. Thank you. I appreciate staff's work on this. And as I mentioned earlier, to me, this is the kind of project I think of when I think of a non-competitive project. It's $55,000 to onboard 100 restaurants in our community. Those restaurants are going to be small businesses likely. And in that business where the margins are very tight, if you can save a restaurant owner 2 or 3% or 10%, I mean, you're talking life-changing differences. And this is buying technology for those people and onboarding them into this programming so that they can hopefully survive a little longer. We know that that is a tough business. I know Commissioner Caban probably knows that that's a tough business. So I appreciate staff's assessment given what they were given, but to me, $55,000 is worth the try. So I would like to make a motion for option 2, the $55,000 allocation.
Second. Option 2, Commissioner.
Option 2 on here is do not approve.
Do not approve.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Guys, I'm usually in bed by now, to be honest with you.
Welcome to Blueprint.
Which option is it, Mr. Keith? Option 1. I'd like to approve. I would like to make a motion to approve option 1 for the $55,000 capital investment. Thank you.
Commissioner Caban, second.
I second.
Okay. Madam Williams-Cox.
Thank you, and thank you. I would like to support this, but because when you had me at technology and food, that works for me. But here's what I want to make sure. We don't want to set a precedence that you can submit an insufficient application and still receive funding. So I would ask that, I can agree with the motion, but I would like for the required information to be provided so that we can complete this file, so that when those who come behind us in 2040 see what we did with $55,000, it was a completed packet of information. So is that something that you could accept as a party? Because I know waiting until November is a long time for the next meeting, but if you could if they could work with staff to provide the necessary information, then I could support going ahead and approving, contingent upon providing that information.
Madam Chair? Yeah?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. I don't know, I don't want to put a contingency on it. I mean, he's got one document that he claims to have that shows the income from I don't know exactly how many documents were needed, but I would not want to put a contingency on it, because I would assume that those documents are either unavailable or, again, $55,000 for me for potential 100 individual businesses. It's not like the money's going to be used for something else. It can only be used to onboard 100 businesses. So who was my second? Mr. Caban, what do you think?
No.
Can't do that?
Like that.
Okay.
Nope.
You're going to go to the principal office.
Yeah. I mean, can I ask the applicant how he feels about that?
No, not
No?
at this point. I think, let me get some more commissioner comments.
Okay.
Commissioner Welch? Okay.
I'd like to keep the motion as is if possible.
is, okay.
And I welcome Commissioner Maddox is good about this kind of stuff, so you got you want to amend my motion?
Madam Chair.
Was that Commissioner?
That wasn't God.
Commissioner, okay, Commissioner Proctor, I apologize, I can't see your name tag up.
Oh, the Richardson?
Was it Richardson? Okay, Commissioner Richardson, and then we'll come to you, Commissioner Caban.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And I would want to support this as well because of the impact on local businesses, especially the mom and pop restaurants in particular. But the thing that I would caution is that this sets a dangerous precedent, because there will be others that will come and they can make the same argument and we still give them funding. So I would just caution us in that respect that this could set a dangerous precedent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Keith. Okay.
Thank you. If you mistake me with the younger, better-looking commissioner, I'm okay with it. Thank you, Madam Chair. No offense to Commissioner Welch. I just have a quick question and comments. Madam Chair, for you to direct the right person to answer. The recommendation is denial, but I'd like to confirm the EVLC Council, what was their recommendation?
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
The EVLC gave a favorable programmatic review of the proposal.
Thank you. And so that's helpful. These are the same people who reviewed our other proposals. And I'll tell you, y'all may not remember, but Dustin and I were on the wrong side of the ballot last year, actually running against each other. But I am so excited about this because our local restaurants are one of the best things about our community. And unfortunately, we are seeing more and more close while more and more chains open up. And I have been dying to see something we can do as an OEV to help our local businesses. And if they can cut out 30% in fees that are going to another state, that's the way to go. They've also provided letters from this other delivery service that if they expand, they're going to bring their service to our town. And not only that, it's something that's already operational. It's not very speculative. They're doing it, and what they're saying is we can do even more if we have this money. And so I understand that there's that there was a note, about some tax returns or something like that. But I really think in the scope of things, this is such a big issue for such a small amount of money comparatively. And I think that as someone who pays a lot of delivery fees and really doesn't want to see the rest of my favorite restaurants go out of business, I really am just excited to move forward with this so we can get going and let them gear up for our local restaurants. And I'm happy to support this thing.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. Commissioner Caban?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Commissioner Welch and Commissioner Williams-Cox, I was going to make a motion prior to you to support the funding with a 30-day contingency that whatever documents staff needed from the applicant, that as long as he submitted to OEV everything
Is that a
required.
substitute motion, Commissioner? Are you making a substitute motion?
No, I'm conversating. I'm discussing. I'm discussing the motion on the table. And so I believe that the restaurant industry is the backbone of Tallahassee, and I do want to support the motion, but I also think it's important to follow procedure so that way in the future we have some kind of standard. So I'll support the motion, but if there is a substitute motion with a contingency, I would support that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Matlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to support the motion as well, but I do think what we're discussing in the background is we need to tighten up this program. There's way too many inconsistencies. Applicants are being asked to produce documents that aren't explicitly spelled out and exactly what they would need to submit for approval. So we end up with a situation where it's like, I didn't have a Schedule C, I didn't know because we didn't lay out tax returns were a requirement. So I think we need to bring this back and know exactly what the requirements are. We also need to look at the EVLC requirement and all. We keep saying they're making recommendations. They're meeting without a quorum. A board can't make a recommendation if it doesn't have a quorum. So we need to decide if we're going to skip that step. Thirdly, this item was recommended by staff to the EVLC, but based on the conversation at the EVLC, there were things that were said that made the recommendation switch. None of those things are included in our agenda item, so it's very important. Our agenda item includes how we arrive at decisions. So just all around, let's look at this program, figure out how we can make it the most fair for everybody, and really lay out step by step what's expected so we don't get into this situation again. On the item, I do think it's on par and even better in the number of jobs it creates, dollar for dollar. It does have a proven model in our community, and I would say if you want to voluntarily submit your Schedule C to staff, put it into the record just so we can say it was received. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Finally, Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a request that has a far-reaching impact. I mean, we've talked about it already. I mean, our local restaurant industry really suffered during COVID, and they continue to suffer today. And I worked in the restaurant industry as a kid. I mean, the margins are incredibly thin. And so I see this as a great opportunity for us to not just help an emerging business, but also help the local restaurant industry. I agree with Commissioner Welch. It's a relatively small amount of money, but it is $55,000. And I want to make sure that the consideration we give this, there could be a few other requests coming down the pike that are similar amounts of money. And so I want to make sure we do adhere to the required documentation. Madam Chair, I wanted to ask our Executive Director just to clarify something he said earlier. When he went through the deficiencies, I think he said that the applicant was asked to provide evidence of the capital investment being directed toward the actual business. Is that correct? But that you had a balance sheet, but not the actual proof. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, I have no reason to not trust Mr. Rivest on this, but if we set a precedent that we don't require that we don't require proof of that investment being directed to the right place, another applicant can come later without that documentation. And we don't know that person. And yet we're then under pressure then to move forward even without that required documentation. So Commissioner Welch, I want to support the motion too. I think it's a good thing. But I do have that nagging red flag that I have, not necessarily with this particular proposal, but with the precedent that we would set. And Commissioner Richardson mentioned this too. So I would ask you to reconsider a friendly amendment that we do give the applicant a certain amount of time. It doesn't need to come back to us necessarily, but if the applicant is able to provide the documentation to Blueprint staff satisfaction, as we've described here, within a certain amount of time, 60 days, whatever, if you would be willing to add that to the motion, I'll support it.
Madam Chair?
Yes, please.
I can kind of see the sentiment, and I don't disagree, obviously. I recognize that, I think that we're all maybe going, it's just $50,000, and that's what I'm thinking, right? But I totally agree. So if that's the sentiment of the board, I'll modify my motion to essentially what Commissioner Caban recommended, which is the $55,000, and give Mr. Rivest 60 days to produce documentation that staff feels sufficiently raises that score some.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, who seconded? Commissioner O'Keefe?
I did. I'll second that.
Okay,
I'll
if
second
you're
that
okay
as well.
with that
Yes, ma'am.
amendment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner
Thank you.
Maddox.
Mr. Bowers, if I can, Madam Chair.
Please.
How much could the missing documentation boost the score by the applicant?
It would depend on the categories, as the scoring matrix is weighted.
Yes.
And it's really weighted for us to have as much information for us to make a reasonable analysis. So some of the items are weighted more. I don't have that information.
Well, let me ask you this way. There were a lot of things on there that it covered a cross-section of things that you felt like could help the score of that 65. And you said there was just one document missing?
No, sir, that's not what I said.
Okay, all right, that's all I need right there. So here's the thing that kind of got me in a tizzy a little bit is that, and I'm almost hesitant to say it, y'all. We had Mr. Sims come here and give us a proposal that was missing a whole bunch of stuff. And I would imagine that his score was affected because it was missing a whole bunch of stuff. And we sat around this table and we everybody just said, this is a good proposal, we're gonna support it. In spite of the fact there's a 65 up there out of 95. And our staff has recommended against it. I'm glad we are where we are because it is a good thing. I do like what he's trying to do, but he literally said, no, I think I'm just gonna go today. I don't need to get these documents. And it's a 65. A 65. So look, I'm glad we are where we are. I'm going to support it. But my thing is that the other piece of it, we just sat here and grilled a man who had a 93 out of 95, all documents given, everything you can ask for, 47 jobs and $17.8 million. And staff just sat here and said, well, we couldn't get this number, we couldn't get that number, we couldn't get this number, we couldn't really tell this, but because it's just $55,000, 65, it's okay, we'll just go ahead and do it. And this was before we even had consideration of handing the paperwork. What precedents do you set? Even this discussion itself. You don't think that you're gonna watch it. Mr. Sims ain't gonna watch this and say, oh, they just giving out because it's just $55,000. I ain't gotta have all my paperwork. I just gotta convince them it's good and come back with that. What we doing? I know it's late, but what we doing? So all I'm asking is, process is everything. Commissioner Dozier, you said all the time, process is everything. If there's required paperwork that's supposed to be sent in, I believe our staff is pretty fair. I do. If it's required stuff that's supposed to be sent in and it's not there, and you're looking at a score of 65, even though it's $55,000, and you say to yourself, well, it's just that. But if it's a way to say, hey man, just if you got that in, it might boost your score 20, 30 points. Just for that one piece, or just to explain to staff that other pieces that we're talking about. But if we can just say, just because, hey, we can see where it makes a lot of sense, but we don't really care about the rest of the processes that we have in place, it makes a lot of sense to us. So who cares if it's a 65? The next time somebody comes in with 65, they're going to expect the same kind of courtesy that we're giving Mr. Revis. And I love the project. I like Dustin. And I want to support it. I was going to support it when it came back, and I'm going to support it this time. But the way this conversation went, we got to be better. We got to be better about our processes and making sure that if somebody says, if we can give them the opportunity, like we are right now, which I appreciate your idea, Commissioner Caban, we give him the opportunity to get the paperwork in, so then he can be rescored. And honestly, I would love to see what the score is after all the documentation is given and all the questions are answered, because I think once you get there, that 65 is probably 15 points. It's probably an 80, 85. But I would like to know what that score looks like for real, because I don't think this project is just a 65 score project. I think it's a little more. But that's why I was saying, do you want more time to get that stuff in? So then, when somebody comes back, I can say that I support this $55,000 with an 85 score, not a 65. So even when it comes back, I'm going to support the motion on the floor. Whenever all the documentation is given and all the things are scored, I still would like to know what the ending score is for this project. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. We're going to vote on the motion on the floor, which is option 2 with the caveat. Option 1. Approve, I'm sorry. Option 1 with the caveat that the applicant be allowed 60 days to provide the missing documentation to OEV. Everybody clear? Maybe we can have a voice vote. All those in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposition?
I'm in favor, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Okay. Commissioner Parker, you're on?
Aye.
Okay, awesome. So we have unanimous vote.
Aye.
Thank you. Thank you, commissioners. I believe this ends our agendaed business meeting. Now the floor is open for
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Director's comments. And I'd like to start off, commissioners. I received correspondence from President Larry Robinson, Florida A&M University, requesting that our staff be allowed to communicate with members of his staff in reference to a request from Blueprint. And what I would like to do is entertain a motion to be able to give this request to staff, have them review it, analyze it, bring it back as an agenda item.
So move.
Madam Chair.
It's been moved in second.
No.
Madam Chair, can you elaborate on what this motion
I can
is,
read it
what
into the record. It's very short. It's just,
request
yes. Commissioner Porter, I promise you, when I finish reading, I'll call you.
I'm
I
sure you're
won't
gonna answer
forget.
my question.
Okay, it's
No, what
dated
was?
September 20th. It's addressed to me as Blueprint Chair. It says, thank you and the board members of the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency for the $10 million invested in the renaissance of Bragg Memorial Stadium. The $10 million investment by Blueprint and the $8 million that we have invested in Bragg Memorial Stadium and its newly named Ken Riley Field have definitely revitalized this iconic venue, which contributes greatly to the culture of the South Side and has economic impacts throughout Leon County. However, there are some remaining challenges in the facility. Specifically, we are in need of an additional $15 million from Blueprint's infrastructure funds to enhance some of the health and safety aspects of this community asset. Therefore, I am requesting your consideration of a meeting with Blueprint staff to explore options for Florida A&M University to be granted this request. And then he goes on to say, please contact Dr. Shanti Friday-Stroud and Dr. William Hudson regarding a meeting in the near future. We are looking forward to continuing to work with Blueprint directors and staff on uplifting community initiative. Thank you for your unwavering commitment and service to this community. And it's signed by President Larry Robinson, President of Florida A&M University. So I have a motion and a second to deliver this to staff with request that they bring back an agenda item. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Nay.
Okay, well, we need to have,
I'm in favor, Madam Chair.
thank you. Can we have a voice, because I'm not sure who said yes or no. Can we have a roll call, Madam Clerk?
Your daily ground.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Who made you made the motion? Who was the second?
I made the
She
motion.
made the
Oh, okay.
And
and second by Commissioner Matt. Okay, we're asking for a roll call vote.
Commissioner Matlow,
Nay.
Commissioner Porter,
Nay.
Commissioner Richardson,
Yeah.
Commissioner Williams-Cox,
yes.
Yes. Commissioner Richardson, yes.
Commissioner Caban,
Aye.
Commissioner Cummings,
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox,
Yes.
Commissioner Minor,
Yes.
Commissioner O'Keefe,
No.
Commissioner Proctor,
Commissioner
Yes.
Proctor, are you on? Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Welch.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you. It passes, and I will pass this to staff. Now I will open the floor for any board member. Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the last meeting, I made the motion that we look at the affordable housing, and staff has brought back some information saying that they would be bringing us something more back in November. I have received, and Madam Chair has received a proposal from Bethel Baptist Church through their organization to submit a proposal for some proposed housing, affordable housing in a couple of locations in town. And I would like to, Madam Chair, ask that I be allowed to provide this to staff and that they bring back, do an analysis of this and bring back an agenda item. And I don't know whether it's OEV or infrastructure, but wherever staff thinks.
Blueprint staff.
Blueprint staff will let us know where that is.
Thank you. Thank you. All those in
For discussion?
favor, we've got a motion and a second. Is there discussion?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Keefe.
Yes, thank you.
sure that
I'll wait until we, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. This, I'm not going to support this unless, just because I think we have the proposal that was brought by Cajun last time, and that triggered us bringing back an item, researching what we're allowed to do, what policies, what changes we would need. And so we haven't made those. We haven't gotten advice from staff. We haven't made a substantial change or whatever rules we have to. And so I don't think everyone who is in the, every community group who's in the affordable housing space knows the rules to follow by yet. And so we're not jumping before and back and forth as little as possible. I'd like to at least defer things like this until we get our November update and direction on what we can do to open up to affordable housing. And with that, I'll pass.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to support the motion as an agenda item for it to come back. But overall, I have some concerns about with Blueprint tapping in to affordable housing. Commissioner Williams-Cox, I'm going to support it. I would love to see the analysis come back from staff. But I do think we should be supporting affordable housing. I just want to make sure that Blueprint or OEV, whichever one, that this is the right avenue for those funds versus it coming before the City of Tallahassee or our Board of County Commissioners.
Thank you for those comments. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you. Is this for infrastructure dollars?
I didn't understand your question.
Is this a request for infrastructure, to have an infrastructure project with?
As I made as a part of the motion, is for Blueprint staff to advise us where it should be.
Okay. I mean, my take on it is I think if we're going to go down the affordable housing path, which we laid out previously, we need to go ahead and establish that as infrastructure that we do want to invest in, go through the motions to open up that as an investment opportunity. Then we need to fund it, which we just didn't fund anything in our budget, so we don't even have any money. Now, I'm not against the proposal. I just think it's the cart before the horse. Let's see where we're going. Then we can ask people to bring us proposals and then vote on them. So respectfully, I'm going to vote no today because I don't think we, even if it came back next meeting, we're not set up to start paying for it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. And we don't have, the commissioners haven't seen the proposal, which is why we asked, and, that it goes to staff and let them do the analysis and let us know. Okay, may we have a roll call vote, Madam Clerk? Does everybody understand the motion? Okay, good.
Commissioner Matlow?
Nay.
Porter?
Nay.
Richardson?
I'm yes, Madam Chair. I'm yes. Did you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Williams Cox?
Yes.
Commissioner Caban?
Yes.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Maddox? Commissioner Minor?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
No.
Commissioner Proctor?
Yes.
Commissioner Welch?
So the motion passed. So I will,
What street is that?
thank you, Commissioners.
Yes, this is, no, the one way. This street. Oh, street, okay.
Any other board comment? We'll go to Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to end this, I know we talked about a lot, we had a lot of debates. I just want to end this meeting on a positive note. Director Bowers, Director Calder, Madam Attorney, Director White, you guys have done a great job. I want to be clear that we know early in this meeting, I was pretty upset about the way an agenda item was brought before us, but in no way, shape, or form do I want you guys to take that as disrespectful or me coming at you all. I do have some frustrations with some processes that we can discuss at a later time, but I want to let you all know that I think you guys are great, and I appreciate all the hard work and effort that you guys have done and continue to do on behalf of our community. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Caban. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Earlier in the meeting, we created a new form of investment called a recoverable grant that wasn't defined by any means. So I know staff will work on that to draft the contract, but I move that we don't create recoverable grant contracts or direct staff not to enter in any recoverable grant contracts that don't include a personal guarantee from the owner.
Second.
Commissioner Williams Cox.
Commissioner Matlow, respectfully, I will not be supporting that because, one, that's not a instrument that we even had. This was not a loan. This was without request or requirement. The developer offered to repay a portion of this. So we don't even know if this will ever even happen again. No one else has ever offered to repay. So we don't even know if this will ever happen again. So I don't want to go ahead and let's start creating another set of bureaucracy when it may not be necessary. Again, I am very, I want to be very stingy with staff's time in doing things that are meaningful and that are not going to be perhaps one time or rare things. And we need to get into the habit of making sure that they're doing things that are going to be recurring and that we can perfect. And I just don't think that not many people who come and ask for money are trying to give it back. And this was not a loan. It was clear, we don't do loans. But he offered to repay it, so they had to try to think of a way to accept the money back. So I won't support creating layers and layers of something that may not ever happen again.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams Cox. Yes, Commissioner Matlow, and then we'll go for the vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And respectfully, I disagree. If we're going to get paid back, having a personal guarantee shouldn't be a concern. I've personal guaranteed every single one of my business loans. I think that's where traditional financing has moved. And if we're expecting this money to actually be returned, it's prudent of us to have a personal guarantee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. One last comment from Commissioner Caban.
Could we restate the motion?
That we direct staff that anytime we draft a contract to enter into a recoverable grant, we include a personal guarantee from the owners.
May I have a follow-up question? Madam Chair?
Madam
Yes,
Chair, I'm
please.
sorry, before we go down this road a little bit. I
Okay.
mean, it's important to understand that this is not a loan. It is a grant at the end of the day. And to require a personal guarantee, I just don't know how we would enforce
I think if it could be brought back before it's executed, then of what the recoverable grant document looks like before it's executed, I do think since a recoverable grant isn't much of anything, it's two words that we haven't defined. I think a personal guarantee, I think legally we would be in a position to where we could require the recovery that they're telling us we're going to get this in 3 years. When they finance it, they also enter into a contract that they personally guarantee that is the truth, and they will back it with their own financial resources if it in fact is not recoverable.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Proctor?
Madam Chair, I asked to speak during the open, not on this item right here. I'm okay with that, but I just wanted to say, Madam Chair, to your motion previous, I'm sorry because I'm between functions and whatnot. CDC announced today that the Florida High School Athletic Association will be coming to Tallahassee. It would generate $11 million for our local economy in December. I think it's December the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And for all classifications of high schools. And I think that the health safety issue is magnified in as much as the Florida High School Athletic Association wants to use the historic house that Jake Gaither built at Bragg Stadium. That's awesome, and it gives us a wonderful reason to be excited about the ask which your motion put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Now I want to call for the vote on Commissioner Matlow's motion.
Madam Chair, I had a follow-up.
I'm sorry. I thought you had put your name down. Go
Commissioner
ahead.
Matlow, so I get where you're going in the direction you want to go. I have a hard time supporting it because I think that OEV should still be able to evaluate and score and make recommendations on a project-to-project basis. I'm not saying that in the future I'm not opposed to, if OEV does do loans, that it is backed by personal guarantee. But I think it's just a blanket motion across the board. I'm not in favor of that because I think every project coming before OEV will differ and have different asks from project to ask, if that makes sense.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Caban. I think we're ready for the vote, and I think your motion was not to create a recoverable grant.
Not to enter into any recoverable grant.
I'm sorry.
Not to enter into any recoverable
not to
grant
enter into.
contracts without a personal guarantee from the owners.
Okay. All those, well, I think we probably need to have a roll call vote on that one as well, Madam Clerk. We're working you tonight. Commissioner Matlow?
Aye.
Commissioner Porter? Commissioner Richardson?
No.
Commissioner Williams?
Did you hear me?
No.
Commissioner Caban? Commissioner Cummings? No. Commissioner Maddox?
No.
Commissioner Minor?
No.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
Yes.
Commissioner Proctor?
No.
And Commissioner Welch? Commissioner Welch, it's your vote. Thank you, Commissioners. Hold on a second. Okay, that motion fails. Commissioner O'Keefe.
Thank you, Madam Chair. we've run into, and we see at this meeting, and I think, and people have asked me, in fact, news people have asked over the past summer, why aren't we getting our meetings done? Like, why do we are at third meeting? Why are we seem so unorganized? And I was thinking about it, and I think part of it is, and it was expressed throughout this meeting, that we may feel like we don't get back what we necessarily ask for, and we've also run into, in some cases, and we also run into legal differences. And what we've established at this meeting is that, unlike at the county, I can speak for, where the county attorney reports directly to the board, here, perhaps we put some of our directors and the blueprint attorney in a difficult position sometimes, because that is not here. That person, as we've discussed, reports to either the IMC. I'm not sure if it's the IMC or the directors who report to the IMC. And so, and I think that we could clear a lot of this up. And I think that it's necessary for a board of directors to have a legal expert directly serving our interest when we oversee an organization like we have at the county. And so I make a motion to have staff bring back an item to establish the position of an attorney specifically under the direction and representative of this board of directors.
Second. Is there a second? Commissioner Porter? Discussion. Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Madam Chair, I don't know where to begin with that. I understand that, but I think that is, personally, I think that's completely insulting, because we have a qualified, very experienced attorney who is the blueprint attorney. Regardless of who she was hired by, she responds to us. Well, you may disagree, but every question I've asked, she's responded to. But this is the structure that was established, and to me, it's insulting. She may not feel that way, but if I was in her shoes, I would be insulted, because she is a bar certified, qualified attorney who does nothing but blueprint. The county and city attorneys do all this other stuff that we have to do for our different organizations. She's focused on blueprint. And so I will not support bringing more people into this circus because somebody doesn't understand the process. Just like government was set up before we got here, this was set up before we got here. Now, there may be a time when we need to make changes and make tweaks, but this is absolutely, to me, insulting. I'm insulted by that, because someone may not get the answers that they think they want. I haven't spent a day in law school.
On point, Madam Chair. Can comments be directed to the chair?
She did.
Can comments be directed to the chair, please?
Commissioner Matlow, please. Let's keep order. I've recognized Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox.
Commissioner Williams-Cox is out of order.
We'll recognize, no.
Point of order. Point of order.
Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox has the floor. We need to keep order. Let's respect each other.
I sat here and Madam Chair, I sat here and listened to this back and forth interrogation of someone who's trying to invest in our community. I haven't spent a day in law school, but I trust people who have, because I believe they know the law. And if they don't know the law, they know how to go and get a response for the law. So yeah, I'm insulted. And you may not have meant it that way. She won't say it, but I'll say it for her.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Williams-Cox. That was an insult. Our attorney adheres to the highest legal and ethical standards of her profession. She does not answer to who hires her, because she could lose her law license acting in an unethical or illegal way in that manner. I feel that it was an insult to her. And I don't think we need to bring another person on board paying another salary and benefits. I think that is an irresponsible use of taxpayer dollars. I think we've got the best attorney that we can get. She gives us good advice when we ask for it and take briefings. And I think we should move on with what the staffing structure that we have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. Commissioner Porter.
Sure. I just want to I would like clarification from you, Commissioner O'Keefe, of what the motion specifically was, because what I seconded was not what I've heard described.
Sure.
Or my impression.
Sure. My motion was to have an agenda item come back to establish a new attorney position that directly reports to this board of directors.
Okay, I respectfully would withdraw my second. I'm interested in having a conversation that was initiated at our last meeting about restructuring the board so that, like at the city and the county, the director, perhaps the attorney, reports to the board. That was more in line with what I thought we were discussing. But I will say on record that our loyalty, or my loyalty, is never to a single individual. It's never to a single staff member. It is to the people. And it is, in my view, inappropriate that we make these things personal and that it is for some reason inappropriate for us to question staff or have questions to staff. That is part of this job. That is part of accountability and oversight. And I would love to see us move beyond that so that we can have questions and that be acceptable and our own form of oversight. So I do want to put that on the record, but I will withdraw my second because that was not, I misunderstood your motion.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner Porter. So is there a second for Commissioner O'Keefe's motion?
I'll withdraw my motion, and I look forward to hearing it this different.
Thank you. Motion has been withdrawn. Are there any other comments from commissioners? Staff? Awesome. So I declare this meeting adjourned.